Morning, members. Morning. May be seated. Call on the Minister of Health for prayers.
Let us pray. Prions le Seigneur. O Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who doth from thy throne behold all the dwellers upon earth. Most heartily we beseech thee with thy favor to behold our most gracious sovereign Lord, King Charles, and so replenish him with the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that he may always incline to thy will and walk in thy way. Endure him plenteously with heavenly gifts. Grant him in health and wealth long to live. Strengthen him that he may vanquish and overcome all his enemies. And finally, after this life, he may attain everlasting joy and felicity. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. De plein de grâce, nous vous implorons humblement, en faveur de la province en général, et plus particulièrement du lieutenant-gouverneur de l'Assemblée législative. Assemblée en ces mots sur le guide de notre très prise et gracieuse souveraine, qu'il vous plaise de déranger et de le faire fracturer leur délibération pour votre plus grande gloire, la sécurité, l'honneur et le bien-être de notre souverain et de notre province. Que toutes choses soient pour le travail si bien ordinaire et établi sur les fondements les plus solides qui la paix et le bonheur, la vérité et la justice, la religion et la piété, puissent régner parmi nous pendant toutes les générations, par où et pour nous. Nous vous demandons ces faveurs et toutes les autres qui sont nécessaires, en nom et là, par l'intercession de Jesus Christ, notre divin Seigneur et Savior. Amen. Together, let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Ensemble, prions notre Père. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Car c'est à tu qui repères le règne, le puissant et la gloire pour les siècles de siècles. Amen.
Introduction of guests. The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great pride that I'm standing this morning to introduce my wife to the Legislative Assembly. She's traveling from Ottawa to New Brunswick, promoting November as Lung Cancer Awareness Month. She's my rock, the love of my life, my best friend. She holds me accountable more than anybody else. And she gives me a lot of very good advice. And we all know that this is not an individual endeavor. Without the support of our family, and in my case, without the support of my wife, I wouldn't be here today. So, my wife, Heather Hogan.
Condolences. The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's with heavy hearts we announce the passing of Tammy Lynn LeBlanc of Chipman, New Brunswick on November 5th at the age of 51. Tammy was born in North Minnow, New Brunswick on June 30th, 71, the daughter of the late Tony and Teresa Cantu. She is survived by her husband, Mark LeBlanc, stepdaughter, Cassandra LeBlanc, son, Cody LeBlanc, and daughter, Jalissa Desereau. Grandchildren, Kylie and Tyson Cipher and Isabel Desereau. Fur babies, Sky, Molly, Skittles, and Bella. Brother Bob Casey, sisters Marie McInnes and Johanne Davenport. Several nieces, nephews, cousins, special friends, Garth, Michael, and Kathy Gordon, as well as many good friends. In addition to her parents, Tammy was predeceased by sisters Geraldine Cantu and Betty Crawford. I ask all members of this House to please join me in offering condolences to the family of Tammy LeBlanc.
The Deputy de Caracat.
Monsieur le Président, Le samedi 29 octobre 2022, à l'âge de 16 ans, est décédé William Doiron. Il était le fils de Stéphanie Thériault de Saint-Léolin et d'Adam Doiron d'Anse-Bleue. William faisait partie de l'équipe de hockey Les Acadiens de la polyvalente Louis Mailloux de Caraquette. Il était le numéro 8. Il jouait au hockey au sein du hockey mineur de Caraquette depuis l'âge de 5 ans et il était même devenu arbitre. William était un vaillant jeune homme, un employé modèle chez Maison Suprême. Outre ses parents, il laisse dans le deuil son frère Hugo, sa sœur Chloé, les grandes familles Thériault et Doiron, soit ses grands-parents maternels Ginette et Donat Thériault, sa grand-mère paternelle Anne Doiron, oncles, cousins, amis de tous âges, son chien Prince qu'il aimait tellement, et finalement toute une communauté qui s'ennuie déjà beaucoup de lui. William, j'ai eu le privilège de te connaître et comme peuvent en témoigner plusieurs autres personnes, tu as illuminé nos vies. Je te souhaite aussi à toi, William, que ta route soit lumineuse. Repose en paix.
Messages of congratulations. The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Mr. Speaker, Curl for Cancer is back this weekend at the Woodstock Golf and Curling Club. On Saturday, curlers will be having fun playing in 4 end games in the Manulife Securities Curl for Cancer 2022 for the Canadian Cancer Society. Mr. Speaker, we all have our own reasons for supporting the battle with cancer. Personal, family, friends, community, or any combination of those. The folks in Carleton County have a long tradition of getting behind a good cause. We also have a long tradition of curling and having fun. I want to recognize and thank the team of volunteers who give their time bringing this event together and wish the best of fun to the curlers. Mostly, I want to recognize everyone fighting cancer at home in Carleton County and everywhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Director is right.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Samedi dernier, le 12 septembre, a eu lieu la 3e édition de la soirée Improvisation pour la prévention. Suite au départ soudain du numéro 8 de l'équipe d'improvisation de l'école aux 80 de Dalhousie, les entraîneurs, collègues et amis se sont ralliés à la cause. Depuis 2018, les joueurs et les joueuses d'improvisation s'associent à l'événement pour ramasser des fonds pour aider la cause de la prévention du suicide. Cette année, un montant record de 5 000 $ seront remis aux différents organismes de prévention du suicide de la province. Les spectateurs ont eu le privilège de voir en action les Christian Essiam, Samuel Chiasson, Jonathan Savoie, Michel Thibault, Nathalie Levesque-Babin, Guyane Pelletier, Sarah Grandisson, Vincent Leclerc, Sébastien Haché, Jolène Dumas, Pierre Castonguay, Kevin Doyle, Félix Landry et David Levesque, les officiels Michel Albert, Claude Allard et Maxime Haché, l'animateur Gary Wallet ainsi que Marc-André Cormier à la musique et Alexis Santerre aux statistiques. Nos jeunes ont besoin de support, d'écoute et de présence, et c'est encore plus vrai aujourd'hui au lendemain d'une pandémie et de changements constants dans nos écoles, dans nos familles et dans notre société. Merci, Restigouche, d'appuyer la prévention du suicide. À l'an prochain.
The member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate 4 students from St. Thomas University who recently received the Future New Brunswick and the Future Wabanaki Student Excellence Awards. These awards, Mr. Speaker, are given to students who have demonstrated excellence in experiential learning. The Future New Brunswick Award winners were Chante Laverlotte, a 4th-year psychology and English student from Cape Town, South Africa. She completed an internship with the Ville Cooperative in Fredericton North. Noah Diaz, a 4th-year student from Oromocto, completed his internship with local theatre group Solo Chicken Productions. The recipients of the Future Wabanaki Student Excellence Awards were Jasna Ward, a social work student from Metapanagag, who completed her internship with the Indigenous Tourism Association, and Julianne Martin, a 2nd-year student from Miramichi, who completed her summer internship with the John Howard Society in Fredericton at the Oak Centre. I invite all members to join me in congratulating these fine students for their significant contributions in their internship programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the championship game of the AAA 12-man New Brunswick Interscholastic Athletic Association football title from last Friday evening. Mr. Speaker, it's a game movies are made out of. It was a warm night. The bleachers were full of fans. The Royals bolted to a 16-0 lead, but the defending champions Greyhounds rallied. but the Riverview team pulled together a last-minute rally, which included 2 critical catches from Ethan Hansen on passes from quarterback Ryan McFadden to set up a tying touchdown run from Samson Green with 30 seconds left. Mr. Speaker, Matt Arsenault, a replacement kicker, managed the point after to see the Royals go ahead 23-22. The Hounds rallied was cut short in the last minute by an interception of Corey White. Mr. Speaker, it was the 9th time the Riverview High Royals have gone to the championship game, and it's the first time that they have won, Mr. Speaker, a victory to go in the record books. Congratulations to the Riverview High team, head coach Kevin Jones, and O-line coach Bob Prosser. Well done.
Go Royals!
The Deputy to Edmundston, Madawaska Centre.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens à souligner le 100e anniversaire de naissance de Mme Léona Martin-Dufour, qui aura lieu le 19 novembre prochain. Résidente de Saint-Basile, mère de 4 enfants et époux de feu M. Albert Dufour. En tant que couturière de métier, Mme Dufour confectionnait des vêtements pour ses enfants et pour elle-même. Avec son époux, ils ont fait le rembourrage de meubles de tout genre. Mme Dufour faisait également les altérations de vêtements pour des citoyens et a travaillé comme couturière dans une boutique de robes de mariée haut de gamme. Dans la communauté, Mme Dufour est membre des Filles d'Isabelle et elle a fait partie d'une équipe de quai pendant plusieurs années. Encore aujourd'hui, Mme Dufour prépare des repas et de la pâtisserie, fait du saut-du-cou, joue aux cartes, au toc et fait du tricot. Afin de se garder en forme, elle continue à faire des sorties avec ses amis. Toujours alerte, elle continue à s'informer de l'actualité. Madame Dufour, je veux prendre l'occasion et la part de l'ensemble des citoyens de d'Edmundston-Madawaska Centre de vous souhaiter un joyeux anniversaire avec votre famille et vos amis. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Act is a very important piece of legislation that defines who we are as a province. À tous les 10 ans, nous précédons à continuer d'améliorer la loi, que ce soit Louis Robichaud, Richard Hatfield, Bernard Lord ou David Alward. Tous ces premiers ministres ont fait avancer cette révision d'une façon positive et rassembleur. Aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas dire la même chose. Nous avons un premier ministre qui n'accepte pas notre identité particulière et, comme de fait, veut faire regresser la loi sur les langues officielles. And even worse, the Premier has brought in the MLA for Fredericton-Grand Lake into Cabinet, and a member who has always and to this day denounced the Official Languages Act and its merits. Encore hier, ce ministre a réitéré son même message du passé, soit qu'il devrait seulement avoir une régie de santé au Nouveau-Brunswick. Monsieur le Président, il est temps que quelqu'un de le côté du gouvernement se lève debout et dit « c'est assez ». Le ministre des gouvernements locaux aspire à devenir le prochain chef. C'est maintenant qu'il devrait démontrer son leadership.
The member for Farrington South and leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, the crisis of care continues in the ERs in our major cities with no end in sight. Yesterday, a well-known pediatrician from St. John told a Fredericton audience that St. John's ER looked like an emergency room in a developing country last Sunday. There were so many people waiting, they were forced to sit on the floor. I cannot understand why the Minister of Health is not taking urgent action. There is a crushing need for urgent care centres to be rapidly set up in our cities to divert people from our ERs, but no such commitment has been forthcoming. Every ER physician and nurse I've spoken with, Mr. Speaker, are desperate to see urgent care clinics established to take the unbearable pressure off of their ERs. The Premier told this House yesterday he was prepared to spend money if it was going to make a meaningful difference to New Brunswickers. I can't think of a more immediate difference, a more immediate priority in the short term, and then opening urgent care clinics in our 3 largest cities as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, we are having a very productive second session. Yesterday, 5 bills received third reading and are ready to receive royal assent this year. Among those bills, Mr. Speaker, is Bill 5, the Missing Persons Act. I have spoken about this important legislation on several occasions in this House. It is very important to me and to many, many New Brunswickers. By empowering law enforcement to access information such as cell phone records and GPS tracking information, the search for missing loved ones will be more effective, more complete, and hopefully bring closure to families. Mr. Speaker, this is good legislation. I've heard from families who are very appreciative that it has moved forward with the support of all members in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Bathurst West Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as of last week, we have an interim Deputy Minister for the Anglophone Education Department, who joined the interim Deputy Minister for the Francophone Education Department, the interim CEO for NB Power, the interim CEO for ONB, and the interim CEO in charge of Horizon. While I do not question the qualifications of all these people, the temporary nature of their current positions is disquieting to say the least. None of them went through the regular vetting process. They were not required to provide a vision for their position in the selection process. This operating model may be a quick way to get some short-term gains for the Premier, but management by interim stunts the growth of our public service, is an attack on our democratic processes, and puts our competitiveness at risk. I hope the Cabinet Ministers will take note and start creating some permanency. It would be awful to have all these positions only serve for the purpose of building a Premier's retirement legacy.
The Deputy to Kent North.
Monsieur le Président, pendant que le monde entier se rencontre en Égypte pour la COP27 du 6 au 18 novembre, engagé dans la lutte de notre vie, le Nouveau-Brunswick n'y est pas représenté, encore une fois. L'incohérence de ce gouvernement est encore plus palpable lorsqu'on constate la réponse du ministre de l'Environnement. Nous avions l'intention d'y aller nous-mêmes, mais le coût était trop élevé, dit-il, et nous aurions besoin de plus de gaz à effet de serre en chemin pour y arriver. Or, en ce moment même, une délégation de 2 ministres et un député de l'opposition et des fonctionnaires se trouvent en Tunisie pour le sommet de la francophonie. L'un n'exclut pas l'autre. Il y a une grande valeur à l'internationalisme, mais on constate que la lutte au changement climatique est au bas-fond des priorités de ce gouvernement. L'inaction volontaire de ce gouvernement sera jugée sévèrement par les générations futures qui pourront contempler les fossiles d'un ichthyosaure dans les ruines de l'enfer climatique.
Member for Carlton York.
Mr. Speaker, we already know there's a ton of reasons for people to come visit our beautiful province, and this year's recipients of the Tourism Association of New Brunswick Awards underline some of our best. I want to congratulate Danny Babineau, Destination Southeast, Hilton Garden Inn, Fredericton, Creekside R&R Glamping, For Nature Resort, Fundy Trail Parkway, Wabanaki Tree Spirit Tours and Events, and Joanne Barube-Gagnier. Each one deserves our applause for being such a big part of what brings people to New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, this year we extend the invitation and invited the world to come see what we have to offer. I want to take the chance to extend the invitation to come and enjoy winter in my part of the province, Carlton York. I'm hearing Crab Mountain is almost ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy to Carrick-Shaw.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy was beating his chest with pride the day he announced the heat pump program. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? First, he thought the job could get done by a sole provider. That got the small business community up in arms and started creating a huge backlog. Good thing for him, the minister responsible for ONB stepped in and saved the day. Second, there is now a 3-year waiting list to get your heat pump installed. Maybe a hard target should have been set when he announced the $30 million. Third, both the Minister of Finance and the Premier contradicted the minister and said this week that $400 million was set aside for the heat pump program. The look on the minister's face was priceless when he had to defend, without knowing this information, the Premier during Scrum yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy alluded to journalists that he was getting ready to expand the energy efficiency program in the coming days to households heating with oil fuels. My advice to the minister, save your pride and let your boss do the job.
The member for Member Cook Tantra Member Cook Tantra. Order.
Mr. Speaker, average annual temperatures are expected to increase by 2 degrees across New Brunswick when comparing 1976 to 2005 to 2021 to 2050 numbers. Average temperatures in Edmundston are expected to increase by 68%. The average temperature in Sackville will rise from 6 degrees to 7.9, the warmest in the province. These increases are across the entire province, Mr. Speaker, and we are already seeing it. The frequency of winter thaws has increased, while snowpack has decreased by 25% in the north and by 50% in the south. The UN says there is no credible pathway to 1.5 degrees in place. We have already seen climate disasters with a 1 degree increase. Every degree of warming further destabilizes the climate we depend on to live. We can't afford any new fossil fuel infrastructure. And while the Minister of Climate Change admitted he can't stop the wind and the rain, he can stand up against fracking.
The member for Moncton South.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, this week is Global Entrepreneurship Week. New Brunswickers are some of the most creative, resilient, and successful of these entrepreneurs, here within the province, across the country, and worldwide. This government wants New Brunswickers to continue this success. We are going to do what is necessary to eliminate hurdles. Mr. Speaker, Opportunities New Brunswick is an amazing support for entrepreneurs, as they are committed to helping business identify and implement productivity improvements that will enhance their competitiveness across the province and around the world. This government is proud of the success of New Brunswickers. They are a New Brunswick advantage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Le chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, sadly it's been reported that there were 4 more deaths this week from COVID-19. We've seen a number of cases, 500 I believe, reported over 500 this past week. We're up to over 603 deaths overall, an increase of 300 since February. But Mr. Speaker, there's radio silence from public health with respect to COVID-19. There's many questions that we have around variants, the statistics in New Brunswick, preparation if there's a next wave coming, vaccines and boosters, Mr. Speaker. Some information was given yesterday after repeated demands from a journalist, but we continue to see a staffer from the Department of Health giving this information. We're seeing a flu epidemic. The RSV virus, Mr. Speaker, where is Dr. Legislature? He has not been made available for public briefings over the last several weeks. Where is public health on this issue?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question today. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the members opposite and I can assure the public that public health and the Office of the Chief Medical Officer are present. They're engaged. They released a report yesterday. There's a number of items in that report that I could go over. Be more than happy to reiterate what was released yesterday. And, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite is, not satisfied with the information that's sent out from the department, be it public health or whatever, again, the information is researched, and media, they write questions to us, significant number of questions, and we do the research. We do the research, make sure it's accurate to send it back. And, Mr. Speaker, personally, I don't control the agenda or media availability of the Chief Public Health Officer, but I can assure you this, that the information that's public, I'm more than happy to reiterate here in the House today and have a discussion on it.
Monsieur le Président, ce qui dérange, c'est qu'il y a un silence total de la part de Santé publique en ce qui concerne la COVID-19. Il y a de nombreuses questions qui se posent, mais Santé publique a disparu. Nous autres, ici, on a toujours dit de suivre les recommandations de la santé publique, mais là, c'est le directeur de communication du ministère de Santé qui sort avec les informations. On n'est pas convaincus. On doute aussi l'indépendance et la transparence. On sait que plus tôt cette année, il y a eu l'ingérence politique. On a su par la suite que des décisions prises étaient mal fondées, pas fondées sur des preuves scientifiques. Ce sont les experts en santé publique et en épidémiologie qui devraient nous guider à travers ces questions. Mais où sont-ils? C'est la santé publique qui est chargée de fournir des lignes directrices claires sur ces questions comme celle-ci. Mais silence total. Monsieur le Président, pourquoi pas de conférences publiques de la part de santé publique? Où sont-ils?
Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, I can reiterate the information that was released from Public Health yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite has a question or has some concern for public interference or political interference, I think he should expand on that. Because again, we've always followed the data. We've always followed the recommendation. Here's some of the information that came out yesterday. And there was a more extensive report that was sent out, but I'll hit the highlights. Number of hospital admissions for COVID-19 is stable. This week, 22, compared to last week, 23. The PCR confirmed case was moderately decreased over the past 4 weeks. Number of active hospitalization has decreased this week, 29 compared to last week, 33. Number of deaths have decreased to 4 compared to 7 last week. The highest portion of hospitalizations from COVID-19 is among individuals aged 70 to 89. Individuals are unprotected by vaccine continue to have the highest rate of COVID-19 ICU admissions. Mr. Speaker, there's the information. What more does the member opposite want?
Deputy Opposition Official.
Mr. Speaker, those are our statistics. They're not public updates. Where are the public health officials providing information around transmission of new variants, the flu epidemic, and the respiratory virus? They need to be giving the public timely information, not after journalists keep on demanding for information. They need to give this information to the public in a timely manner so the public can make informed decisions whether they want to protect themselves and to protect others, Mr. Speaker. But the information just isn't there. And we know that the best line of defense is vaccines. So where is the awareness campaign? Vaccine boosters right now are at 25%. It would be very important and efficient if public health came out with a public awareness campaign to increase uptake in boosters. But why are we not hearing from public health on an important awareness plan? Why aren't we hearing from them to give the public information so public can make informed decisions?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the public health have been consistent. They've been consistent for the last 3 years in talking to the public. They've been consistently responding to every request they get. And again, the assessments and the recommendations haven't changed. And the member opposite was talking about it. Your best defense is to get your shots, get your booster shots. Mr. Speaker, people are empowered to assess their own risks. And if they wish to wear a mask, that's again recommended by public health as well. And again, that will reduce the risks of COVID-19 regardless of what strain it is. Cough into your sleeve. If you're not well, stay home. Get your boosters. Wear the mask in close contact or when you feel uncomfortable. Mr. Speaker, the message hasn't changed. The message hasn't changed at all. It's been consistent. Public health has been consistent. And again, that's the message that I'm giving here again today to the members of the opposition and the public.
Député de Québec.
Monsieur le Président, le Nouveau-Brunswick est la seule province du Canada à ne pas avoir de musée public célébrant l'histoire et les cultures qu'il compose. Madame la ministre du Tourisme, du Patrimoine et de la Culture a finalement déposé un projet de loi qui démontre clairement que la mauvaise gestion du dossier nous ramène à la case départ. Madame la ministre peut-elle nous expliquer comment ce projet, qui avait pourtant un financement sécurisé et qui devait être la pierre angulaire du développement du front de mer à Saint-Jean, est devenu un projet dont la gestion a été balayée ailleurs, avec un budget beaucoup plus lourd et aucun emplacement réel à ce jour, 4 ans plus tard. Madame la ministre considère-t-elle cela comme un progrès? Merci.
Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Thank you very much for the question. Do I consider this progress, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely, this is progress. We have had for 30 years 44 versions of this museum created, and I'll tell you, we're getting this museum built, and that is something that was not done under this government a few years back. As far as starting from scratch, I think, clearly the member opposite's not aware of the work that's been done in certainly the past year. We're empowering the board to finally get this museum built. They're going to be able to do it in record time, certainly involving the community in ways that we wouldn't involve them otherwise. And so this is a positive plan forward. I'm incredibly excited about this news this week.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, si Madame la ministre trouve que je ne suis pas au fait du dossier, qu'elle nous en informe, qu'elle nous donne le prix de ce projet, qu'elle nous dise quel est l'emplacement de ce projet, qu'elle nous dise quels sont les délais prévus. Et depuis, en lisant ce projet de loi, je suis inquiète, en fait, de voir que ce projet de construction, qui est un projet d'envergure, va être totalement exempté de la loi sur les constructions de la couronne. Pourquoi?
Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say, first of all, that I have absolutely every confidence in this board of directors that exists. I would like to also say that the board has been asking more than anything, to have a new facility in New Brunswick. The people of New Brunswick deserve to have this crown jewel in the province. Most certainly we have an important story to share. We've been waiting for an answer to the museum. This is the board that's in place would be following procurement legislation. They would also be adhering to trade agreements. So there's no concern with that, but what this does is opens the door to have a process that allows the public to be engaged, to be involved in this project, which they've been asking for. We're very excited about this plan, really, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to talking about it more during the process of committee. Thank you.
Donc, on a une ministre du patrimoine qui dépose un projet de loi et qui n'est pas au courant que ce projet va être exempt de la loi sur les constructions sur les terres de la couronne. Donc, est-ce que c'est vraiment moi qui n'ai pas au fait du dossier? Lors d'une entrevue à la CBC, Mme la ministre a dit devoir se plier à la volonté d'intérêt privé. Effectivement, dans le projet de loi, encore une fois, le gouvernement cède tous ses pouvoirs de conception, d'achat, de contrat et de construction du nouveau musée. Alors, Madame la ministre, qui tire les ficelles de ce dossier?
Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're certainly not reinventing the wheel on this process. It's something that we see at the Beaverbrook Art Gallery just went through this exact process, Mr. Speaker.
You were involved in that, huh? You guys were there?
Right now, we can look across the country and see other projects that are being constructed in this exact same way. We're seeing this in Alberta with the Royal Alberta Museum right now, Mr. Speaker. This is not a new process, and absolutely legislation will be followed by the board. They have important connections in their communities, Mr. Speaker. This is the New Brunswick Museum with board members spanning across the province of New Brunswick in all communities. Mr. Speaker, this is a project that they're capable of. They need a new museum. We all need a new museum, and this is the fastest way to get to the finish line, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, plus tôt cette année, le Premier ministre a congédié le PDG d'Énergie Nouveau-Brunswick et a embauché la firme PricewaterhouseCoopers afin de réviser l'ensemble des opérations de la Société de la Couronne. Depuis ce temps-là, plusieurs décisions importantes ont été prises, et ce, sans attendre le dépôt du rapport et sans avertir les actionnaires. Ma question au ministre responsable de l'Énergie, est-ce qu'il va faire preuve de transparence et rendre public ce rapport afin de partager aux contribuables du Nouveau-Brunswick ce qu'envisage Énergie Nouveau-Brunswick?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, I certainly appreciate questions about this because this is a turning point in the utility's history. Never before have we seen such significant steps taken at the senior leadership level of the utility and had somebody with that level of third-party credibility coming forward to do a review and bring forward recommendations. And we look forward to making sure that those recommendations are certainly put forward so that the province can see what we're going to do to make sure that the utility is on track and meeting all of its goals and targets. But I also like to take a moment to have a conversation with the member opposite about concern that he stated over the report being started and us doing things. I'm very confused about that. I think the members opposite, and I'm sure the province of New Brunswick is very excited that the utilities identified $50 million in savings, come out with home heating efficiency programs, and are here to do the work, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Tracadie Silent.
Mr. Speaker, on September 29, 2022, the LG signed an order in Council stating the following. Under subsection 44(1) of the Electricity Act and sections 4 and 5 of the Provincial Loans Act, the Lieutenant Governor and Council authorizes the following. The raising of sums of money by way of loan or loans in the manner provided by Section 4 of the Provincial Loans Act, an aggregate amount of no more than $200 million, which the Lieutenant Governor and Council considers necessary for the benefit of the New Brunswick Power Corporation under subsection 44(1) of the Electricity Act. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Energy Development: why is a province in New Brunswick loaning NB Power a total sum of $200 million?
Minister of Natural Resources, Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the member opposite, if you look at the question, now a question from the opposition is usually meant to be salacious, usually try to cast a disparaging view towards the government, but let's look at what was in that question. The member opposite, if I could get him to read it again, he'd probably have to read it again because I'm quite confident that somebody wrote that for him in the back. It was very technical and it had lots of listings within the legislation that exists. And so what he's doing is he's talking about existing legislation at many different times throughout many different years, and at the course of regular doing business, there is an exchange back and forth on a variety of different financial components between the government and between the utility. So the member opposite is quite frankly and quite obviously trying to create some sort of a salacious story here by talking about existing legislation. I certainly hope that we have some more subsections that he can refer to in his third and final question.
The Deputy to Tracadie Shiloh, through the Speaker at this end of the chamber, please.
Mr. Speaker, NB Power has a debt nearing $5 billion, is planning to spend $4 billion on the refurbishment of Mactaquac Dam, is increasing electricity rates by 8.9%, is providing a multi-million-dollar pre-retirement package to employees. My question to the Minister: with NB Power struggling to manage its debt, can you explain to the people in New Brunswick what expense this $200 million loan is covering?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, and I think I'm going to adopt over the remainder of my career in the legislature a highlight on the details of what these opposition questions are. I don't know if anybody else heard the statement there, but he said that we are planning on spending $4 billion in Mactaquac. Did you hear that, folks? But have we talked about that? Have we committed to that? No, of course not. And then also saying that NB Power is going to raise the rates by 8.9%. Mr. Speaker, last I checked, there has not been any indication that that has been approved. The member opposite is taking great liberties to presuppose outcomes in an effort to create fear, in an effort to create doubt, and in an effort to create instability in something as important as our public utility. And I think that the province of New Brunswick is outraged at making cheap shots in an effort to create instability within something as important as our utility. Let's start talking about what's being done, and let's start talking straight here, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Shediac Bay. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2020-2025 Overcoming Poverty Together plan clearly states that we need to address mental health and addiction services. En fait, Monsieur le Président, on sait quand ça vient à l'addiction et les défis de santé mentale, on l'a vu, on n'a pas besoin de revenir sur les tragédies qu'on a vécues ici au Nouveau-Brunswick durant les dernières années. Le temps de réaction, le temps d'attente est primordial. On parle ici de vie et de mort, et encore une fois, le meilleur moyen pour empêcher ça, c'est clairement la prévention. Ma question à la ministre, à travers vous, Monsieur le Président, c'est est-ce que la ministre du Développement social pourrait me dire quels étaient les temps d'attente pour les services en santé mentale et addiction en 2020 et quels sont les temps d'attente pour ces mêmes services en 2022? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much. And just for information purposes, mental health and addiction is under the Health Department, and so I'll take that question. But I did just want to clarify something a little bit earlier about public health and the question of the variants. In a 7-page release from Public Health yesterday, Tuesday, and questions based this morning, it did have amongst it a random sample of the COVID-19 BA1, BA2, BA3, BA4, BA5, with 94% of the samples being BA5 and 5% BA4. Anyway, just to clarify that for the leader. But to the question, very important question from the member opposite on mental health, addictions and wait time. There's been a significant amount of work done specifically on wait times and mental health and addictions, and it varies day to day exactly what kind of service you're looking for. And we've moved ahead with having availability, trained professionals available in the emergencies rooms, and I'll pick that up after.
Deputy de Chaudiac-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, il est clair que les temps d'attente pour les services en santé mentale et addiction ne diminuent pas. On a entendu que ce gouvernement voulait investir 32 millions pour une prison. On a un gouvernement qui, depuis les 5 dernières années, sur cette filière-là, ça n'a pas bougé beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Puis là, on parle de centres d'excellence en santé mentale pour nos jeunes. On parle de problèmes d'addiction. On parle de gens qui, à cause de santé mentale, qui accompagnent l'addiction, les gens restent dans la rue. Le ministre a pris un peu de temps pour répondre à la question de mon collègue ici de Moncton Centre avant. Alors, encore une fois, est-ce que, pour donner plus de précision, et ces précisions-là, je sais que des fois on a des réponses que, le membre de l'autre côté, ces précisions-là, c'est pas seulement pour nous, c'est pour les gens qui en ont besoin, qui écoutent, c'est pour les médias qui vont reprendre ces questions-là. Donc, je repose ma question. Quels étaient les temps d'attente en 2020 comparé à 2022? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to talk about the importance of this topic, and we've done a significant amount of projects that have reduced the wait times, again, depending on where the member opposite wants to go and wants to talk about. If it's having access to mental health and addiction issues within the emergency room, we've had, I believe there's been 27 people added to, again, address those issues if someone presents themselves with some symptoms at the emergency room. Also, when we look at some of the one-time therapy that's offered to, again, youth and adults, that again has reduced the number of wait times significantly over the time frame that the member opposite wants to talk about. Step-up therapy that I highlighted last week in the federal provincial territory meeting about New Brunswick leading the way in having some of an integrated service delivery for the province, for the youth in the province of New Brunswick that is again addressing the needs. But we know they're large and the work is not done. We can continue to work very hard on that.
The member from Memramcook-Toronto.
Monsieur le Président, depuis 2 semaines, les pédiatres ont vu plus de cas de virus respiratoire commun, appelé VRS, qu'ils en ont vu pendant les 3 dernières années. En plus de cela, nous avons une souche de grippe particulièrement virulente qui circule et tout le monde se demande à quoi s'attendre avec la COVID-19 cet hiver. En regardant les nouvelles cette semaine, j'ai vu la médecin hygiéniste en chef fédérale ainsi que les médecins hygiénistes de l'Île-du-Prince-Édouard, de Terre-Neuve, de l'Ontario, de la Saskatchewan et de la Colombie-Britannique s'adresser à leur population. Mais ici, au Nouveau-Brunswick, la santé publique manque à l'appel. Le ministre de la Santé s'engagera-t-il à ce que la santé publique informe les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick de la situation du VRS, de la grippe et de la COVID dans la province au cours de la semaine prochaine?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I appreciate the question, trying to, again, provide the information for the opposite members. And on Tuesday, there was a report released, 7 pages, that did not only a provincial scan, but a Canadian-wide scan and an international scan on COVID-19 and some of the other issues that are going forward. And the respiratory RSV is not a reportable disease as COVID-19 or monkeypox or some of the other very contagious diseases are, but things are changing. And I know, again, Dr. Legier actually made a presentation to the FPT meetings last Tuesday in partnership with Dr. Theresa Tam, and it was very well received from the ministers right across and the territories and the province. So, Mr. Speaker, public safety, public health, they continue to be present, they continue to be engaged. Again, I don't control the media availability of individuals such as that.
Minister. The member for Memramcook Canterbury.
Mr. Speaker, what we're saying is that the public needs to hear directly from public health. What we're saying is that they are absent. We need leadership. Where is it? We need a press conference. When you add on RSV and influenza and COVID to the health human resources crisis we have, there just isn't extra capacity in the system right now. Hospitals across Canada are being overwhelmed by these 3 viruses. Pediatric units in particular are being strained, including here in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, where they are at or near capacity. We don't even know, as the minister just said, how many cases of RSV there are in New Brunswick because public health doesn't track it. So, what are public health's projections for hospitalizations from these viruses this winter? And what is public health's plan to protect the most vulnerable and ensure our hospitals aren't completely overwhelmed by the triple threat of RSV, COVID, and flu this winter? We need more than a report. We need a press conference.
Minister of Health.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, look, more than happy. I'm sure Dr. Legier will be out in the media in the not-too-distant future to alleviate some of the concerns of the members across the way. But there's no secret, Mr. Speaker. We know the triple threat has been headed our way, including various respiratory illnesses like RSV, influenza, typical flu-like system. And the whole system has changed, and that's why we are preparing. Mr. Speaker, we're preparing to make sure that we're recruiting, whether it's healthcare workers, internationally trained nurses, and I know we're adding seats that are along the way. The member opposite is wanting something now and immediate, but again, public health is engaged. I talked about the report. I talked about some of the other initiatives going forward. Message hasn't changed, Mr. Speaker. People need to take the precautions. They need to get vaccinated. They need to wear a mask if they want. They need to wash their hands. They need to cough into their sleeve if need be. So, Mr. Speaker, again, the message is clear. We're prepared. We're working forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, when we talk about addiction and mental health challenges, the best thing is always prevention. My colleague yesterday from Tragedy Child alluded to helping people on the back end. And all help is welcome over here. All help is always welcome. Mais encore une fois, c'est toujours la prévention qui est la meilleure chose. On parle de centre d'excellence en santé mentale. Le 32 millions qui est investi dans une prison qui va avoir lieu ici aurait certainement été en masse d'argent pour être capable de bâtir un centre d'excellence dans la région de Moncton, dans la santé mentale, où les besoins sont parmi les plus grands dans la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Alors, Monsieur le Président, il faut toujours penser à aider, parce qu'un coup, si on n'a pas l'aide au début, on plonge dans un désarroi quand ça vient à la santé mentale et l'addiction, et c'est très difficile de s'en sortir. Ma question, je veux aussi précis que possible. Quelles sont les initiatives qui sont faites pour diminuer les temps d'attente, pour que les personnes dans ces conditions cessent de souffrir? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Health.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, there's been a number of initiatives with when it comes to mental health and addictions, and again, just depending on which particular sector we're looking at, it varies. Whether you're a person living in the streets in one of the centres here in the cities that are suffering from mental health or addictions and have led to homelessness, there's a significant amount of work that's being done there. Whether you're a child or a youth or an adult, young adult looking for some help and assistance, significant amount of work done there. Whether it's presenting yourself to an emergency room where extra staff has been added, the availability of a one-time therapy that has helped many, many people. That's going on too. I announced $500,000 for Atlantic Wellness in the city of Moncton to help provide services to high school students free of charge. So again, they can get that mental health. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on, but we know the work isn't done completely. We continue to do that work.
Time, Minister. Accepted opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know this government loves to take money from the federal government for different programs and pad their surplus with that. We've seen it throughout the pandemic, and it continues today. Now they're going after the federal government for more health money when they've left $41 million in federal money for surgical backlogs in general revenues. Now, recently they indicated, well, we're allocating that. I want to know what new initiatives are on the table. We heard a little bit about a Bathurst clinic. They talked about $6.4 million for rural hospitals. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't about taking money from the federal government, putting it into their existing budget and taking their money out and padding their surplus. This is money that should be for new initiatives to make a difference for New Brunswickers. Where is this money, the federal money for surgical backlogs, being invested? What are the initiatives that is going to make a difference for New Brunswickers?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that's a great question. I'm very happy to speak on that because I was at the federal provincial territory meeting last week ago Tuesday, and Minister Duclos was there. And you're right, the premiers across the province, across Canada, have asked for a meeting with the Prime Minister, and that is to increase the Canadian health transfer. The contribution for the federal government has fallen to 22%. The premiers are asking for 35%, and I can assure the member opposite that all the money that comes from the feds for health in the province of New Brunswick will be spent. It will be spent, and we'll probably go over the budget that was given to us. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the members opposite right now are telling us that they will support a supplementary estimate for the health department here in the province of New Brunswick. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can say this now that the needs are great, and the commitment from this government to meet those needs has never been stronger. We'll continue to do the work. We'll continue to help the province of New Brunswick.
Thank you, Minister. Accepting opposition?
Speaker, I guess I look forward to getting the supplementary estimates and seeing where the $41 million has gone. But at the same time, I struggle with this government's approach to health care. On the one hand, they're hoarding huge surpluses, $408 million, $777 million, and now $774 million over the last 3 years, almost $2 billion. And they're saying, on one hand, money is not going to fix health care. Then on the other hand, they're going after the federal government for what, $500 million more when they could have made a difference over the last 3 years, but they've sat on their hands, and now they're pinning this on the federal government to give them the money to make a difference, Mr. Speaker. I want to know what their plan is with this federal money that they're going after. Do they have a plan? Will their budget increase from $3.2 billion to $3.7 billion, or are they just going to take that money and take their provincial dollars out of it? So I want to know what this government's plan is with new health transfer money from the federal government to make a true difference for New Brunswickers.
Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? I will answer the member opposite by saying we follow best practices. We absolutely spend the money where it's got to be spent. We make strategic spends along the way. Don't worry, we are taking care of it. The Minister of Health is absolutely in control of that situation. Now that I've answered that, and I have about 44 seconds left, I do want to bring up one other thing, Mr. Speaker, and that is a new article coming out in the Financial Post. The Fraser Institute, New Brunswick's Blaine Higgs, is Canada's most fiscally responsible premier. That's unbelievable. That's I still have 24 seconds, do I? Yeah, but how about this? Because of the Higgs government's restrained approach in spending, New Brunswick has the budget surpluses for 4 years running. All other provinces chose to borrow money and dive deeper into debt, except New Brunswick. Still 9 seconds. How about this? The Higgs government approach to government finances stands out amongst provinces. There are key lessons all premiers should learn from New Brunswick's.
The time for oral questions has expired.
People in the streets are very happy. People in the streets are very happy.
Order, please. Statements by ministers. The Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to talk about our government's commitment to supporting workers with international credentials. Recently, we announced a successful pilot service that matched 200 internationally trained nurses with New Brunswick employers since 2019. It would be extended to all regulated professions, including other health professionals. Mr. Speaker, we are eager to bring this success to other professions, particularly those in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, that means whether a newcomer is a physician, a nurse, a veterinarian, a social worker, a licensed practical nurse, or a profession in any other certified occupation, we now have help for them. This announcement also builds on the Fair Registration Practices in Regulated Professions Act, which came into law this spring. Mr. Speaker, newcomers are key to meeting our labour force demands, and I'm proud to be part of a government that understands the importance of providing clear and quick pathways into the labour force. If we want to continue to grow as a province, we must make New Brunswick as welcoming as possible and prevent newcomers from leaving simply because they cannot find work in their professions. Anyone struggling with their credentials recognized here in New Brunswick, I encourage them to contact one of our 19 working New Brunswick locations across the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Legislature Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While it's a good thing that I commend the minister for doing this work, obviously it's very important for our system to try to get trained people from anywhere coming into the province to actually help us deliver the services that are required. When it comes to training nurses here in New Brunswick, the minister gets a failing grade. Obviously, he chose to not work with our public institutions here in New Brunswick to train our nurses. What he decided to do is, you know what, we're going to send them to the States to get trained, and on top of that, we're going to give them money up front to go to this American institution, and then we're going to reward them after by removing the interest rate on their loans. While students here in New Brunswick get nothing. They've got to pay up front for their studies. They've got to do their 4 years, and they get rewarded afterwards on the back end. Now, we've questioned this minister time and time again, and he's done nothing. So if you want to get trained nurses here in New Brunswick, start here. Stop watching Fox News and start working for the people of New Brunswick.
The member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good that this pilot project was successful in matching internationally trained nurses with New Brunswick employers, but the framing of this statement by the minister suggests that somehow they've made progress in accelerating the recognition of credentials, which isn't really the substance of his statement, Mr. Speaker, because as we know, it's the professional associations that control the credential recognition in this province, the Nurses Association, associations of the physicians, and so on. And what I'd like to hear from the minister is how is negotiations going with those bodies about fast-tracking the recognition of international credentials for doctors and nurses and other health professionals that are so desperately needed in our province. That's what we need to hear from this minister, Mr. Speaker. Nice that the pilot project worked and that they're expanding it, but it's not going to solve the problem we've got with trying to attract nurses, doctors, and other health professionals in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of petitions. Answers to petitions and written questions. Presentation of committee reports. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. The member from Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on November the 24th, 2022, I shall move the following resolution seconded by the member for Amendment Cotentin-Mar, whereas many New Brunswickers are struggling with an escalating affordability crisis that has seen skyrocketing prices for essentials, including housing, groceries, heating oil, gone up again, and gasoline, whereas in the first 9 months of 2022, Imperial Oil, CNR, Cenovus, and Suncor posted combined profits of almost $30 million, triple their profits for the same period in 2021, whereas according to Bloomberg, Irving Oil CEO Arthur Irving's net worth has increased by $1.16 billion in 2022, whereas oil and gas companies are exponentially increasing their profits, the public is paying the price to fill their gas and oil heating tanks. Whereas in response to this crisis, other countries, including the United Kingdom and the European Union itself, have pursued levying taxes on windfall profits, while the United States is actually considering levying taxes on those windfall profits as well. Whereas in September, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on world leaders to tax fossil fuel companies that are, quote, feasting on hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies and windfall profits while household budgets shrink and our planet burns. Be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the Premier to call for the Prime Minister to initiate a windfall oil profit tax in Canada with revenues returned to Canadians who need the help the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party gives notice of motion for Thursday, November 24th. Notice of opposition members' business. Government motions for the ordering of the business of the House. The Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after routine business today, it's the intention of government to continue second readings on Bill 10, 15, 16, 17, and 18, right up into 2:30, at which time we'll move into opposition business for the week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Second reading. Resuming the adjourned debate on Bill 10. Floor is open. The member for Shediac-Beaubassin-Caparet.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Fier de me lever pour parler en deuxième lecture du projet de loi numéro 10, la loi de l'impôt sur le revenu du Nouveau-Brunswick. Après avoir lu le projet de loi puis d'écouter mes collègues parler du projet de loi, fier de me lever pour parler des inquiétudes que j'ai envers le projet de loi, Monsieur le Président. Parce que quand on donne des cadeaux, des crédits d'impôt aux mieux nantis de la province, à une classe sociale de 10 % pour essayer d'atténuer le défi fiscal ou d'inciter l'investissement de la part de cette classe. Je pense, monsieur, je dois me lever pour défendre les gens de la classe moyenne, les gens qui sont les moins nantis de la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement a choisi, à travers ce projet de loi, de bonifier, d'aider cette classe sociale de 10 % au détriment des 90 % de la population. Que ce projet de loi va certainement amener aucun bienfait à cette classe. On a choisi de ne pas vouloir investir dans nos aînés qui sont dans des situations où est-ce que leurs revenus sont fixes, que leurs pensions n'ont pas augmenté ou presque pas augmenté avec le coût de l'inflation. Ils se voient aussi, ces aînés, dans une situation où est-ce que, à partir du 1er janvier, beaucoup de propriétaires de logements n'ont pas le choix que d'augmenter les frais, les coûts de loyer, dû au fait que le coût d'inflation n'arrête pas d'augmenter et certainement le taux d'intérêt dans une situation précaire que la Banque du Canada essaie de nous avertir, mais certainement qui va être une grosse cause où est-ce que les gens, nos aînés, sont très inquiets à l'égard de où est-ce que leur loyer va être au mois de janvier. Hier, Monsieur le Président, beaucoup d'appels que j'ai reçus, même de ces aînés, même on regarde l'hiver commence à être avec nous, les gros froids. Le gouvernement se pète les bretelles qu'ils veulent annoncer des programmes d'efficacité énergétique pour aider à nos gens de la classe sociale moyenne, les gens qui ont 70 000 $ et moins. Ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Président, ne va pas les aider. Il va aider les mieux nantis du Nouveau-Brunswick. Une classe sociale que, selon moi, n'a pas besoin d'allègement fiscal. N'ont pas besoin d'allègement fiscal. C'est les gens de la classe de 90 %. Les gens, monsieur, madame, tout le monde, comme j'ai bien dit hier dans mon discours, dans un autre projet de loi. Les riches de la province du Nouveau-Brunswick n'ont pas besoin de ces incitatifs, de ce projet de loi où est-ce qu'il leur donne la chance d'avoir une diminution de leur impôt foncier. Monsieur le Président, comprenez-moi bien que selon les données qu'on reçoit de bonnes sources, ce projet de loi ici va coûter aux contribuables du Nouveau-Brunswick au-delà de 100 millions de dollars. 100 millions de dollars qui auraient pu mieux être investis dans la classe sociale des moins nantis, de la classe sociale ouvrière, des gens qui travaillent à tous les jours, à toutes les semaines pour contribuer dans l'essor du Nouveau-Brunswick. Quand je regarde aussi les jeunes, les nouveaux parents, vous savez, Monsieur le Président, moi aussi, je suis un grand-père, mais je garde à mon fils et ma filleule, puis mon petit-fils. C'est bien qu'ils ont investi dans les frais de garde d'enfants, mais il y a encore un besoin pour ces gens, les jeunes, en termes d'aider dans leur niveau de revenus additionnels. Il y a des coûts additionnels qui ont été imposés à ces jeunes familles, que ce soit au niveau de leurs hypothèques, que ce soit au niveau de l'essence, des frais à la pompe. Oui, aujourd'hui, on voit qu'il y a des diminutions, mais il n'y a aucune stabilité dans le prix de l'essence. Mais aussi au niveau des frais des coûts énergétiques. Les gens sont très inquiets avec l'aube de l'hiver qui est devant nous pour les prochains 6 mois. Ça va coûter cher aux gens du Nouveau-Brunswick et on n'a aucune stabilité et aucune sécurité. Donc, où est-ce que ça va aboutir? Quand je regarde aussi la classe sociale, les gens qui nous appellent, nous les députés, tous les députés ici, pour de l'aide en termes des loyers abordables. Pourquoi on n'a pas voulu investir dans ce 100 millions-là, dans aider à construire ou à améliorer avec les propriétaires pour donner une chance à ces gens de la classe sociale plus pauvre d'avoir des logements abordables? Beaucoup plus. Je sais que chez nous, il y a une demande accrue. Je le sais qu'il y a eu des chiffres qui sont à la hausse pour la demande de loyers abordables. On voit que le gouvernement se pète les bretelles vers des annonces, puis on en discute souvent. Ce gouvernement ici, Monsieur le Président, n'a pas de plan concret. Ils ont des annonces gauche à droite, mais aucun plan visionnaire vers l'avant pour aider tout le monde. Tous les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick qui ont bâti nos aînés, nos jeunes qui sont en train de payer, nos étudiants qui sont en train de contribuer dans l'éducation pour demain les leaders. C'est eux autres qui ont besoin de l'aide, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je suis très inquiète avec le projet de loi numéro 10, que ce projet de loi ici donne seulement une aide, un coup de pouce plus temporaire à une classe sociale les mieux nantis. Ils n'ont pas besoin d'avoir plus de crédit d'impôt, un genre de rabais sur leurs impôts fonciers, ou pas les impôts fonciers, mais leurs impôts personnels. La majorité de ces gens-là ont toutes des corporations. Ces argents-là, leurs salaires viennent tous des corporations. Ils se payent tous des dividendes. Les dividendes sont imposés à des différents taux de taxation, Monsieur le Président. Je veux juste aussi parler, qu'est-ce que ça représente pour ma circonscription en termes de ce projet de loi? J'oserais croire qu'il y a très peu de gens dans ma circonscription, même pas 10 % des gens, qui vont avoir un allègement fiscal avec le projet de loi. Je regarde aussi au niveau des gens qui vont acheter l'épicerie au marché. Ils se voient aujourd'hui de plus en plus d'aller vers les banques alimentaires. Quand on regarde nos nouveaux arrivants, ces gens-là ont besoin du travail. Le travail est certainement saisonnier, mais pendant la période creuse, ne peuvent pas fournir avec la manière que le coût de la vie augmente. When I also look at the homeless issue, government made a decision. We're not investing enough. We should be investing more in homelessness. We need to help the people who need the help on the streets. When we look at drug addiction, when we look at the needs of mental health that was discussed this morning, there needs to be more done. We need to be more open. There needs to be centers. We need to invest in resources. We also look at the recruitment and retention when we look at our staffing, especially when in my writing, in everybody across the province of New Brunswick, we still don't have a collective agreement with the teachers of this province, without a contract since February 2021. What's the problem? We have the means, we have the ways. Let's negotiate in good faith and come with an agreement so that our teachers feel that they're valued and wanted, and they'll be more efficient and more effective in the classroom. Quand je regarde aussi, Monsieur le Président, les subventions qu'on accorde pour le chauffage, et on dit aux gens que les factures d'énergie du Nouveau-Brunswick sont probablement à la hausse d'à peu près 8,9 %. Et on dit aux gens qu'il y a une panoplie de gens qui peuvent qualifier pour les nouvelles efficacités énergétiques. Pourquoi que le gouvernement n'a pas choisi de donner un allègement fiscal ou un allègement d'impôt foncier sur la TVH pour les gens qui sont dans la classe sociale moindre et qui n'ont pas la capacité? On aurait pu choisir de faire ça. Mais non, on a choisi de donner un allègement fiscal à la classe les mieux nantis, Monsieur le Président. Et j'en passe, Monsieur le Président. Je pourrais parler à vive émotion, mais aussi à vive idée. Tout ce que je veux vous dire, Monsieur le Président, c'est certain que lors de la période en comité, on aurait des questions sur le projet de loi numéro 10, mais il y a beaucoup de choses que nous laissent à désirer, spécialement dans les temps qu'on est devant nous, qu'on se demande pourquoi qu'on aide nos amis, les mieux nantis, la classe de 10 % comparé les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick, les 90 % qui ont besoin de l'aide. Ils ont besoin de l'aide. Le petit 400 $ ou le petit 500 $ additionnel fait une différence dans la vie de ces gens. Donc, sur ça, Monsieur le Président, je vais céder la parole à d'autres collègues. Puis, merci. Puis, certainement, pendant, comme je l'ai dit en comité, on aura des questions à poser au ministre et à ses fonctionnaires. Merci beaucoup.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to take the opportunity to rise and speak on this bill, the amendments to the Income Tax Act. I think I've had a long time to listen to my colleagues bring forth their comments on the issue here, and I think for me it boils down to is this government doing the right thing to help the most New Brunswickers get ahead during these trying times, and I call them trying times. It's the increased cost of living that New Brunswickers are facing, and it's been going on for a couple of years now. We saw last year huge increases in terms of the prices of food, gas, inflation, and then year over year again this year, similar increases. And New Brunswickers are facing difficult decisions. I've said it before during different opportunities to speak that they're facing difficult decisions, whether they buy necessities of life, if they can put food on the table or put gas in the car. Those are the types of difficult situations that New Brunswickers are facing. And does this legislation help those people? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's helping the most fortunate in the highest tax brackets. Those are the ones that are seeing benefits under this legislation, not the ones that need the most help. As I said, the cost of housing, rent, gas, groceries, everything on the rise. Inflation is sky high. Once again, individual New Brunswickers are facing difficult decisions in their personal finances. And as I said, year over year, we've seen a report released earlier this week on the Consumer Price Index from Statistics Canada showing inflation in New Brunswick increased again 6.9% year over year. And that report had said that Atlantic Canadians paid more for fuel and other for oil and other fuels than Canadians living in other provinces year over year. Again, with prices rising 51% in New Brunswick, it indicated that report. So this bill, they're amending the Income Tax Act. They say will help 200,000 New Brunswickers. They say that it will amount to $70 million in income tax cuts planned for New Brunswickers. But as I said, it actually does nothing for those that need it the most, that are facing difficult decisions right now. What those New Brunswickers need is upfront help to get them ahead through the winter. It's going to be a cold winter once again. We know people are living on the streets. We know electricity rates are due for a huge increase. The application is before the EUB. The cost of fuel is rising, and that's part of the reason why inflation is so high once again. And we've proposed different ways that we can address this, one of them being a cut to HST on the electricity bills for low-income New Brunswickers. That would be a real way to help New Brunswickers, those that need it at this time. There's also the Governor of the Bank of Canada who confirmed that low-income Canadians are the hardest hit by inflation and will be disproportionately impacted by the economic slowdown. And that's why it's very important for governments to bring forward immediate relief to mitigate the impact on our most vulnerable and low-income families. And during this session, we're up to 18 bills now that have been brought forward, and unfortunately, not one of them is there to help New Brunswickers with upfront costs to help them right now to deal with all those difficult decisions they're going to be making over rent, food, gas. Those are all important decisions that they are struggling with because they cannot afford to get ahead in these trying times. They're concerned with making ends meet in the coming weeks and winter months. Like I said, people on the streets, they're facing maybe at the end of the year huge rent increases when the rent cap expires. We're seeing 8,000 people on a wait list for housing. People are going to have to make difficult decisions, and those that are looking for housing, the occupancy rate, the availability is so low, and there's nothing for them out there, and it's going to be very difficult, Mr. Speaker. As I said, with respect to this legislation, there's data that's been provided. It's saying that at least 2/3 of the 200,000 people that this government says will benefit from this program, the $70 million, it's for the vast majority, 2/3 will get less than $310 that they are advertising. They're going to get less than that, 2/3 of them, and including 6,000 people on that. On these lists, that the data that's been crunched, 6,000 of those will get $9 or less, and those are the 6,000 that need the most help, and they're getting the least help, a $9 reduction in their income taxes. The tax rate reductions being proposed are structured to benefit no one who reports taxable income below $45,000, which in 2020 included about 400,000 of 610,000 New Brunswick tax filers. So that's 2/3 will get nothing at New Brunswickers. And of those who will qualify for some kind of tax cut, about 150,000 people or more than the 2/3 of those listed as benefiting. They reported income tax below $82,700, a level that would generate $310 benefits. So we're seeing it's not going to benefit very many people, Mr. Speaker. There's, like I said, 5,000 to 6,000 people earning just above 45,000 who will benefit from $9 or less. But on the other end of the spectrum, there's about 3,240 New Brunswick residents that have income above 250,000, and they will be seeing the largest tax cuts from this, Mr. Speaker. But $9 a year for those that need it the most. And that's why we're stressing this. I've heard the comments from my colleagues over the last week or so that we've been debating this bill, that protecting the poorest and most vulnerable people by providing them short-term solutions, those are simple ways that we can shield them from these exorbitant price increases. Like I suggested, we have a motion on the floor to cut the HST for low-income payers on electricity rates. That's real ways to help New Brunswickers. We've seen the huge surpluses that this government has shown over the last several years. I talked about it this morning, $408 million 2 years ago, $777 million last year, $774 million projected for this coming year. And that's, you know, when we look historically, normally they didn't show that huge projection at their quarterly updates, but then it ballooned, you know, when the audited financials came in. So what's to say that it's not going to balloon from what we're seeing right now, the projection? So all that to say, there's capacity to do things right now, not create new programs that will have to be recurring into the future. They could have come up with real ways to use one-time solutions to help people get through these trying times, Mr. Speaker. And so that's why we've been calling for this government to consider doing something that would provide more upfront help. You know, I've looked at different provinces, what they're doing. I've seen in Newfoundland and Labrador, they introduced a one-time home heating supplement for families heating their homes with furnace oil. There, families with a net household income under $100,000 will receive a one-time payment of $500. And while families with income of between $100,000 and $150,000, they'd get a partial payment between $200 and $500. So Newfoundland has announced a very comprehensive plan to deal with the cost of living, actually investing around $80 million this year, and on top of $142 million in previous cost of living measures that they had announced in their 2022 budget. So it's a far cry from what we're seeing in New Brunswick to help the less fortunate. That's what we've been stressing, the people that need it the most. And I mean, we talk about less fortunate, but we also talk about, you know, middle-class working New Brunswickers that are facing those same decisions, that are struggling to get ahead. And again, these types of measures are only going to benefit the richest New Brunswickers, Mr. Speaker. Like I talked about, they had a surplus projection of $774 million, but we're not seeing that geared towards helping New Brunswickers right now who need help. There's been no initiatives to help with increasing gas prices, no initiatives to help low-income families with increased cost of groceries, no investments to increase supply of daycare spaces. Now, that's another issue that we're going to be seeing come forward, the daycare space issue. But I want to come back to you know, initiatives to help low-income families. They did have the food and fuel benefit. It was very restrictive. It gave some money to recipients on social assistance or different programs. But that should be expanded. It should be the eligibility criteria expanded and give more to more New Brunswickers who are in need at this time, Mr. Speaker. And I would just say, I've heard it from a number of my colleagues, that this government has just displayed a lack of creativity and empathy towards New Brunswickers to come up with solutions to help. And instead, they're bringing in these income tax cuts that are only going to go towards helping those, you know, top-level New Brunswickers earning the most money. And that's not who needs help right now dealing with the cost of living that we're facing. So, Mr. Speaker, I could go on. You know, I've heard from a number of my colleagues. I think I'll leave it at that for today, but I wanted to add my voice to this, that we feel that this government needs to do more with upfront help to help New Brunswickers get through these trying times that we're facing with the increased cost of living. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Campbellton-Dalhousie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to add my voice as well. We've had quite a few colleagues speak on this bill, and it's an important bill because it shows the philosophy of this government and what they're planning on doing. Basically, it tells us this government is not interested in helping the vulnerable. They've got income tax cuts that they've put forth, and basically who are going to benefit the most are the rich. Basically, that's what it is. If they look at it, there's about $100 million there going to the upper brackets that are going to cut taxes. People are making $250,000 and more in salary will get the most benefit from this bill, and those that are on the lower end, the most they can expect is about maybe $9, and some even less. So it just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. And we all know that history has said that society will be judged by how you take care of your vulnerable people. And in this case, it's very upsetting to see that this government, who's declared surplus after surplus after surplus, by accident, most of it, not good planning, and they think that the Fraser Institute is their barometer. They should check who's on the board of directors of Fraser Institute, maybe, and see how transparent that and who contributes to that. I think you might find some big organizations in this province that contribute to that are related to what's going on here. So, but you can't find out because Fraser's not very transparent, and nor is this government. Now, we've been accused, on a été accusés, Monsieur le Président, un nombre de fois de critiquer, pas de solution, donne-nous des solutions. So, je vais faire ça aujourd'hui un petit peu plus. I want to give some solutions, because that's what the government has been asking us for. Every time we get up and talk about a program and say, well, what would you do? What are some ideas that you have? Well, I have a few that I've jotted down, and one of them is the home heating fuel. And they should take off the HST on the home heating fuel. That will help everyone. You know, if there's a criteria that maybe anyone under 50,000, okay, we'll take it off, or this, that. But there's no reason why they shouldn't look at the home heating fuel. Diesel fuel, the truckers, people who work in agriculture, people who work in fisheries, they depend on that diesel fuel. If prices go up on their commodities because of the high prices of diesel fuel. There's no reason why we're paying those prices there now. I'm surprised that we haven't heard more from truckers, and I'm surprised that they haven't made a bigger fuss. I know in my riding, we've been asking this government for more moose fencing along Highway 11 from Campbellton to Baldoon. We've had people die in those incidents. We've had major accidents, and quite often we're traveling to get health services at night. Ambulance travels at night. The hospital works 24 hours a day, so we can't help but travel at night, not as the Premier once told us that you shouldn't travel at night then if there's a lot of moose on the highway. Well, we have no choice, and I don't think that's a very logical solution to the moose issue up in our area. The federal government gave this government here to improve ventilation in schools, and I'm just wondering how much money actually went to the schools and how much ventilation, and it'd be interesting to know how much improvements they made in the ventilation in our schools. They would have received $39.8 million to improve ventilation. I have a school in my area, 2 or 3 schools actually, one but particularly 100 years old this year. 100 years old. Ventilation is poor. I have another school that I was a principal of, and these are elementary and K-8 schools, and we have another school there, no gymnasium. They use the cafeteria for a gymnasium. The ventilation is antique. There's no ventilation, and we talk about all these health issues that have been identified as important, and we were promised a new school, the K-8 school, Anglophone school, and that was put on hold by this government. And I'm asking again that this government should make that a priority. There's nothing wrong with all these surpluses. They can't say that they don't have the money. They just announced a new school for Macadam, and, you know, how did that happen overnight? You know, and they're not announcing any other schools? So I'm a little disturbed with the way they treat. And I heard the Premier say earlier this week that everyone is treated equally across the province. Everyone is treated equally across the province. Well, the people from my riding don't think so. And I would hope that the government would prove me wrong or prove my people wrong, but right there now there are some major issues with that. We talked about the breakfast program. They had the throne speech, and they said they bragged about $500,000 they were putting into the food breakfast program, the food depots, and that was it was adding I think another 100 schools to the list, and that's good. But the $500,000 came from somewhere in the education department, shifted over. Not new money, didn't use any of the surplus. It's not new money, so something shifted over there that didn't get the $500,000. Plus, did any of my schools get it in my riding? Not one. Did anyone in Madawaska Centre, anyone in that area? None. Down the Acadian Coast? None. Nothing up north. Well, we eat, our students eat, and we have breakfast programs. We didn't get 1 cent out of that $500,000. Is that treating everyone equally? And there's no reason why they couldn't have doubled that and put $1 million out there. We have breakfast programs throughout the province. Every school should be, the teachers shouldn't be out there, and educational assistants fundraising and parents fundraising to have breakfast programs at schools. That's where the government has to show its true colors. The shelters for abused women, they're underfunded right there now, and they're in fundraising modes as well. They're spending their time fundraising when they should be spending their time with their clients, with people who need the help. The I-Connect program, the government decided, well, the students don't need it. Well, it was a good program. It allowed students that could not afford to go to school, go to post-secondary education. It allowed them to benefit from that program. And what did they do? They cut it, but it's no problem. What did they replace it with? Nothing. Nothing. And the students have been asking for some improvements in there, for making university and post-secondary school more affordable, and the government has not come clean with any extra funding for them. We talked about practicums. The students have been asking for that. Quite often they go away from university for their practicum and les stages. Ils n'ont pas fourni d'argent pour ça non plus. Puis ils devraient regarder ça. Je veux dire, c'est un problème de chaque université, chaque collège communautaire. Il y a beaucoup de stages dans leur programme. Ils sont en faveur de l'exploration, l'expérience pour les étudiants et dans le champ de travail. Et ils devraient regarder si c'est possible de payer les stages, les dépenses, au moins les dépenses pour les étudiants. Ça, c'est très important. I would also like to mention the classroom competition, classroom composition, I guess. We talked about immersion earlier in the week, I guess, and one of the things that was mentioned in this House was that classroom composition was an issue in the classrooms, and they seemed to indicate it was immersion's fault. No, it isn't. It's a lack of resources. It's a lack of resources. I can go back to my experience as a principal when we had classroom composition. Issues. The NBTA came out with a program to help schools at classroom composition. It was only $500,000, I believe, at that time. But why not for the government to take some of this surplus and some of this $100 million that they want to give to the rich, give a $1 million lump sum to the NBTA, $1 million pour RFNB, give them the authority to use that funding to help classroom composition. I know I used it in my school once, and it helped. It made a big difference. And classroom composition is not an issue that's every school has it. It fluctuates from year to year, depending on the populations of your schools and your students. So there's a good example of how we could help the classroom composition. And also the new French program that I want to bring it in, but don't cut out the immersion program. You're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. This program has worked. It's shown that it's worked. All the experts, and I'm not an expert in French immersion. I don't know if the government has any experts over there, but they seem to know everything and just ready to go. Who's the experts that want to do that? If you talk about linguists, anyone that's an expert, they say French immersion is the best way to learn French. And even the commissioners that did the study, that presented the report, say the same thing. The new Deputy Minister of Education, Mr. McLaughlin, he's a long-time educator, and he would know that. In fact, he was part of that report. He was co-chair of that report, and he believes in French immersion. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop here and just say that again. Society Our society will be judged on how we treat our vulnerable people. This government will be judged by that. And history will be your judge, and it won't be nice and kind, I'm sure. Thank you.
Deputy to Edmonton, Madawaska-Son.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens à féliciter et remercier mon collègue de Campbellton-Dalhousie pour son intervention. Il a soulevé de très bons points. Puis j'aurai la chance, au cours de mon intervention, de aussi soulever des points que je pense que le gouvernement devrait réfléchir. Ils veulent avoir des options, des idées. Le problème, Monsieur le Président, c'est qu'on a beau leur donner des options et des idées, puis je vous le dis, je vais en faire tout à l'heure. Le problème, c'est qu'ils ne les mettent pas en application. Donc, on a beau leur suggérer de très bonnes idées, et puis rarement l'opposition officielle a été très demandante. Mais le gouvernement est campé sur ses positions et n'a aucun désir de vouloir permettre aux idées des autres de pouvoir améliorer des projets de loi. Mais dans ce cas ici, Monsieur le Président, lorsqu'on parle de l'impôt sur le revenu des particuliers, ça fait quand même tout au long de cette année 2022 que nous demandons au gouvernement de faire des efforts pour pouvoir aider les citoyens avec toute la question du coût de la vie et l'augmentation du coût de la vie, que ce soit au niveau du logement, que ce soit au niveau de l'épicerie, que ce soit au niveau de l'essence, et j'en passe, Monsieur le Président. Et pourtant, on est encore là à attendre. Ce que je suis en train de voir, c'est que le gouvernement arrive avec un projet de loi sur une réduction de l'impôt sur le revenu des particuliers. Et il va dire, oui, mais on a fait quelque chose. On a diminué le pourcentage d'impôts que les particuliers devront payer. Donc, on a fait notre part pour aider les gens par rapport au coût de la vie. Mais, Monsieur le Président, le projet de loi en question, c'est pour l'année 2023. Ça veut dire que c'est pour le rapport d'impôt de avril 2024. Ça aide aucunement les gens à court terme. Comme on dit en bon français, c'est zéro pin bar. C'est encore moins qu'une scène noire, Monsieur le Président. C'est encore moins que zéro scène. Zéro pin bar. C'est ça la réalité de l'intention du gouvernement. Donc, ils n'ont aucune intention à court terme d'aider les gens. Donc, j'espère qu'ils vont arrêter de faire croire à la population que c'est pour leur donner un coup de main à passer à travers l'augmentation du coût de la vie. Puis, plus loin, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente, c'est qu'il faut voir qui seront ceux et celles qui vont le plus en bénéficier. Parce que quand on se souviendra, puis ça, je vais en revenir là-dessus, mais j'ai soulevé un point tantôt concernant l'essence. On sait, là, le gouvernement peut dire, oui, mais avez-vous vu la diminution? Certainement pas à cause du gouvernement, la diminution qu'on a vue au cours des derniers jours. Mais on se souviendra, Madame la Présidente, que plusieurs mois passés, l'opposition officielle avait demandé au premier ministre d'éliminer pour une période de temps la portion provinciale de la taxe sur l'essence. Le premier ministre se lève en chambre et dit il faut faire des calculs, on ne sait pas trop combien d'argent que ça pourrait générer de plus au gouvernement provincial, de quelle façon qu'on serait capable de pouvoir aider les gens. Madame la Présidente, on est plus de 6 mois plus tard et puis on est en train encore d'attendre que le premier ministre finisse de faire le calcul, à savoir c'est quoi le montant? C'est quoi le montant de la taxe provinciale que le gouvernement aurait pu ou pourrait permettre comme assouplissement aux gens du Nouveau-Brunswick? On est encore en train d'attendre après ça. Mais malgré ça, le premier ministre est là et dit, bien aussi, il faut faire attention aux finances. Il faut être certain de ne pas affecter négativement les finances publiques et affecter le futur. Vous savez, Madame la Présidente, si je me souviens bien, puis je vais aller de mémoire, lorsque le gouvernement conservateur a présenté le budget au mois de mars 2022, pour l'année 2022-2023, il avait prévu un surplus de 35 millions. Là, dans ce temps-là, le premier ministre pourrait dire qu'il faut faire attention, 35 millions, c'est tellement vite dépensé. Je peux voir des conservateurs arriver et dire, écoutez, 35 millions, on n'est même pas sûr que c'est ça qui va arriver. Qu'est-ce qui est arrivé, Madame la Présidente, la semaine dernière? Encore là, j'ai fait de mémoire, puis vous me corrigerez si j'ai tort, mais là, tout d'un coup, le gouvernement est rendu avec un surplus de 774 millions. Donc, on part de 35 millions au mois de mars, puis on est rendu au mois de novembre, puis c'était pour le mois d'octobre, 774 millions. Un dur d'erreur de calcul. Un dur d'erreur de calcul. Donc, je peux comprendre que le premier ministre continue à calculer, à savoir s'il peut se permettre de réduire la portion provinciale de la taxe sur l'essence, parce qu'il doit encore se demander, bien, on avait dit 35 millions, on est rendu à 774 millions, probablement par la fin de l'année fiscale, on va peut-être être au milliard. Donc, il doit se dire, bien, moins qu'on en donne aux citoyens, mieux que c'est. C'est ça que ça me donne comme impression. Mais aussi, Madame la Présidente, c'est de regarder à qui ça bénéficie, cette réduction d'impôts que le gouvernement conservateur veut faire pour avril 2024, le rapport d'impôt d'avril 2024. Bien, lorsqu'on regarde, Madame la Présidente, ceux qui gagnent 40 000 $ et moins, bien, c'est zéro. Zéro. Niet. Aucune aide financière, aucune économie sur l'impôt sur le revenu des citoyens gagnant 40 000 $ et moins. Mais par contre, Madame la Présidente, on prend les chiffres, quelqu'un qui gagne 500 000 $ par année. Ah, il y a des gens qui pourraient dire, oui, mais qui gagne 500 000 $ par année au Nouveau-Brunswick? Mais Madame la Présidente, il y en a. Il y en a, puis eux, selon les chiffres qui ont sorti, eux vont faire une économie de 3 704 $. Donc, c'est à se poser la question, est-ce que la personne qui gagne 500 000 $ dans une année a besoin, d'en plus, qu'on leur retourne de l'impôt pour 3 704 $ de plus qu'ils auront payé au cours de l'année? Il faut se poser des questions où est la priorité des conservateurs. C'est certainement pas pour aider les plus petits. C'est certainement pour aider les plus riches. C'est ça, les conservateurs, Madame la Présidente. Moi, mon père me l'a toujours dit. Les gens chez nous me l'ont toujours dit. Avec les conservateurs, on crève. Avec les libéraux, on vit mieux. Mais c'est ça la preuve. Parce que les conservateurs vont prendre 40 000 $, ceux qui gagnent moins de 40 000, puis ils ne vont rien leur donner. Puis les autres qui gagnent moins de 50 000, bon, ça va être un maigre 42 $. Rappelez-vous, Madame la Présidente, ceux qui vont gagner 500 000 $ et plus, eux, ce n'est pas 42 qu'ils vont recevoir, c'est 3 704. Donc, c'est quand même terrible, la marge entre les deux. Donc, on peut voir quelles sont les intentions du gouvernement conservateur. Mais je ne veux quand même pas m'éterniser, parce que je pense qu'on a quand même livré le message et notre position par rapport à ce projet de loi-là. Mais tantôt, j'ai mentionné, Madame la Présidente, on va arriver avec des solutions, des idées. Et puis, j'avais dit que j'allais le faire, mais je vais le dire. Comme d'autres, ils l'ont probablement déjà pensé aussi, ils l'ont peut-être déjà effleuré. Mais le montant de base, Madame la Présidente, le montant de base, qui est le premier montant que les citoyens de la province n'ont pas besoin de payer en impôts. Si je ne me trompe pas, au Nouveau-Brunswick, c'est d'environ 11 720 $. Donc, pour les premiers 11 720 $, les citoyens n'ont pas besoin de payer d'impôt provincial sur cette somme-là. Mais lorsqu'on regarde au niveau fédéral, si je ne me trompe pas encore une fois, le montant de base est de 14 398. Donc, si le gouvernement voulait aider les gens tout le monde, en fin de compte, oui, ça l'aurait aidé les riches que les conservateurs veulent aider. C'est certain que ça l'aurait aidé à eux aussi. Mais ça leur aurait permis, en mettant le montant de base égal à celui du fédéral, ça leur aurait fait en sorte qu'au lieu que les premiers 11 720 $ soient imposables, ça serait les premiers 14 398 ne seraient pas imposables. Donc, pourquoi le gouvernement conservateur n'est pas arrivé avec cette idée-là à l'intérieur de son projet de loi? Là, c'est certain qu'il aurait fait bénéficier l'ensemble de la population du Nouveau-Brunswick et ceux et celles qui en ont le plus de besoin. Deuxième élément, Madame la Présidente, pourquoi que les conservateurs ne sont pas arrivés avec le concept et l'idée? Écoutez, on voit les chiffres, on voit les surplus qu'on fait, on a de la difficulté à calculer des budgets correctement, on se trompe d'une coupelle de centaines, des fois de 3/4 de millions dans nos budgets, mais c'est pas grave, mais un des moyens, Madame la Présidente, ça aurait été au moins pour les conservateurs d'arriver, en plus de la portion sur la taxe sur l'essence que j'ai mentionnée plus tôt, ça aurait été de dire que ça va s'appliquer en 2022. Tout de moins, lorsque les gens qui vont faire le rapport au mois d'avril 2023 pour l'année d'imposition 2022 pourraient bénéficier plus rapidement. Là, il faut attendre 1 an et demi, Madame la Présidente, avant d'espérer d'avoir une scène, puis il va falloir qu'on soit riche pour avoir une scène. Donc là-dessus, Madame la Présidente, je vais terminer, mais certainement qu'il y aura d'autres questions lorsque nous serons en comité, et j'espère que le ministre des Finances sera en mesure de répondre correctement et adéquatement à nos questions, et pas juste d'essayer d'arriver avec de la rhétorique. Il voulait des solutions. Mes collègues ici de ce côté de la Chambre sont arrivés avec des solutions. À cette heure, c'est au gouvernement, la balle est dans leur camp, de s'assurer de faire qu'est-ce qui est la meilleure des choses pour aider les citoyens aujourd'hui avec toute la question du coût de la vie et de l'augmentation des coûts d'à peu près tout dans notre province et en plus avec l'hiver qui arrive. Donc, merci, Madame la Présidente, et puis on aura la chance de continuer à un autre moment donné sur le projet de loi. Merci.
Once I read the title, we'll go. So once I read the title, we've got to recognize him. He'll say it goes with economic policy, and then we'll read that part.
I'm not going to do it. Is it the pleasure of the House?
Yeah. Just give me a whole thing.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 10 be now read a second time? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Sergeant of Arms, secure the doors. Ring the bells. Sorry, ring the bells.
Sergeant, secure the doors. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Holder. Mr. Higgs. Mr. Steves. Ms. Shepherd. Mr. Fitch. Mr. Holland. Mr. Savoy, Band Member Negawak. Ms. Scott Wallace. Ms. Green. Mr. Crossman. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Hogan. Mr. Austin. Mr. Turner. Ms. Wilson, Moncton Southwest. Ms. Wilson, Moncton Lake and Fredericton. Mr. Cullens. Ms. Anderson Mason. Mr. Wetmore. Mr. Ames. Mr. Dawson. Ms. Bacchus. Ms. Conroy.
All those opposed, please rise.
Arsenal, Campbellton, Dalhousie. Mr. Gauvin. Cassé. Madame Thériault. Mr. Chechon, Chacry Charlotte. Mr. Chechon, Victoria Lavallee. Mr. Koo. Ms. Bitten. Mr. Guital. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Lepage. Mr. Mallet. Mr. Demore. Madame Landry. Mr. Landry. Oh, Mr. Arsenault and Mr. Nelson Landry. Kedno.
Jacques, I thought you could.
Arsenault, Kedno, Landry.
I thought you'd be with us, buddy. The conscience is clear. I'm with the people. Oh, yeah. Until you're in power. I think we should vote on more, sir. Now.
Mr. Speaker, total yeas pour 23, 23. Total nays contre 17, 17.
Total yeas, 23. Total nays, 17. I declare the motion carried.
An act amending the New Brunswick Income Tax Act.
Minister, Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Mr. Speaker, just real quick, I was remiss when I was going through our agenda for routine business when I forgot to say that any bill that received second reading today would be referred to the Committee on Economic Policy.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 10 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy. Resuming the adjourned debate on Bill number 15. I think we'll break for lunch.
That's the best.
See you at 1.
We're not debating that one.
No, okay. Good. Good afternoon. Pray be seated. Resuming the debate on Bill number 15, second reading. Do we have any speakers? No? Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 15 be now read a second time? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting petroleum products pricing.
Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 15 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill 16.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 16 be now read a second time? Speakers? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Oh. The member for Shediac-Beaubasson-Capelet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un privilège de me lever toujours pour me lever en chambre pour parler des projets de loi, un projet de loi qui me tient à cœur, la gouvernance locale. Je veux juste réitérer que ce projet de loi, c'est certain qu'a amené d'autres gros changements. Je pense que c'est depuis 2020, c'est plusieurs projets de loi. Je pense que celui-ci, c'est un autre projet qui ajoute. Je pense que, à première vue d'œil, il y a beaucoup de changements d'ordre de maison, des changements. Il y a des changements dans le projet de loi en termes de technicalités administratives, comme que je veux bien dire. Et puis, c'est certain que lors qu'on soit en comité, j'aurai des questions ajoutées à ce projet de loi en termes des échéanciers et autres choses. So, Mr. Speaker, just want to reiterate, like the local governance reform has come under widespread criticism, and deservedly so. There's been some good and there's been some bad, but mainly, I think, where government's dropped the ball is on communication, in trying to be partners and good, kind partners in helping in the financial piece of the total reform. I think it was long overdue. So this heavy-handed reform, Mr. Speaker, was forced upon communities, as you know, and they were not always able to play a role in deciding their own budgets. People are so disenchanted with the minister's reform that fact is that it has been taken away from local decision makers and that they are not interested in serving on local government councils. Perhaps that is what the minister was hoping to do so far, and he could then handpick his appointees from amongst his friends and inner circle. It's an affront to democracy, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the minister will adjust this, and I hope that in the bill that he's making adjustments to that. The reason for the minister has been bringing these bills back to the House on his misguided local government reform. He's brought these, I think this is the third or the fourth time he's brought some adjustments to the reform. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, this is pretty significant. I think there's like over 20 pages, close to 20 pages, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, there's a lot of whereas and technical things and changes. Should have done this the first time to get it right, and so that we don't have to always come back and with a new bill or an adjustment on the bill, because it creates a perception that the government and the minister is basically going on the seat of his pants. So I think during committee, I'll definitely be asking questions, but I hope that we get it right once and for all, and then as we can move forward in a calmly manner, because the fact is, Mr. Speaker, is that January 1st, and November 28th, within a few weeks, there'll be new municipal councils voted in. And, you know, these new regional service commissions also will be you know, newly elected and newly formed. And so they need guidance, and they need help. So as they move forward in democracy, because These new councils, they serve the same people we serve, but they serve at a local level, and they're very close to those local constituents. And those people need transparency and accountability to be at its best. So, in closing in my comments, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that I hope that this is one of the last times that we see changes to the reform on municipal local governance. So, having said that, at the committee, when we go to committee work, I'll be asking questions on details with the bill. So, having said that, I'll leave it to my colleagues. Thank you.
The député de Kent Nord.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je trouve ça curieux quand même que le gouvernement ne se lève pas en deuxième lecture du projet de loi. Il y a ici des changements proposés à la loi concernant la réforme de la gouvernance locale. On le sait que quand que Chance égale pour tous avait été présenté à l'époque, il y avait des importants changements. Le ministre a essayé de faire des liens entre cette loi-là à l'époque et celle-ci comme étant quelque chose qui allait transformer la société. Mais définitivement, ce qu'on n'a pas vu, on voit que le gouvernement revient à la charge avec des changements souvent. Puis on peut comprendre qu'un changement de loi de l'ampleur de celle-ci, on peut découvrir des erreurs à mesure qu'on y va. Mais ce qu'on n'a pas vu, c'est un réel envie du gouvernement de travailler avec avec l'opposition pour assurer que la loi soit la meilleure possible. On a vécu pendant la réforme, et on vit encore, beaucoup de problèmes qu'on entend sur le terrain. On entend des gros problèmes au niveau de la mise en œuvre, au niveau des budgets, au niveau aussi de la représentation des gens. Je pense, entre autres, il n'y a pas si longtemps, au niveau des districts, ou pas, c'est plus les districts, c'est les... excusez, là, j'ai un blanc de mémoire, là, ouais, c'est ça, les districts ruraux, au lieu des districts de services locaux, c'est devenu des districts ruraux. On a vu qu'il n'y a pas eu beaucoup d'intérêt. Il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de gens qui se sont présentés sur ces comités-là. Puis, Monsieur le Président, il y a juste une raison qui peut mener à cela. C'est un désintérêt. Un désintérêt pour la formule qu'utilise le gouvernement, un désintérêt pour les formules de financement, un désintérêt pour les responsabilités dont ils auront, un désintérêt pour les décisions qu'il y aura à prendre. Et au lieu de vouloir régler ce problème-là, le gouvernement utilise encore une fois la voie facile, mais la mauvaise voie de dire on va nommer des gens, au lieu de regarder à son implantation et dire qu'est-ce qu'on a fait de mal. J'ai quelques hypothèses, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'on pourrait parler, entre autres, d'une stratégie de communication tout à fait ratée de la part du gouvernement. On peut aussi parler de la volonté réelle du gouvernement de consulter, mais écouter la population au travers de cette réforme-là. Au lieu, ce qu'on entend sur le terrain, c'est souvent un ministre qui allait, qui disait « Inquiétez-vous pas, inquiétez-vous pas, inquiétez-vous pas, on s'en occupe ». Ça, c'est pas de l'écoute. Ça, c'est pas de la concertation, tu vois. On consulte, mais on a déjà notre idée de fait. Ça, c'est pas c'est pas un processus honnête, Monsieur le Président. Je dis pas que les gens n'étaient pas honnêtes, parce que ça serait, on est tous honorables et donc ça serait antiparlementaire, mais le processus manquait d'honnêteté, Monsieur le Président, dans sa réelle volonté de concerter avec les populations locales afin de trouver des solutions. Donc, on arrive avec des changements. Il y a des changements qu'on ne comprend pas tout à fait. C'est certain qu'au niveau du comité, il va y avoir beaucoup de questions. On parle ici de supprimer l'exigence relative aux énoncés de politique sur le zonage inclusif. On comprend que le zonage inclusif, c'est une façon de faire qui est extrêmement importante. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on supprime ça? C'est à la demande de qui? Quelles sont les raisons derrière? Est-ce que, encore une fois, on élimine quelque chose qu'on juge difficile à atteindre au lieu de régler le problème de pourquoi est-ce que c'est si difficile que ça? C'est quoi les barrières? Est-ce qu'on peut enlever les barrières pour avoir un véritable zonage inclusif dans nos communautés? Le ministre propose aussi ici de clarifier le rôle lié à l'aménagement routier dans les limites d'un gouvernement local dans les anciens DSL. À titre d'exemple, l'aménagement de lotissement devra être approuvé par le ministère des Transports et de l'Infrastructure si celui-ci continue d'être responsable pour les routes. Je peux comprendre le bien fondé, mais on apprend aussi par l'entremise des médias que dans le fond, c'est des promesses de ministres qui font en sorte qu'on peut développer ou non. Ça, c'est comme qu'on dit par chez nous, c'est-tu vraiment les bottines qui suivent les babines à ce niveau-là? Est-ce qu'on est en train de, encore une fois, outrepasser des plans d'aménagement qui sont locaux, la population locale? Est-ce qu'on respecte des normes? On a vu dans les médias il n'y a pas longtemps, au grand dépourvu, je pense, de plusieurs, le ministre qui faisait pression sur une ville qui a des énormes problèmes d'étalement urbain. Moncton. Moncton, Monsieur le Président, j'ai étudié à Moncton. Moncton est une ville qui est très près de mon cœur. Moncton est une ville que j'aime énormément. La culture foisonnante de Moncton a grandement marqué la personne que je suis. Veut ou veut pas, quand on étudie, quand on habite une ville, c'est certain que ça va marquer, même si je me considère une personne extrêmement rurale. Moncton a fait partie quand même de mon parcours. Et lorsque j'ai étudié à l'Université de Moncton, en géographie, ma majeure était en géographie, on n'avait pas besoin d'aller très loin parce que dans des études de partout en Amérique du Nord, on utilise Moncton comme un exemple négatif d'étalement urbain. C'est une ville qui a pris très longtemps à adopter un plan d'aménagement, un plan de développement, un plan au niveau du centre-ville. Et donc, c'est une ville qui a beaucoup d'étalement urbain. En fait, c'est utilisé dans plusieurs livres d'aménagement du territoire comme étant l'exemple à ne pas suivre. Probablement parce que c'est des ministres qui manquent de connaissances en aménagement du territoire, qui prennent des décisions, comme qu'on a vu dans les journaux, Monsieur le Président. Ce genre de décision-là, qui est purement politique, qui ne suit aucune recommandation, qui ne suit aucune logique, c'est exactement ça qu'on voudrait éviter dans une réforme de la gouvernance locale. Fait que moi, j'ai des problèmes quand un ministre quand ses bottines ne suivent pas ses babines. Hein, il nous présente une réforme, il dit c'est pour créer des communautés dynamiques, viables, mais en même temps, on attaque la viabilité d'un endroit juste parce qu'il y a un développeur qui veut développer une zone qui n'est pas inclus dans la vision de cette communauté locale-là. Fait que ça soulève, Monsieur le Président, des questions. Il y a d'autres changements au niveau de la Commission de services régionaux, Fondy. Qu'il va falloir aller beaucoup plus creux pour essayer de comprendre pourquoi on fait ces changements-là. Qu'est-ce qu'on essaie de régler? Pourquoi est-ce que cela est la solution? Qui a été consulté pendant le processus? Avec qui on a parlé? Puis je dois quand même admettre, bien que je peux comprendre une certaine urgence de vouloir régler certains problèmes avant le 1er janvier 2023, où ces nouvelles entités-là vont devenir officielles. Je trouve toujours ça quand même inquiétant qu'on fasse des changements comme ça en pleine campagne électorale municipale. Quand les gens se présentent, je pense qu'ils devraient au moins savoir avec quoi ils vont devoir travailler, avec qu'est-ce qu'ils devront défendre comme modèle, qu'est-ce qu'ils devront avoir comme ressources. On a vu ce problème-là au niveau du budget. Les nominations étaient ouvertes et on n'avait pas encore terminé les débats autour du budget ici en Chambre, Monsieur le Président. Fait que c'est encore un gouvernement qui peine à nous offrir, dans le fond, à nous livrer la marchandise. C'est un gouvernement qui prenne des décisions sur le champ, sans beaucoup de réflexion. Des fois, j'ai l'impression, en fait, c'est un gouvernement qui ne prend même pas de notes. Fait qu'on ne sait même pas où ce que ces décisions-là viennent de. Puis je suis un peu consterné par le fait que le gouvernement ne se lève même pas aujourd'hui pour parler en deuxième lecture sur son propre projet de loi. J'espère que quelqu'un va se lever, mais le fait qu'on ne s'est pas levé lorsque c'était le temps, c'est quand même inquiétant. Pardon? On est trop rapide, supposément qu'on est trop rapide. Il me semble que à 13 heures, on devait être ici, hein, on devait être à sa place, on devait être prêt à parler, à prendre la parole. Fait que cela étant dit, j'espère que quelqu'un va se lever pour parler, mais c'est quand même, je pense que ça démontre encore une fois d'autres problèmes que ce gouvernement-là peut avoir de sa façon de faire les choses, Monsieur le Président. Cela étant dit, c'est un projet de loi qui est quand même assez lourd. C'est un projet de loi, je pense, qui va se prêter bien au comité. Je ne pense pas que c'est un projet de loi qui va passer rapidement en comité. Fait que j'espère qu'on va y donner beaucoup de temps en comité pour vraiment mieux comprendre les changements. Mais je vais dire, puis je l'ai déjà dit avant en Chambre, on avait le potentiel, avec la réforme sur la gouvernance locale, de faire quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Mais la mise en œuvre de cette réforme-là a été bâclée, Monsieur le Président. Et finalement, le résultat c'est quelque chose de bof. On va avoir des structures à travailler avec, mais je pense qu'on va avoir un grand travail en tant que législateur de cette province de réparer les erreurs et la mise en œuvre bâclée de cette réforme ici. Puis je dis ça, Monsieur le Président, avec une certaine tristesse, parce que je vous le dis sincèrement, je l'ai dit depuis le début, je pense qu'on avait la chance de faire quelque chose d'extraordinaire avec cette réforme-là. Mais on ne voit rien d'extraordinaire avec le résultat. Je l'ai dit dans les médias, je n'ai pas de trouble à le répéter ici. Je pense que si on se respectait comme Assemblée législative, on mettrait sur place un comité pour entendre les acteurs de la réforme. Puis je dis ça de façon constructive. Je dis ça de façon constructive, Monsieur le Président. Je sais que le gouvernement n'aime pas les comités publics, n'aime pas beaucoup le concept de la redevabilité. Mais je pense qu'il serait important de regarder pourquoi il n'y a pas eu autant d'intérêt qu'on aurait pu avoir. Pourquoi il y a des postes vacants? Pourquoi il y a très peu de gens qui se sentent interpellés d'aller voter lors des élections municipales? Je pense que ça va être un chiffre, le taux de participation va être un chiffre qui va beaucoup refléter la mise en œuvre de la réforme. Puis, Monsieur le Président, il n'y a rien que j'aimerais mieux que le taux de participation serait 90 % ou plus. Il n'y a rien que j'aimerais de mieux. Mais il ne sera pas ça. Et donc, il faudra se pencher et essayer de comprendre pourquoi. Pourquoi ce n'est pas ça. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'a pas... Pourquoi on a failli à la tâche de rendre cette réforme ou nos entités locales dynamiques? Hein? On sait qu'on a un premier ministre qui... il y a des jours où il aime les chiffres, il y a d'autres journées qu'il ne les aime pas. Ça dépend de ce qu'il pense, hein, avant de recevoir ces chiffres-là. Mais je pense que le chiffre du taux de participation va bien refléter la mise en œuvre de cette réforme-là. Donc, sur ce, Monsieur le Président, je vais m'arrêter. Je vais donner une chance au gouvernement de faire son discours de deuxième lecture. Supposément qu'on a un qui s'en vient. Et donc, on va l'écouter avec beaucoup de curiosité. Comme que j'ai dit, ça va être un projet de loi en comité qu'il faudra se pencher dessus de façon sérieuse. Ça sera beaucoup de questions en comité, beaucoup plus que des discours de 40 minutes là, en deuxième lecture. Donc, merci beaucoup. C'est tout pour moi.
The Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today for the second reading of the bill entitled An Act Respecting Local Governance Reform 2022, number 2. We've accomplished many things over the past year. We have introduced several acts respecting local governance reform in the Legislative Assembly from December 2021 to October 2022. Through that transition process, new changes will be needed along the way. Some acts were identified that need to be amended or repealed. Regionally, the RSC reps are also working on their transition. We propose to have bylaws only apply to the former local governments until they are amended. This modification will allow local governments to make thoughtful decisions based upon local needs. We propose to add cost sharing for regional infrastructure to the regional strategy to emphasize the strategic importance of the new mandate. We propose to extend the deadline to update local land use plans in an annexing local government from 18 months to 5 years. We also propose to remove the requirement for inclusionary zoning policy statements in land use plans. Standards for inclusionary zoning bylaws will be established in regulation, but they will remain optional. And we propose to clarify roles pertaining to future road development within local government boundaries in the former LSDs. For example, subdivision developments will still need to be approved by the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, where the department retains this responsibility for roads. In addition, we wish to repeal Greater St. John Regional Facilities Commission Act. The current law does not match the new mandate of the Regional Service Commissions, which is to identify and coordinate the cost sharing of regional sport, recreational, and cultural facilities. The entire region will be cost sharing these facilities. We committed to modernizing our local government system, and here we are. We all want a better New Brunswick, a vibrant and sustainable New Brunswick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Campbellton Dalhousie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't plan on speaking long, but I think it's my duty as a parliamentary officer to raise a point here, and I think it's important that I share this with my colleagues. As you know, this is the third, I believe, bill. It's a third time it's come up. It's a third amendment, or second amendment, I guess, and the first one was the original one. But at that time, they rushed everything through. It was rushed. And I remember my colleagues from this side mentioning they put closure on us, a 10-hour closure on us. And I remember my colleagues, I didn't get a chance to speak. I wanted to speak as a former municipal councillor. I would have liked to have spoken on it, but because of the time allocation, everything, and my colleagues wanted to speak, and I didn't mind that. They represented me well in a way, so I was proud of that. But what we mentioned, and I heard my colleagues say it over and over again, you're going to make mistakes. You're rushing things through. You're rushing things. Even when the first document came out, it was just get it right through, get it right through. So I guess the chicken has come home to roost. And we warned them of that, and I'm disappointed of that. The same thing happened on another bill where they rushed through. I think the Family Act, I think, has come back for an amendment. I think there's another bill has come back for an amendment. The elections are on. This bill, the elections are on. I hope there's nothing in this bill that would impact the elections to a certain extent. But I'm a little concerned that again, by rushing through, we're not getting it right the first time. We should take our time on legislation. Legislation is serious business, and that's what we're here for. And I hope that we will take our time in committee, since there's no rush to get this through anymore, because they're having their elections. I don't see where the issue is. In fact, I've looked at one action here on urban planning and everything. They're extending from 18 months to 5 years before they get a plan in place and things like that. So it's a little concerning. So with that, I just thought I would make that point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to hear the government side, the minister, Mr. Speaker, rise to speak to the bill that's before the House here at second reading. However, in his speech, he didn't give any explanation as to the rationale for the changes in the bill. He just enumerated them, which isn't tremendously helpful, Mr. Speaker, because it leaves one wondering, why they would extend the deadline to update local land use plans in annexing local government from 18 months to 5 years. Not 18 months to 2 years, but 18 months to 5 years. It's an extraordinary change. Why? They're proposing to the bill would remove the requirement for inclusionary zoning policy statements and land use plans. Why? They propose to put in place a in this bill a review mechanism to help resolve disputes that may arise as a result of the Regional Service Commission's newly expanded mandate. Well, you can imagine there's probably going to be plenty of disputes. You can see why that would be needed, but the question is, why is government dictating what that's going to look like? Surely that is something the new municipal representatives who are going to be elected in the elections this month, sitting around the table as undertaking their fiduciary responsibility as the council governing the regional service commissions, should determine what that dispute mechanism actually looks like, one that meets their needs, not whatever the minister and his department believe are their needs. So once again, Mr. Speaker, we've seen this sort of top-down approach, which is problematic with respect to repealing the Greater St. John Regional Facilities Commission Act so that there can be better sharing, cost sharing among all of the municipalities within that region that St. John rests in. One of the interesting points, of course, is that the assets remain with the City of St. John. And once again, if that kind of an effort is to be undertaken, it would make sense to me that all the mayors and regional and district, what do they call them, district rural commissions, representatives are sitting around the table to determine what that actually should look like so that it is fair to everyone, Mr. Speaker. So these things will be dictated through this bill, should it pass intact as it is, to the municipalities, many of whom don't, some of whom don't have the actual representation elected yet, because the elections are at the end of this month. So sometimes feel with this whole process, Mr. Speaker, that the Premier and Cabinet are trying to get things done that really should be in the realm of the local governments themselves, sitting around the table of the Regional Service Commission. And they want to get it done before that opportunity arises, before the elections take place, because they might come up with something different. Can you imagine? Democratically, sitting around the table, elected officials from the member municipalities and regional service district, debating back and forth and coming up with a resolution that meets their needs and may not meet the approval of the Minister for Local Governance Reform and Local Government and his department. So it doesn't sound particularly democratic to me, Madam Speaker and Mr. Speaker. I don't, like I said, the speech doesn't provide rationales for the major provisions of this bill that will have significant consequences. And once again, I think I spoke to this in a previous second reading debate on one of the previous bills around local governance reform. It's going to leave the members, the elected members, the mayors and regional service district, rural service district members sitting around the table looking at having to back up, maybe try and repeal some things that have been decided for them. You know, as with others, you know, that phrase, nothing about us without us, rings true for me here when it comes to local governance. And so much of the implementation has been without them because in many cases the new municipalities don't really exist yet. The elections are at the end of this month, so their elected officials don't exist yet. And this all comes into existence in January, Mr. Speaker. So I'm concerned about the urgency that's being attached to getting these measures done before the elections. As my colleague from Kent North said during the campaigns, actually, we're looking at this bill when so many people are out on the campaign hustings, looking to gain the confidence of their voters in their communities to serve as councillors or chair or mayors or representatives from the rural communities. So the timing is poor, Mr. Speaker, as well. Surely this could have been held off until after the elections. They'll be done the end of this month. We're sitting in December, and we can sit into January if needed. So, I'm concerned about that lack of that sense of urgency, that lack of considered an informed debate that should be going on around this. As the member from Kent North said, this is yet again another bill where we should have witnesses before the Standing Committee on Economic Policy to better inform all of the members around the table in terms of what the implications of this are from the perspective of municipalities, through the lens of local governments, through the lens of locally elected officials serving in local governments. We don't have the benefit of that, Mr. Speaker. All we have is this speech which suggests that, that the needs for these things have emerged because of, they've been identified by the facilitators. The government appointed and is paying a high per diem to a day, with the transition teams playing some kind of a role, that this needed to be done now and done in this way. So there will have to be a lot of study of this at committee, lots of questions, Mr. Speaker, and we of course will be talking to, prior to that, local government officials, elected officials, to get a sense of what their sense is going on here. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and look forward to committee work when we get there.
The member for Memramcook Tantramar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to rise to speak to Bill 16, an act respecting local governance reform 2002, number 2, which speaks to the fact that we keep coming back to this. And I wanted to briefly add some comments that I think echo a lot of the concerns being voiced on this side of the House. And part of that is started, frankly, about a year ago, when this government stopped listening to what people in our communities, what municipal representatives were saying, and brought forward legislation and rushed it through, brought forward closure and limited debate on the initial bill regarding local governance reform. And so we've seen major issues in terms of limiting debate, having sort of an anti-democratic approach to that, to not be listening, and it is unacceptable. When I speak to municipal representatives, and again, some of them are in campaigns right now. For example, in Straight Shores and Tantramar, new municipalities in my riding, they're on the campaign trail. And so there's new legislation coming forward while they're on the campaign trail. And Mr. Speaker, that is of concern. The other thing is that there are, when I have spoken to them, there are just so many unknowns, just countless unknowns. And it's really concerning if even the people at the very center of these discussions of these changes feel that there are just so many unknowns. That's absolutely of concern. And so again, they're bringing this legislation forward. They rushed it through. They keep needing to make changes. And we've seen this Higgs government not listening to the municipal representatives, to the municipal organizations. Looking back not that long ago, pushing through a funding formula that no one was happy with in terms of, we saw the Francophone Municipalities Association as well as the Union of Municipalities of New Brunswick saying they weren't happy, and under pressure the government has, they adopted our amendment and they are going to at least review the formula, but unfortunately the whole process has been frustrating to watch. It's not achieving what it could have, and I'll echo the sentiments of the member for Kent North, who from the beginning, as he said, was saying this is such an opportunity to do great things, to strengthen our democracy, to really reform things in such a positive way, and I think there have been missed opportunity after missed opportunity. One more thing I will add is that this legislation, as with many other important bills, would benefit from the Economic Policy Committee, if that's where the legislation is going to go, being able to call witnesses. We saw how beneficial that was when it came to the Child and Youth Wellbeing Act, to actually have feedback. We saw many amendments come forward to improve the legislation, and the way that our system is set up, it prevents us from improving legislation, which is what we're here to do, is to make sure the best possible legislation goes forward. And so that is a problem that could be fixed if there was the political will, and that would not only make sure that this legislation was improved, but would change the system to make sure legislation going forward would have a better chance of being better. And who would be against that? That's my question. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the chance to speak to Bill 16, and as has been stated by my colleagues in the Green Party, there will be many questions, and I hope this has a very careful examination at committee. Thank you.
It is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 16 be now read a second time. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting local governance reform 2022, number 2.
Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 16 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill 17.
It is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 17 be now read a second time. Call on the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, domestic and intimate partner violence continues to be an issue in New Brunswick and across Canada. Steps have been taken over the years to address the issue, both in terms of services and legislation, but much of the focus has been on addressing the issue after the fact. It is important as it is to support victims of intimate partner violence, we need more tools to prevent it. That is why we are introducing the Disclosure to Protect Against Intimate Partner Violence Act. The Act will allow individuals to apply for information from the police to find out if their partner has a history of intimate partner violence. This will give those at risk another tool to make informed decisions about their safety and their relationships. The application process also provides another opportunity for violence prevention, in that applicants can be offered and referred to programs and support services. It is important to note that the privacy of the subject of a request is protected. Applicants will only be provided with a risk assessment and contextual information. No details of criminal convictions or similar types of information will be provided. This will be done verbally and no documents will be shared. Applicants will be barred from sharing or publishing any information received, and it cannot be used in any legal proceedings. We will continue to explore ways to make New Brunswickers' homes, lives as safe as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy de Chériac-Robison-Capelet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks. I want to thank the Minister also on on the second reading, but also je vais prendre le temps. And I want to thank that we also on this side, at first glance, we want to echo that we are in total agreement that this is, Clare's Law is a good bill. There's things that we're going to scrutinize. There's questions that we'll be asking, especially on the issue of privacy that involves when you assess the private records and those types of details. But, this morning, Mr. Speaker, we had a good briefing with the department. I want to thank the department for the briefing. We finally had a great briefing, and actually we asked for them yesterday, so we got them today. So, il y a des choses, Monsieur le Président, en parlant avec des experts dans le domaine, des choses que je suis un peu inquiète. Puis je ne vais pas m'éterniser sur ceci, mais le manque de ressources pour s'assurer que la divulgation puis la confidentialité à qu'est-ce qui a trait aux victimes puis aux gens qui demandent de l'information, que ce soit qu'il y ait un ajout de ressources. Puis je demande si le gouvernement a voulu vraiment investir des ressources additionnelles en termes des centres de ressources et de crise familiale, au niveau des ressources du ministère et aussi de la GRC, pour s'assurer que les gens qui vont faire des demandes, que leurs demandes soient respectées d'un ordre confidentiel et bien d'un délai raisonnable. Puis, comme le ministre l'a bien dit dans son allocution en deuxième lecture, il parlait c'est un autre outil dans le coffret de sécurité pour le ministère, pour les gens les dames qui se trouvent dans des situations de violence familiale. Je veux aussi, certainement, en termes lorsqu'on sera en comité, on aura des questions. Et puis, on va certainement s'assurer que les questions soient répondues avec de l'ordre. Mais aussi, je veux, en terminant, que le comité, on aura des questions. Puis, on veut s'assurer de l'intégrité et de la confidentialité, puis que ce projet de loi ici soit apporté d'une façon que les gens qui vont avoir besoin de ce service se sentent bien appuyés dans leur démarche. Puis on sait qu'on n'est pas la seule province, il y a d'autres provinces à travers le Canada qui ont certainement adopté un genre de projet de loi similaire. Je posais des questions à cet égard, mais aussi je sais que le projet de loi vient de la loi de Clare, qui vient du pays du Royaume-Uni. Donc je vais terminer en disant que, en gros, on supporte, on appuie le projet de loi, puis on voit que c'est un autre outil dans le coffret de sécurité pour les citoyens, les dames qui se trouvent vulnérables dans des positions d'intime avec leurs partenaires. Donc, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Le député de Kent Nord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Une loi extrêmement importante, un sujet extrêmement important qu'on doit discuter, qu'on doit parler et qu'on doit régler beaucoup plus rapidement. On doit en parler plus souvent pour pouvoir arriver à des solutions, non seulement des solutions à court terme, mais pour enrayer le fléau de la violence tout court, la violence envers les femmes, la violence envers les partenaires intimes et tous ces fléaux de société-là, Monsieur le Président. C'est un outil supplémentaire, comme que le ministre l'a dit, mais on ne peut pas s'arrêter là. C'est un outil supplémentaire, mais il ne faut pas oublier qu'un des grands problèmes, c'est que cet outil-là va être basé sur les personnes qui signalent cette violence-là à la police. Mais on sait qu'il y a encore très peu de gens qui signalent cette violence-là aux autorités. Et donc, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire pour faciliter, pour enlever les barrières à cette dénonciation-là. C'est un outil qui peut seulement fonctionner si un cas a été rapporté. Et donc, on ne peut pas simplement passer une loi comme ça et ensuite dire, ben, on a passé cette loi-là, donc on a fait notre travail. Il va rester beaucoup de travail à faire à ce niveau-là, Monsieur le Président. L'autre chose qui est extrêmement important aussi, puis le ministre le dit, puis c'est encore une fois, c'est important, on va référer, ça va donner un outil de plus pour référer les personnes qui accèdent à cet outil-là aux ressources qu'ils ont besoin. Mais est-ce qu'on va donner les ressources aux intervenantes qui travaillent dans les secteurs de services de lutte contre la violence? On entend souvent des intervenantes qui travaillent dans ces secteurs-là que les ressources sont limitées, que le travail peut souvent être difficile parce que on n'a pas les ressources nécessaires, il y a un manque de financement chronique. C'est aussi des personnes qui travaillent souvent pour des salaires qui ne représentent pas très bien le salaire qu'ils font, fait qu'il y a des problèmes de recrutement, de rétention de professionnels. Et donc, est-ce que les ressources vont suivre? Est-ce que les ressources vont suivre ce projet de loi ici pour assurer qu'on ait réellement accès aux ressources? Je suis vraiment curieux de savoir si le gouvernement a consulté les gens qui travaillent dans ce secteur-là. Est-ce qu'ils ont fait des demandes particulières? Est-ce que c'est le secteur qui a demandé pour cette loi-là? Et quelles sortes de ressources qu'ils ont demandé pour assurer qu'ils puissent réellement mettre en œuvre ce projet de loi-là? Il y a des questions aussi au niveau des définitions qui seront importantes. Lorsqu'on parle de violence sexuelle, est-ce qu'on parle de violence sexuelle seulement par un partenaire intime, ou est-ce qu'on va aussi divulguer une violence sexuelle ou une violence entre partenaires que cette personne-là aurait pu avoir dans un autre contexte, qui n'était pas en contexte de partenaire intime? Donc, est-ce qu'il y a eu une réflexion autour des définitions qu'on a données, des mots qu'on a utilisés? Est-ce qu'on a laissé assez de latitude pour que cette loi-là puisse réellement servir le plus grand nombre? Puis pas que ça soit une autre loi. Je suis certain que les gens qui pourront en profiter seront très reconnaissants, mais est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui vont tomber dans les cracks? Et ça, il faut y réfléchir. Est-ce que ce projet de loi-là va permettre, disons, un exemple concret à une mère monoparentale qui rencontrait un partenaire, et est-ce qu'il y aura divulgation de violences faites envers un enfant? Encore une fois, c'est une question de définition. Cette famille-là, cette mère monoparentale-là avec les enfants seront dans une situation aussi horrible. Et donc, est-ce que le projet de loi, dans son écriture, a été... est-ce qu'on a réfléchi à ces nuances-là Je suis convaincu que si on a fait notre travail et qu'on a consulté le secteur des services de lutte contre la violence, je suis certain que si on a fait ce travail-là, on a réfléchi à ces nuances-là. Je souhaite seulement que ce travail-là ait été fait. Comme j'ai dit, on parlait de les ressources nécessaires. Il y aura probablement une augmentation des demandes de services. On a déjà vu dans le passé des lois ou des politiques mises en place qu'on n'a pas bien financé la mise en œuvre. Donc, est-ce que le ministre va être capable de nous expliquer comment est-ce qu'il va aider, soutenir le secteur à faire face à une éventuelle augmentation de demande de services? Donc, ça, c'est toutes des questions qu'il y aura à poser en comité. C'est un sujet extrêmement important. C'est un sujet qu'on doit, Monsieur le Président, parler beaucoup plus souvent. On doit arriver à comprendre les raisons à la racine, bien financer les services et carrément avoir une stratégie, rien de moins que d'enrayer ça de nos communautés, d'enrayer ça de la masculinité, Monsieur le Président, complètement. Il n'y a aucune raison qu'en 2022, on fait encore face à ça, mais soyons honnêtes, on fait encore face à ça, beaucoup trop. Et puis en fait, ça va en augmentant. C'est ça qui est extrêmement inquiétant. Puis c'est en s'attaquant à la masculinité toxique qu'on va réellement faire des changements sur le moyen et le long terme. Mais tandis qu'on a encore ces défis-là, qu'on a encore ces enjeux-là, Monsieur le Président, il va falloir assurer qu'on finance bien ces services-là. Donc, c'est une question de nuance, une question d'équilibre, une question de réflexion. Mais on va poser beaucoup de questions en comité. Je vais m'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Je vais m'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, is that 16? 17. This is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 17 be now read a second time. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. I declare the motion carried.
Disclosure to Protect Against Intimate Partner Violence Act.
Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 17 stands referred to the Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill 18.
This is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 18 be now read a second time. Call on the Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today for the second reading of an act to amend the New Brunswick Museum Act. The amendments we seek will add to the mandate of the Board of the New Brunswick Museum the authority to manage the design, contracting, procuring, and construction of a new New Brunswick museum. The New Brunswick Museum is a key cultural institution in the province, Mr. Speaker. It has been providing service to the public for more than 180 years, and it is the longest continuing museum in Canada. The museum has an extensive and significant provincial, national, and international collection of artifacts and specimens preserved, researched, and presented on behalf of New Brunswickers. In addition, it provides quality and engaging bilingual exhibitions, presentations, programs, and displays delivered by engaging and knowledgeable bilingual interpreters and educators. A team of respected curators, researchers, conservators, archivists, and collections managers from the museum provide critical guidance to ensure objects of provincial and national significance are conserved for future generations. Mr. Speaker, the museum's existing facilities are inadequate and are placing the current collection of rare and important cultural and natural history objects at risk. To address the immediate threat, the museum's collection is amid a significant move from the Market Square and Douglas Avenue facilities to an interim facility on Lancaster Avenue. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, this is a temporary solution. While new facilities are developed and does not address the long-term need of an exhibition centre for the public to visit, nor does this interim space meet the need of appropriate curatorial facilities which meet the established standards for the long-term care of very sensitive collections, such as those which form the core of the New Brunswick Museum's collection. Finding a new home in St. John for the New Brunswick Museum, Mr. Speaker, is an important step in having a location that will securely preserve and showcase our province's natural and cultural history. A new facility will house a modern museum in the next century. The new museum will be designed to the latest standards for the public, staff, exhibitions, and collections management. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, my department has worked with the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure to establish the functional requirements of the museum. However, current costs and scheduled estimates would see a new museum completed between 5 and 7 years. This timeline is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, as the public will have no provincial museum for this period. Empowering the board of the New Brunswick Museum to oversee the design and building of the new facilities is necessary to ensure this has the best chance of succeeding now. The proposed legislative changes will address the issues of cost and timeline by enabling the board to procure services or use new industry approaches which have documented success for large infrastructure projects. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the board will be required to meet all fiduciary, legal, and industry standards required for federal and provincial funding and any trade agreements. Mr. Speaker, our government wants to ensure that the New Brunswick Museum project is managed as efficiently and effectively as possible to maximize the return on every dollar of public money spent. By empowering the board to manage the construction project, efficiencies may be achieved in the overall construction spending, and tighter local oversight could minimize project delays. Mr. Speaker, amending the New Brunswick Museum Act to give the museum's board authority to manage the design, contracting, procuring, and construction of a new museum facility will achieve this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Québec.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à Madame la Ministre pour cette deuxième lecture du projet de loi, la loi modifiant la loi sur le Musée du Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, un peu comme je l'ai mentionné ce matin en période de questions, on va regarder ce dossier-là de près parce que, bon, c'est un projet de loi qu'on attendait, mais qui nous prouve en même temps, quand on le lit, qu'on est comme de retour à la case départ. Et puis, il y a plusieurs choses dans le projet de loi qui piquent notre curiosité, mais qui nous inquiètent aussi. La façon dont le pouvoir absolu va être transféré, par exemple, au conseil d'administration, la composition du conseil d'administration, la fondation par rapport au conseil d'administration, le rôle, le secteur privé aussi qui va, selon Madame la ministre, selon son entrevue à la CBC, le secteur privé qui va être impliqué dans ce projet-là. Le nouvel emplacement, c'est un secret, on ne peut pas savoir où ce que ça va être. On aimerait ça savoir ça. On aimerait ça savoir aussi quels sont les coûts du projet. On n'a jamais pu avoir de détails là-dessus. Ça fait que, tu sais, projet de loi, mais il y a comme beaucoup de détails. Oui, le budget, l'échéancier. Ça fait qu'on va poser des questions en comité en ce sens-là. Et puis, le fait aussi qu'il y avait, bon, avec le gouvernement libéral précédent, un financement sécurisé, avec un terrain de sécurisé, puis que ça a été comme balayé du revers de la main, puis là, on recommence à zéro. Le fait de donner cette... Madame la ministre n'est pas d'accord, mais c'est mes questions. La loi, modifiant la loi sur le musée du Nouveau-Brunswick, bon, je comprends aussi qu'il y a une espèce de désir d'accélérer les choses pour pas que ça prenne 5 à 7 ans, pour que ça prenne peut-être 3 ans. Mais là encore, est-ce qu'on va suivre est-ce que le processus a été fait en bonne et due forme? Moi, c'est ce qui m'intéresse, c'est de savoir si le processus a été fait en bonne et due forme, s'il y a eu une consultation adéquate, et s'assurer aussi que cette loi-là, qui donne un pouvoir absolu au conseil d'administration, ne va pas créer des précédents non plus au Nouveau-Brunswick. Ça fait que, oui, on a besoin d'un musée public du Nouveau-Brunswick, mais on tient à ce que ça soit fait en bonne et due forme. Alors, on posera des questions là-dessus en comité. Merci.
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a surprising bill, Bill 18, an act to amend the New Brunswick Museum Act, Mr. Speaker. It's a little bit like suggesting that the board of a public library should be in charge of building a new library, Mr. Speaker. So, what's underlying this? What's brought this about? I don't understand, and the minister in the speech did not provide any rationale again for this bill. This raises all kinds of concerns. Now, as far as the speed at which, you know, this kind of worry about the speed at which the museum building is going to get built, there was already a plan for a museum building on the waterfront in St. John Harbour to house the provincial museum, its collections and exhibits, Mr. Speaker. It was fairly far along, and it was, you know, by now, where are we, 2022? We'd be close to it being opening by now. But, Mr. Speaker, the Premier canceled that effort, canceled that location, canceled the design, canceled the whole darn thing, and then stood by while the board shut down the Market Square location for no good reason. That couldn't have been addressed, Mr. Speaker. It couldn't have been addressed. So there actually is no open museum for New Brunswickers to visit. So why did the Premier, you know, throw the spanner in the works and shut down the momentum to building the museum? Like I said, the site was identified, the plans were being developed, the budget had been prepared. Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps Mr. Irving didn't think it was a good idea to have a museum on the waterfront. Perhaps Mr. Irving believes that the waterfront should only be for working businesses that earn incomes, Mr. Speaker, that make profits on the waterfront. Perhaps that's the reason, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Irving didn't want a provincial museum on the harbour front of St. John.
Order, members.
So, Mr. Speaker, here we are. Now the ball is being thrown to the board in this bill. So one has to ask, is the makeup of the board even appropriate for taking on such a project? Is there anyone on this board who has any ability to provide the kind of governance that would be needed for a major building project? In fact, is this board constructed in a way that reflects all of New Brunswick? And the answer is no, Mr. Speaker. No. If you look at the board, 7 out of the 11 members are from the St. John and Fredericton areas. 7 out of the 11 members are from the St. John and Fredericton areas. There's no one on the board from the Peninsula Acadienne. There's no one from the Chaleur region. There's nowhere from the Madawaska. So you have one person from St. Quentin, one person from St. Quentin, one person from the Miramichi. This is not representative of New Brunswick for a provincial museum. And I'm not saying these aren't good people. They're all good people. I know some of the board members, in fact. They're good people, Mr. Speaker. But the problem is the Museum Act as it stands, and here was a perfect opportunity to fix this problem, doesn't say anything about the makeup of the board. in the Museum Act. It doesn't set out any specifications to ensure that the board of the Provincial Museum reflects the province, so that the board members can reflect all corners of the province to the activities of the Provincial Museum, Mr. Speaker. So there's work, lots of work to be done there. But now, this board, all good people, who I'm sure were chosen because of their governance experience, because of their particular expertise around museum collections, perhaps. Now they're going to be handed the ball for a big capital project. And that's required in this bill to include provisions around immunity, prosecution, and proceedings and indemnity to protect those board members who didn't sign up for this, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure. So are we going to say resignation from the board? I don't know. But currently there isn't even, as far as I know, a permanent executive director or CEO for the museum. So it's a bit of a mess, the way I look at it. They've had to put all their collections in storage. All the exhibits have been torn down. Even the whale got transported to Lancaster or somewhere for safekeeping, Madam Speaker.
Dorothy's got it in her garage.
There's no place for students from children from around this province now to go to be immersed in New Brunswick's natural history, its cultural history, from a provincial perspective that captures the fullness of what New Brunswick is. And here we are. The board is getting handed this unwelcome gift, I'm sure. So I don't believe this is going to lead to a speedier process for getting a new building up and running. I'm sure Mr. Irving has his proposals that he's made, and I don't know whether it's something the board is open to or not on the museum. But you know, he shouldn't be interfering with this process at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just a bit gobsmacked by this bill, I must say. Gobsmacked. So with no rationale provided by the minister for this, all the concerns that this bill raises, Mr. Speaker, second reading, we're called to determine when we vote whether in principle we agree with this, and in principle I disagree with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gobsmacked. Minister Hogan, gobsmacked. Write that down.
Members, is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 18 be now read a second time? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Act amending the Brunswick Museum Act.
Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 18 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Recess till 2:30.
Members, we shall now take a recess until 2:30 when opposition business will begin.
Thank you. I forgot to tell them to be seated. I think they should just know that, shouldn't they? Tracking Charlotte. Don't I get to read it? I'm just saying. Yeah, definitely. Motion 7. Legacy recognizing he's going to read it in your I know, but his name's not. This morning, I've got one of those things weren't that good. It's like a steel trap, boys. Opposition members' business. Motion 7. I recognize the member for Bathurst West Beresford.
Now the pressure's on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Motion number 7, kind of an interesting motion we brought in a couple of weeks ago, and Lord knows plenty happened. Oh, I memorized it. A lot has happened since then. Oh, do I have to read it? Oh, there's a process. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. I couldn't wait. Couldn't wait to entertain. I give notice that on Thursday, November 10th, 2022, I shall move the following resolution seconded by MLA from Tracadie-Shiloh. Thanks for being here. Whereas the reductions in personal income tax benefit those with higher incomes but ignored people struggling to make ends meet. Whereas the rising cost of living for necessities, including rent, fuel, groceries, is forcing people to make difficult choices. Whereas the government cancelled the Home Energy Assistance program, which helped over 33,000 New Brunswickers with their energy costs. Whereas the government brags about its record service but is doing little to help those in need. Whereas the heat pump program will not be rolled out in time for this winter to help many New Brunswickers reduce their heating costs. Be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government reinstate and enhance the Home Energy Assistance Program, and be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to remove HST from the heating fuels.
Where it has been moved by the member for Bathurst West Beresford, seconded by the member from Tracadie-Shiloh, to propose the following resolution today on Thursday, November 10th, 2022. Whereas the reduction in personal income tax benefits those with higher incomes, but ignores people struggling to make ends meet. Whereas the rising costs of living for necessities include rent, fuel, and groceries, is forcing people to make difficult choices. Whereas the government cancelled the Home Energy Assistance Program, which helped over 33,000 New Brunswickers with their energy costs. Whereas the government brags about its record of service, but is doing little to help those in need. Whereas the heat pump program will not be rolled out in time for this winter to help many New Brunswickers reduce their heating costs. Be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to reinstate and enhance the Home Energy Assistance Program. Be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to remove the HST from heating fuels. I recognize the member from Bathurst West. Beresford.
Thank you. So I can go this time. All right, we restart. Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a full house. I'm feeling good about this this motion. I think we got a movement coming here. It's going to happen. It's good. We're going to crowd. Yeah, we brought this motion a couple of weeks ago. And since then, obviously, quite a few things have happened. You know, we had a budget update last week. We've got a couple of bills that have passed, and right? I know. He took your seat. I know. It's disturbing. And this morning, we passed Bill number 10, taking care of a certain group of the population. But obviously not the ones we're aiming at with here. And Bill number 10 is interesting because over the last week or so we've heard how you know, it's gonna impact about for $80 million in tax savings to certain people, and we hear the minister talking about 200,000 New Brunswickers or 400,000 New Brunswickers. I'm not sure which one, but I'm looking forward to going into committee because Numbers don't lie, so we get a chance to ask some questions. And in reality, when we look at the different brackets for that bill, there's 10,800 New Brunswickers that make over $150,000. And just by myself, with my little calculator on my iPhone, start doing some math, and you look at the number of New Brunswickers in each bracket, multiply it by the savings in taxes, multiply it by the salary, the lowest average salary that you could have in each bracket. And I'm already coming up to over 50, 60 million. So it's so high that I can't wait to get to the committee and actually ask the actual numbers and get what they are, because if that 80 million, if 75, 80% of it is going to less than 11,000, what's left for the 200 and the 400,000 that keeps getting mentioned? So I like working with numbers. I imagine the Minister of Finance, when we're a committee, will also look at that, because he must like working with numbers too. And again, they don't lie, so we'll have a good chance to look at that. And then also try to kind of see where this government is going, what they're about. We hear the Premier often, recently, say that debt reduction is going to save us about $80 million a year in interest costs, and that's going to be repetitive. And that's what we're going to use to fund programs, help in health, help in education, all the good things we want to do. But we just did permanency, cut $80 million in taxes to the riches. So essentially, all that money that we're going to save on interest costs is not going to programs. I guess that'll be for another time, because we've just wiped that one out. That's a wash. That is a wash on that one. So maybe next go around, we'll see some of the program help that everybody's waiting for and waiting to see. And then in the update last week on the Q2, we had a whole bunch of discussions. There's been numbers thrown around all week. Really a little bit confusing. We'll try again to find out what the actual numbers are. Maybe in the next question period, but there's still some that we can look at, but they're really, yeah, it's very confusing. But that's another one, another story we'll talk about. But they do, like, we're trying to get immediate help for people right now. That's what the bill is and there's a couple of things that we'll talk about after that can easily be done. But we're trying to get help right now, and what we keep getting is answers for things that will happen soon or in the future, but not soon enough for the people that need it right now. So when we look at examples of mini-splits, we now know that the launch of the mini-splits was, I guess well, let's use the word interesting to say the least, because the first thing that happened is when it was launched, is a whole bunch of mini-split orders got canceled. So we took a whole bunch of steps back, because everybody who had ordered a mini-split and it was ready to be installed, ready for the winter, canceled, because obviously they'd want a free one. So those are sitting there doing nothing, and then the confusion kept going with with how they could apply to Greenfield or Greenfoot, yeah. They're not big enough that I can remember their names, so I guess they don't have enough heat pumps for everybody. So that took a little bit of time to get clarified, and now the minister defended that whole decision for a couple of weeks. Then he turned around and NB Power opened it up to everybody, and he said it was always going to happen that way. Open it up, and now they're catching up for orders that they had before that would have been installed months ago when it was time, not when it's snowing and it's getting cold. So I guess they could take credit for that one. We know that there's a back order. It's not going to help a lot of people this year. It will help some. It's a good program. And actually, it was an interesting announcement, because we spent a lot of time, the minister and I, in a committee meeting talking about an auditor report on getting efficiencies in and when we were going to get started. And I remember the minister spending a lot of time telling me, like, you're just trying to go too fast. We kept saying it can be done. So now we still don't have the plan, we still don't have the objectives, but we have a tactic. That's all it is. So it doesn't fit into anywhere. We're just going to throw whatever we can at it. We'll wait to get the actual objectives later on.
This morning up to 6 this afternoon.
Yeah. Then another point they're bringing up is the emergency fuel and food benefit for $20 million. And I thought there was a comment that the Premier said, I think it was a couple of days ago, said, we're not about headlines. Yet that's a big headline, $20 million for the food and energy benefit. That's all they talk about, the $20 million. But then the minister puts out his Q2 report on the second quarter, and every department that you can imagine is over cost, because we know that inflation is up and it costs more, except social development. That is only over by $9.8 million. So if you spend $20 million on this program and social development is only over by 10, one of two things happen. Either $20 million wasn't spent, or $10 million was used from another program that was allocated for something else that didn't get it done. And it could be even higher than that, because if every other department had higher costs, why did social development not have higher costs too? Wouldn't it be 20 million plus over because of inflation? But we're not seeing that in the update, so we haven't gotten the answer to that yet, and hopefully maybe in committee, maybe in question period, we'll have a look at that and see what we can do on that one too. There was $2 million for food banks. Lord knows the food banks are being overwhelmed. We know that $2 million helps, but when you're announcing $774 million in surplus, how easy would it be to just to bona fide this amount? I mean, you could give 10 times that $2 million, and it would equate to an accounting error on a $774 million surplus. It would be, but what would it do for the food banks? It might set them up for a generation to have sustainability and get organized and be able to help people for a generation to come. That would be transformational, and it wouldn't be repetitive. It could be just done the one time. The other point that was brought up was the $100 million in housing units. You know, again, it's going to be needed housing units, but not enough to supply the demand that's coming out there. And certainly, it's going to be very difficult to start spending and building before the winter starts. Very late in the year to be looking at that. So we're looking at a population, a group, almost a whole population, because there's only 11,000 this morning that got a real benefit. There's a potential here to help a lot of people. So there's two proposals we're asking the government to look at. Obviously, the GST and the heating fuel one is probably more complicated. There's some logistics to do, but I mean, the minister is used to complicated files, and someday we'll do a chicken and the egg thing, because I'm not sure if he's just given the complicated files because he's who he is, or the files become complicated because he got them. So, but we'll do that exercise. At one point, we'll do that exercise. Just won't do it today. I'm not sure what that'll be, but I'm sure the minister will talk about that angle. But and there could be, if it could be just short-term relief, partial relief. How many? We're just asking him, have a look at it. There might be potential to do something there, even though that one's probably a bit more of a stretch. Now, the home energy and assistance program that was eliminated, you know, we look at it. It helped 33,000 New Brunswickers. It was $100. It was 3.3 million. Again, compared to what's available for the government coffers right now, and that amount was given when really it was before inflation, before this crisis. It's a super nominal amount. It would be very easy just to reactivate it and get it done. Now, I don't have a big staff like the minister does looking at this. Actually, we got a couple of researchers that can look, but I've got a credible source that I can use. Last Sunday, my mom came over for supper, and she looked at me and said, "Renee, are you gonna ask them to bring back that $100 thing for energy?" And I said, "Mom, I'm going in next week. We're going to talk about it. The minister hopefully will be there. We'll have a talk." And she said, "Well, you're going to get him to change his mind?" And I started saying, "You know, Mom, I'm going to try." And you know, everybody's got that mother's look that they look at their kids, their sons, and they say, "He's going to get it done. He's going to get it done." So, Minister, please Don't disappoint my mom. Come on, you gotta listen. You gotta help out. Help a guy out. Like, you know, it's my mom. She thinks this is important. I mean, even if you gave it a little extra around Christmas, you can't have a better source than that. These things are important. These things are important to a lot of people, to her friends. Her card buddies talk about it. You know, you tend to think that $100 isn't a lot, but it's really something that they were looking forward to, and they all applied. 33,000 New Brunswickers applied. Obviously, somebody thought it was worth something. Like, that's a lot of people. And it's $3 million. I mean, if we can, why not just help? Is it just pride that you don't want to back on your decision? We won't knock you for it. I'll tell you what. Well, I'll take a picture, like with the Minister of Health with you. We'll take a picture together. I'll give you full credit, so we can just give it back to these people. They're looking for it. This is an easy. It's an easy move to make something very quick, and what a great time to do it right now. Like just before Christmas. Again. We've had a lot of conversations about getting the yeah, we talked about the Grinch last. Oh, that was the other thing. I brought my mom into it, but the minister's been spending a lot of time the last few weeks writing his Christmas poem. So I'm thinking he's got to have a little bit of that Christmas spirit just flowing through him right now. I mean, really, it's not much. Like $3 million. We're trying to take some of the $200 million loan that we're trying to figure out what's for. Use some of that. Just like, what is that, 1.5%? About that, 1.5%? We could look at that. So, I mean, we'll wait to find out more about it. Maybe it's legit, but we could do that. So, but, I mean, we've been asking for something, and you know, the government's been telling us, well, give us some suggestions. Well, this is one that already existed. It's just a matter of flicking the switch and putting it back on. I mean, it already exists. Let's just go with this and get it done. So I hope that now that we've taken care of, you know, our friends this morning, that we can start going a little bit larger and get a larger group of people. And honestly, with the means that we have right now, the Premier has said it a couple of times, we now have the means to make a difference. This is not anything that will be a burden on the finances of the province for years to come. It's one-time things for emergency situations. These dire, hard times for a lot of people. And I understand that we're going to get the whole celebration about how everything's going great in the province, but it only really is great when everybody feels that it's going good for them, that everybody gets a chance to get a little bit of help. And I think this home energy assistance program is the perfect way to start. It's the perfect way to start. And you know, there might be some more announcements coming. We're still waiting. I think we're on Bill 18 now. We're still waiting for some of these bills that we keep saying something's coming. Well, something's coming, but people are waiting. And even if I can't imagine yet what the bills are going to be, but sometimes it takes time to get the process and the execution done on these things. This one here already exists. It was just canceled. It was just a matter of redoing what was being done, and guaranteed, I think people will appreciate it, and it'll make a difference. So I'm hoping that we'll see some collaboration on this motion, and we'll see all government members and opposition support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Actually, you're going to be very happy by the time we conclude this speech. Madam Speaker, I spent a lot of time preparing my brief response to this bill today, and in the process of doing that, I thought of an author that I recently read, Graham Steele. Now, Graham Steele was a former NDP cabinet minister in the Darrell Dexter NDP government in Nova Scotia not too long ago. He wrote a book called What I Learned in Politics, and it was a very interesting read because he walked into this legislature with the feeling like he was going to make a difference. Walked into his legislature feeling like he wanted to come forward each and every time and present on the floor of the legislature and be heard. One of the biggest disappointments that he had was that when he stood and went to talk about some very important things, nobody was listening. Nobody was listening. It was very interesting to read that as a legislator myself, because what we do here is incredibly important. And it's not a time to be playing a video game. It's not a time to be looking at the menu that you're planning on having for lunch. It's time to pay attention for what's being put in front of you. And I'm going to tell you why that's so important, Madam Speaker. I'm going to tell you why that's so important. I endeavor to pay attention very closely when I'm sitting here in the legislature, and I hope that people are listening when I'm delivering a speech about something that's as important as this motion. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult. I've listened to some of my speeches after the fact, and I know that it's a good substitute for melatonin and it could put somebody to sleep at night. But for today and for this brief time, please, I ask and I beg your attention, because I'm going to talk a little bit about what's happening here. I'm talking about an opposition motion that there's no way we can support. I'm talking about a motion that there are some problems with. But before I tell you why there's issues with this, let's talk a little bit about how this is going to roll out. The opposition puts a motion forward. The government votes against it. Maybe we'll even have a standing vote. The opposition will then get a video clip talking about how they stood up for the average New Brunswicker and the big bad government struck them down. Madam Speaker, it's important for us to talk about what happens on the floor of this legislature, because this motion that's been put forward on the surface talks about taking care of the average New Brunswicker. But the truth of the matter is there's a lot of areas that we do not talk about with this bill, and that's what's very important. It would be mission accomplished for the opposition to stand up and do that. Hey, they could even make an argument that we could do it better. Vote for us next time. But something as important as the care and the interests of New Brunswickers cannot be a subject that gets played politics with. So I'm going to go through a little bit about how what was put in front of us doesn't tell the whole story or reflect reality. Let's dig into this motion a little bit, Madam Speaker. And as the mover came forward, he talked a little bit about a couple of things. There's a couple of items in his speech that caught my attention. It's only $3.3 million. Go ahead and do it. The food bank component, it's only $2 million. You could do 10 times that. That's just a rounding error. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm going to tell you this right now. Taking the attitude of millions of dollars being rounding errors or chump change is what the previous Liberal government did to add $1 billion to the debt of the province of New Brunswick. We can't afford that. We can't afford that. So when I look at this motion and I see, whereas the government cancelled the Home Heat Energy Assistance Program, Madam Speaker, that would imply that nothing was put in place. The Home Heating Energy Assistance Program amounts to, like the member opposite said, $3.3 million. Well, let's just have a conversation. He mentioned the food and fuel program. That's $20 million. That's going to hit 75,000 homes and amount to a one-time payment of $225 for a single person or $450 for a family. Madam Speaker, if you're going to complain about the cancellation of a product or a program, you have to do that in light of the entire story and highlight something like a $20 million investment and what that means. And $2 million is not nothing as it goes to the investment into the food banks. That is significant, and that announcement was received with incredible respect and humility by the Food Bank Association, because that's going to make a difference this Christmas for New Brunswickers, and it was important to do. It's not nothing, Madam Speaker.
Now you know the rest of the story.
Oh, we're not done. Oh, we're not done. Whereas the government brags about its record, but doing little to help those in need. I take significant issue with the language in that. That is colored language that's meant to send a message to whoever the spin is that the members opposite want to have as their audience, that nothing's being done. I would go so far, Madam Speaker, as to say there is no braggadocious behavior on this side of the House, but rather an effort to actually do things that make a difference. And let me take just a moment to go through a small list of that. Seeing the minimum wage increase in the province of New Brunswick to the point where it's the highest in the Maritimes has got to count for something for New Brunswickers trying to make a living. Reductions in property tax affect us directly and are to be celebrated. $2 million in support to the food banks means something. It means something to folks that are counting on having a bit extra in that box, ensuring that that box is available and ensuring that the children that they have to come home and provide for will have a full belly at night. I take issue with just calling that nothing, Mr. Speaker. That's significant. The $20 million fuel and food fund, that hits double the amount of people that the Home Energy Assistance Program does, 75,000 New Brunswickers. So we've got to put things in the proper context, Mr. Speaker. The Enhanced Energy Savings Program faces much criticism from the members of the opposition, but I'll tell you what, you roll out a program that's going to help 35,000 homes that are at $70,000 and less, and tell me that there's not a speed bump along the way. You know what? It's awful easy to sit on the other side and be an armchair critic, and we knew we'd have to run into a bump or a bang along the way, but we were committed to doing it. We're rolling it out, and I just stood in front of the media today and said this government's committed to making sure that each and every person that qualifies gets that done. That's got to count for something. I mean, did we forget the fact that the Minister of Social Development not long ago stood and talked about one of the most crucial challenges that we have in the province of New Brunswick? Housing. How much did we announce for housing, for affordable housing? $102 million. That's something to be celebrated. That's something to be celebrated. So when you talk about rounding errors and when you talk about $2 million here and $3.3 million there, you know what? We're going to let that glance off us and work and focus on doing something that takes care of affordable housing, food in the belly, warmth coming into a New Brunswick home. Those are the things that we need to be concerned about for New Brunswick as we move into the winter months. Income tax changes alone amount to $68 million in this program. So, Madam Speaker, when I see a motion that comes forward with very caustic language that's meant to divide, that's meant to diminish that $250 million worth of investments in New Brunswickers that need it the most, it gives me great concern. It gives me great concern. I understand the nature of our political theater and the need for the opposition to oppose. Oppose is the root word of opposition, so I would expect nothing less. But can we not drop the veil of partisanship when it comes to something as important as putting assistance where it needs to go and the work that we've done? Would it be that bad for the opposition to look and say, perfect? No. But this is a government that's moving ahead. I know that's difficult, and I know it's easier to brand us as a government that wants to cut, tear apart, and destroy. Yeah, we've heard it come from you for the last 4 years. But in the midst of you saying that, what we've done is instead of getting bogged down with that, we've let that deflect off of us and actually move forward with initiatives that bring good things to New Brunswickers. It's a good thing that we don't listen to that. And motions like this are concerning because it sends the wrong message. It says that we're doing nothing, and we can't abide by messages like that. We're all, 49 of us were brought here to represent New Brunswickers. So you know what you have to do, what we have to do, and what we all have to be committed to is recognizing when something is being done that is going to make a positive change in the life of New Brunswickers. Now, hold us to account in the process of implementation, but to ignore it and to say it that it doesn't mean anything, or to negate it, or to not give any credit that we are caring about the citizens of New Brunswick and that we are working to make sure that there are investments that go into those that are most vulnerable, that's disingenuous. And I have to speak out against that. And when I see a motion come forward that I feel is political in its very nature and quite frankly misses the point of serving the marginalized and the disenfranchised in New Brunswick, I'm concerned with it. That's why I sat up last night, late, going through saying, are we really hitting the mark? Are we really doing something for New Brunswickers, or are the Liberals correct when they say we brag but do nothing? Is it true? No, it's not. It's not. When I could sit and go through, with sober second thought, a highlighter pen, and 4 years' worth of initiatives and say, oh, wow, you know what? This motion was actually a tremendous exercise for me, because it reaffirmed to me that we're on the right track. Perfect? No. But we're getting it right. And we're continuing to work hard, and we will not let divisive language take our focus away from doing what needs to be done to serve New Brunswickers. And I can only hope that this is a speech unlike one that my friend in Nova Scotia from the NDP party delivered, and I hope you are all listening very carefully to the seriousness of what I am saying when it comes to the fact that we are a government that is looking to serve the citizens of the province of New Brunswick with our initiatives. I haven't even topped off on all of the other ones that we're involved with. But it's not about that, because I wouldn't want to be accused of bragging. But at some point, we have to look at the sum total of what's been done and not brag about it, but recognize that it's progress on the way towards making New Brunswick a better place, and ask ourselves, once that's done, what else can we do? What else can we do? And we have a number of initiatives that we're working on to make sure that we do that.
That's why everybody's moving here.
So, I mean, I've just outlined $250 million of investments in, quite frankly, those that need it the most and are vulnerable. What we've done is significant, is the progressive realization of many more worthwhile ideals that we need to see accomplished over the course of the next 2 years we're in government and beyond. And regardless of who's in government, we have to have the humility to look as an opposition and say, a government is getting some things right. Because at the end of the day, when an opposition stands up and says everything that a government's doing is wrong, quite frankly, I feel like you're hurting your own credibility. Because at the end of the day, there are some things that are moving forward, some things that are getting done. And when there's a bit of some things and a couple more things and a little bit here and a little bit there, we can look back on 4 continuous years of governing and say that that aggregate mosaic work of what we've done is going to have a long-lasting impact. And quite frankly, I can't stand here without standing up and saying that that was a significant amount of work that's done. I appreciate the motion coming forward, but I feel like when I listened to what's being said and I hear what's being put forward, with due respect to the members opposite, I feel like we're missing the mark on what your intended mission was. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that it was to create $2 million to go into New Brunswickers and not for political gerrymandering. I'm going to assume that the sincere heart was there with the opposition and well, and I'm going to finish by saying that despite that, and thank you and appreciate us all being part of the solution, we have put effort in place. We will continue to put effort in place, and we will not stop until every effort we can possibly endeavour to do is done for New Brunswickers. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member for Shediac-Bay-Diep.
You can say it, you can say it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the minister's comments. I listen to every word because I believe. No, I believe that, and I extended the politeness because when I speak, most of the time he's here, he listens, and I appreciate it, and I agree this is what we're supposed to do here. And I also agree we shouldn't say everything is bad because we're here, and there you don't have to say everything you do is good. and you didn't. So I must say, I appreciate that. But when I stand up and propose ideas, there's some good ideas. I know I'm going to give you just one example. When I spoke to the Minister of Social Development for an announcement on the shelters, the best move would be not costly. Put a security guard. This is not me saying you're bad. This is just what I heard on the ground, and the people there told me. And that's it. This is not saying you're bad. Just this, and the announcement was for $8 million. But putting security guards would not cost that. So I believe, that is a good idea that would produce results positively. Donc, c'est ça que je voulais dire on essaye aussi d'apporter des idées constructives. Maintenant, j'ai écouté attentivement toutes les ministres. On m'a juste donné 2h30 pour parler. 5 minutes, OK. Lorsque j'écoutais attentivement aux ministres, je vais reprendre justement des choses et je vais essayer d'ajouter ce que je pense qui pourrait être des bonnes idées. Le ministre a parlé des annonces dans le housing. Oui, il y a eu des annonces de fait dans le housing. Et c'est une bonne affaire, et ça prend de l'argent, on ne s'en claire pas. Il faut bâtir du matériel. Et ça prend des investissements dans le housing. Mais la province du Nouveau-Brunswick n'a jamais eu autant de monde dans les rues. C'est historique. Ça n'a jamais arrivé. Peu importe si vous vous promenez dans la province, même dans des milieux ruraux, on commence à voir des gens qui sont dans les rues. Donc, ça va prendre des idées qui vont donner des résultats. Ministers talk about food banks, right? Talk about that. They've received money. Good. Good job. Now, I visited food banks with some other colleagues who visited food banks. You know what they told us? Yes, we appreciate the money, but the money that they give us is for food. We don't need food. We need a ramp. We can't use that money for a ramp. So is there a way to make it possible that we can give them whatever amount you decide, and you do what you want with that money? Because a lot of food banks say, we don't need food. We get enough food. We need a ramp. We need something for our truck. So that's an idea that would be easily done. And it's not about they will respect the amount of money you give them. So that's, he knows where I'm getting at, right? Le salaire minimum, on parlait du salaire minimum. Le salaire minimum est 13,75 $. Et oui, vous l'avez monté. That's good. Le salaire minimum a monté. Mais la réalité est que le seuil de pauvreté, ça prend au moins 18 $ de l'heure pour se rendre au seuil de la pauvreté. Donc, si on est honnête, les uns avec les autres, il faudrait qu'on se rende là pour que la majeure partie de la population puisse avoir une vie décente. Donc, la motion, le temps passe vite, la motion qu'on est en train de faire, c'est pour ça. C'est pour essayer d'aider du monde. C'est pour essayer d'aider du monde qui a de la misère. Nous autres, ici, ceux-là qui sont chanceux assez d'avoir un partenaire de vie, un homme, une femme, on réussit à bien gagner notre vie, puis regarde, il neige dehors. On est chanceux, on réussit à gagner notre vie. La motion a simplement pour but d'aider le monde. Maintenant, une affaire, c'est que le gouvernement, autant qu'on veut que ce soit ça, c'est pas ça. Le gouvernement n'est pas une entreprise. Government is not a business. A business targets his clients. If you want to buy a boat, you have a boat business, you got a certain percentage of the population who need boats, they go there. But la province du Nouveau-Brunswick, we have to take care of everybody. It's not a business because we also have a social responsibility. And I always say to people, if you don't need help, don't ask. But if you do need help, we should be able to help you so you're not left behind. So this motion, this is what it's all about, is to try to help people of New Brunswick a little more so that we can better their lives. Ça fait que moi, je vais absolument appuyer cette motion-là qui a été apportée de l'avant par mon collègue ici. Et je pense qu'en tant qu'être humain, on est tous des êtres humains, on a rien besoin de regarder à l'intérieur de nous autres. Puis cette motion ici, c'est pas, il n'y a pas de tour de magie caché. On n'est pas en train de sortir un lapin d'un chapeau. C'est dans le seul et unique but d'essayer d'aider le plus grand nombre de personnes possible. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Recognize the member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to this resolution, it really is addressing the issue of the cost of heating. So one has to ask, why are so many New Brunswickers having to pay such a large chunk of their income for heating? Well, part of the answer, Madam Speaker, lies in the fact that our homes are and apartment buildings are so inefficient. So inefficient. The Canadian Efficiency Canada released its report card this week and found that New Brunswick scored 30 points out of 100 with respect to its performance on energy efficiency metrics, finishing behind both PEI and Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia and PEI were the top two provinces for net incremental energy savings. New Brunswick finished 9th. PEI spent $85 per person on energy efficiency programs. Nova Scotia spent $68 per person. New Brunswick spent $37 per person. For low-income energy efficiency spending, PEI spent $232 per low-income person on energy efficiency. Nova Scotia spent $91 per low-income person, and New Brunswick spent $30 per low-income person. And again, PEI and Nova Scotia were the top two provinces in Canada. New Brunswick spent $320,000 on energy efficiency initiatives for First Nations. That's just $10 per Indigenous person. Nova Scotia spent $2.55 million, or $25.53 per Indigenous person on energy efficiency. So, Madam Speaker, we've got a long way to go to catch up to our neighbours. One of the things that our neighbours did was copy something New Brunswick pioneered, and that was the creation of Energy Efficiency New Brunswick. Creation of Efficiency New Brunswick, Madam Speaker, 2005 or 6, somewhere around there, which ran efficiency programs, which by now, through its programs with the appropriate targets, would have ensured that the heating demand of our housing stock is much lower than it is today, so people's energy costs will be much lower than it is today. It won international award for its work. It inspired the government of the day in Nova Scotia so that they created something like Efficiency New Brunswick. Today it's called Efficiency One, doing great work. PEI also has Efficiency PEI, and we don't have Efficiency New Brunswick any longer. Why, Madam Speaker? Because former Premier Brian Gallant dismantled it. Dismantled it. For no good reason other than a political reason. So that's a crying shame, because our people in this province would be far ahead in terms of having more inefficient buildings, homes, apartments than we are now, and the overall heating costs would be lower because that builds resiliency into it. You know, we have builders in New Brunswick who can build a new home that uses about as much heat as a toaster. They're that efficient, combined with the passive solar heat that you get from the sun. So the amount of electricity that runs a toaster, everyone can relate to that. That's the only source of heat besides the passive solar energy through the windows that they require, because they're very efficient homes. And you can achieve something close to that through renovations and retrofits. Now, Madam Speaker, this government is expanding the low-income program, which is a good thing. They're not putting anywhere, well, I'm not sure what amount of money they're putting towards it, because we hear 30 million, 40 million from the Minister of Energy and 400 million from the Minister of Finance. I hope the Minister of Finance, well, he's the Minister of Finance, so hopefully he's going to put 400 million towards that energy efficiency program and related ones. Because, you know, we have a lot of people living in apartments whose not only are their rents going up, assuming well, we don't know whether the rent cap is going to be extended, I should say, but we do know that their heating costs are going up, and there's no cap on those. And there's no programs, Madam Speaker, that New Brunswick Power runs to work with landlords to get their buildings more energy efficient, to reduce the costs for their tenants for heating. I've repeatedly had constituents come to me who had, particularly students, who had no idea, and newcomers for that matter too, who had no idea what the cost of heating was going to be. They saw what the rent was going to be. They finally found an apartment they could afford just managed to afford the rent, and then winter hit, and they couldn't afford the rent anymore because the heating costs were so high. So, Madam Speaker, there's much to be done there. To their credit, government did bring in the first energy efficiency target that we've had in New Brunswick, and it's in regulation now, Madam Speaker, and that was something that was originally committed to back in, 2006, I guess, in the Climate Action Plan. So finally it's in place, but it's pretty minimal, Madam Speaker. The electricity target of 0.5% in terms of the sales of MB Power is lower, much lower than the 1% savings achieved in Nova Scotia in 2021, and much lower than what the best states in the U.S. have achieved, which is 2% annually in the U.S. So it's less than bold, let's say that, Madam Speaker. It needed to be higher, and hopefully it says regulation. It's easy for the minister to change that. That will get changed soon, because it lacks in ambition. There's no question about that. So, Madam Speaker, with respect to the resolutions in the motion, to urge the government to reinstate and enhance the home energy assistance program, well, the enhanced part, I think, is an important piece of that, because today in the media it indicated that heating oil's gone up to $2.21 a liter. If you have an 800-liter tank, Madam Speaker, then you're going to pay over $2,000 to fill that tank. $2,000 to fill a tank with heating oil. Who can afford that? Who can afford that? That is just beyond the pale. And most people in inefficient homes use far more, use more than a tank of oil in the course of a winter. So the enhancement part of this is what's important. Really, the Home Energy Assistance Program was $100 total. If it were $100 a month, enhanced to $100 a month, as it says here, it should be enhanced during the heating season, that would be helpful. Certainly would be helpful, Madam Speaker, because with the cost of heating oil now in particular, a one-time payment of $100 is, well, I think people who are on low income would say it's better than nothing, which is true, but it's not near what's needed to help them. And so a monthly payment of assistance would be important. So I'm glad that this motion includes the idea of not just reinstating the Home Energy Assistance Program, but to enhance it. Frankly, when I first got elected and learned about the Home Energy Assistance Program, I thought it was a monthly thing, because I couldn't imagine that anyone would call a program home energy assistance and then just cough up $100 for the heating season. It's kind of a drop in the bucket for most people's heating costs. But in any event, the idea is correct, and it does need to be enhanced, and it does need to be enhanced so it's a monthly payment through the heating season. Now, with respect to the urging the government to remove the HST from heating fuels, it's not clear from the resolution, Madam Speaker, whether or not that's temporary for this year or permanent. So maybe one of the members, or at least the mover, when he does his closing, can clarify that, and for that matter, how much this represents. Because it's always important, of course, and I think members will agree, that when you reduce the revenue, you've got to offset it in some way. And so simply reducing that revenue without offsetting it can create other problems down the line, particularly if it's permanent rather than temporary. If it's temporary, it's not so concerning. Temporary removal of the HST, I think that's great. If it were permanent, then it would need to be offset, and it'd be interesting to hear how the member thinks that should be offset. As I recall, way back in history, before Brian Mulroney brought in the GST, I don't believe provincial sales tax was charged on heating fuel or electricity for that matter. And it was only when the GST came along, which was going on everything, that the province decided, well, let's also add the provincial portion to heating fuels and electricity when it got blended into the HST. So that was quite a while ago, but to the point of the motion here, it didn't used to be the case. In the wisdom of previous governments of both the red and blue kind, they, in history, didn't think it was appropriate to charge provincial sales tax on people's heating costs. And so that's an interesting principle. So, Madam Speaker, that is something I'd like the member to address. I would like to make a motion, though, with respect to the overall motion here, and it reads this way: by adding after the last resolution clause in this motion the following. This is seconded by member for Kent North. Be it further resolved, so a third resolution. Be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge NB Power to expand the eligibility of its heat pump program to include central or ductless heat pumps for New Brunswick households that use oil or gas to heat their homes. Madam Speaker, simply to ensure that we're not discriminating against people who are paying high costs with other heating fuels. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Having been moved for the member for Fredericton South and seconded by the member for Kent North, that motion 7 be amended as follows, by adding after the last resolution clause the following. Be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge NB Power to expand the eligibility of its heat pump program to include central or ductless heat pumps for New Brunswick households that use oil or gas to heat their homes. Do we have any speakers on the amendment? I recognize the member for Campbellton-Dalhousie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to speaking on the amendment and overall to the motion because it's all blended in. It's all the same subject area, but I planned on speaking on this, and I was preparing my notes last night, and I don't usually write a full speech out. I have little notes here and there, so I had all these notes, and you know, like all the best plans you make can, you know, slip away sometime, and funny thing happened to me when on my way here early this morning. Yeah. So I thought I received an email early this morning. Actually, I have the email here, and it's very timely and very appropriate. It came in at 7:02 this morning, so it sort of threw me off in a sense of, you know, so anyway, yeah. No, I was on my second rounds of coffee by then. But it said here, Dear Mr. Arsenault, my husband and I are retired. And I put this into the record. Upon opening my iPad this morning, I have noticed that heating oil prices have gone up again from a maximum price of $2.50 to $2.61. It has always been about 10 cents less a litre than the price of gas. Why has it hiked all of a sudden? Although it is possible to get around the issue of food prices by cutting unnecessary things that have no nutritious value, for example, it is not the case with heating oil. With winter at our door, no argument can justify these prices for an essential product. I think that message is directly to the Minister of Energy. We are aware that you, yourself, cannot change the situation, but we would appreciate it if you brought it to the Premier's attention. And that's what I'm doing right here today. I know the Premier's listening, and I know he takes good notes, because I've seen him take notes during debates before, and I know he does a good job at it. And besides that, he has a fairly good memory. And I know that he will be aware of this. They're aware that, so the Premier's attention. It seems to us that since the province has generated a considerable amount of surplus in the last years, interesting, eh? Interesting what people know out there, see? So they're conscious. They know what's going on. The provincial taxes could be cut on petroleum products for the crucial winter months, which are from mid-November to mid-March. We are not asking for much. Other provinces have done so already. What is the government waiting for? I thank you for your mutual concern and the hope of seeing prices of diesel and heating oil fall below the $2 mark. We continue to bundle up and keep our thermostat at the lowest possible setting in order to make it through the coldest days of the season. Now that should be, I hope everyone was listening as the Honourable Minister asked everyone to listen to him. I hope everyone listened to this. This is from two of my constituents, husband and wife, from my riding. And I rest my case. I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
For Victoria Lavalette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Much like the Minister, I've been listening intently to everything, and much like the Minister said, certain things did catch my ear. The Minister seemed incensed that we are trying to brand them, he said. We're trying to brand them as a villain. Well, Madam Speaker, to me, that's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black. As long as I've been an MLA, it seems to me that the other side has been trying to brand us. Tax and spend liberals, they say. When we invest in people that are lower income, when we invest in programs, tax and spend liberals, tax and spend liberals. You're going to raise the taxes and blow the money on the poor people. Well, it's something I take pride in, Madam Speaker, is that we look after the most vulnerable in society. Now, the Minister went on to say, you're always criticizing everything. We're never doing anything right. Well, that's not true. The fuel and food assistance was a good idea. It just was too narrow. It was targeted at only those who were receiving social assistance. It was targeted only at those who were receiving old age security. It did nothing for the working poor. Hey, I'm being positive. I said it was a good idea, but it was too narrow. So that needs to be expanded. And I'm hoping that the Minister is taking notes, because there are working poor that are working in grocery stores and they're both making just a small wage and they've got a family and they've got a house to heat. They need the help too, Minister. It's not just the people on social assistance that need help. We have many, many working poor. Now, as for the food bank, laudable to give them an extra $2 million. Very laudable. That will help certainly cover the cost of inflation on their operating cost and the cost of inflation on any food they do purchase. So it's great that you kept them up, perhaps with inflation, and I'm hoping that it covers the inflation. But more could be done there as well. It's not like we don't have fiscal capacity to do a little bit more. Raising the minimum wage, the Minister likes to say, are now the highest in the region. Well, only till the new year, because PEI will be raising theirs again and it will go over ours by 5 cents, and we will still be, I think, 5 or 10 cents over Nova Scotia. And it was interesting when they did the whole thing in the throne speech, Madam Speaker, they said, we went from the last in the country to the highest in the region. So we went from last of 10 to first of 3. Optics. Optics is everything, Madam Speaker. But it is a good thing that they raised the minimum wage. But the reason that we ask for these programs is because minimum wage does not cut it for anybody. There's nobody who can actually live on minimum wage. So we ask for little extra heat supplements. We ask to have the tax perhaps taken off of heating oil on a temporary basis. It's the least we can do. The minister talks about $102 million for housing, and that's great. But we've only built 150 units, and now we're saying $102 million over 3 years. Will we be able to build more than 150 some units in the next 3 years, Madam Speaker? Will supply chain issues hinder this? Will we actually get to spend that $102 million over the next 3 years? Why not try and target half of that next year, Madam Speaker, just in case we have supply chain issues? If we target half of it and we spend it, awesome. Then we've got extra housing stocks. Another thing, that, Madam Speaker, is the minister talks about the programs that you've done, and they're all laudable, and I agree. You know, fuel and food assistance, it was a good program, but too narrow. Food banks, covers inflation, great, good for that. Minimum wage going up, it had to, Madam Speaker. More housing, yes. The minister, and I'm giving him props, it's just that more can be done and more should be done. But he doesn't talk about programs that they've cut since 2018, Madam Speaker.
Oh, shame.
He only lists the ones they brought in.
Shame.
We had some good programs. Yeah. There was the program that we're talking about today. It was $100 a year. It was not a big amount, Madam Speaker. It was not enough. Instead of cutting it, this government should have enhanced it more to, I would say, the amount that the leader of the Green Party was talking about. $100 a month over the winter would certainly go a long way to help, Madam Speaker, to get this done. So I think I've only got about a half a minute left, so I'm going to try and just wrap it up. Minister, I listened, and you're wrong. We don't just criticize. We're just telling you more can be done. More needs to be done. The fiscal capacity is there. We only have to have the same will to help those less fortunate as we do to give tax cuts to the people that are making a lot of money. And if we do that, then everybody in the province will benefit, Mr. Minister. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time, and Mr. Minister, I thank you very much for your feedback today. I listened intently. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Bathurst West, Beresford, to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Minister, I did listen, and so I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, to the Minister. The Minister started his speech by telling us how this was going to go. We were going to put the motion for a vote. The government was going to vote against, and all this was for us to create a video. And then he went on a diatribe to say that we're not supporting and we're not giving them enough flowers, or I don't know what it is about what they do. Well, Minister, welcome to Legislature. It is. And you know what? We're both guilty of it. We give some, they give some back. And he went through a whole bunch of stuff that was out of context. When we talked about, when I said $2 million was nothing, it was in the context of a $774 million surplus. That is not a lot of money. It is $2 million is good, but there is plenty to give more. That's what I was trying to say. 40 times more. 40 times more than that $2 million was given to the richest people in tax breaks for every year from now on. It's supposed to one time. There's a $20 million on the fund that you talked about, 4 times more on that $80 million that you're giving back in tax credits, 4 times more. So, listen, I'm not going to take any longer than this. I'll tell you what, there's 2 things that I heard in the minister's speech. Number 1, he prejudged the vote. They're going to vote against it. That's what I heard. Everything after that didn't matter much. What I didn't hear, though, is on the 2 proposals, nothing about why it wouldn't work, why it's not possible to do. It was about everything else, but I didn't hear any arguments of why this wouldn't be a good idea, to bring back this program or take the HST off. No information. So I'll say this to the minister and his crew: vote your conscience. Vote your conscience, and I'll guarantee you, I will not attach my name to any video to this embarrassment. Thank you.
On the amendment moved by the member for Fredericton South, seconded by the member for Kent North, that motion 7 be amended as follows. By adding after the last resolution clause the following, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge NB Power to expand the eligibility of its heat pump program to include central or ductless heat pumps for New Brunswick households that use oil or gas to heat their homes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it, and I declare... Oh. I gotta look. Sergeant at Arms, ring the bells.
Sergeant, secure the doors. On the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Dalhousie. Mr. Gover. Mr. McKee. Mr. Legacy. Madame Thériault. Mr. Chasson, Jacques Michel. Mr. Chasson, Victoire Lavallée. Mr. Kuhn. Ms. Mitten. Mr. Guittal. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Lepage. Mr. Mallet. Mr. Demore. Madame Landry. Ms. Yasno-Kenno. Mr. Landry.
All those opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Holder. Mr. Steeves. Ms. Shepherd. Mr. Fitch. Mr. Holland. Mr. Savoy, Member Negawak. Ms. Scott Wallace. Ms. Green. Mr. Crossman. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Hogan. Mr. Austin. Mr. Carr. Mr. Turner. Ms. Wilson, Moncton Southwest. Ms. Wilson, Ormoncton, Lincoln, Fredericton. Mr. Collins. Ms. Anderson Mason. Mr. Wetmore. Mr. Ames. Mr. Dawson. Ms. Bacchus. Ms. Conroy. Total yeas pour 17, 17. Total nays contre 23, 23.
Total yeas, 17, 17. Total nays, 23, 23. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment defeated. Now this reading, right? Members, the amendment proposed by the member for Fredericton South and leader of his party is almost identical to the wording in Notice of Motion 8, currently on the order paper by the member for Fredericton South. As the House has now made a decision on the proposed amendment, Notice of Motion 8 will be deemed withdrawn and removed from the order paper. On the motion, all those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, Sergeant, ring the bells. Just they're ringing. Do we have?
Yes, we do.
Oh.
Yes, we'll look that up.
Okay.
I just thought we were ahead.
I thought you said, yeah. Sorry, moving too quick. All those in favor of motion 7, please rise.
Mr. Yalcino, Hamilton Dalhousie. Mr. Gauvin. Mr. McKee. Mr. Legacy. Madame Thériault. Mr. Chasson, Jacques Michel. Mr. Chasson, Victoire Lavallée. Mr. Kuhn. Ms. Mitten. Mr. Dowd. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Lepage. Mr. Mallet. Mr. Demore. Madame Landry. Mr. Yalcino-Ketno. Mr. Landry.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Holder. Mr. Steeves. Ms. Shepherd. Mr. Fitch. Mr. Holland. Mr. Savoy, Beta Member Negawak. Mr. Savoy. Ms. Scott Wallace. Ms. Green. Mr. Crossman. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Hogan. Mr. Austin. Mr. Carr. Mr. Turner. Ms. Wilson, Moncton Southwest. Ms. Wilson, Ormoncton, Lincoln, Fredericton. Mr. Collins. Ms. Anderson Mason. Mr. Wetmore. Mr. Ames. Mr. Dawson. Ms. Bacchus. Ms. Conroy. Total yeas pour 17, 17. Total nays contre 23, 23.
Total yeas 17, 17. Total nays 23, 23. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare motion 7 defeated.
Second reading? You say second reading, I'll say Bill 8.
No. Second reading.
Bill 8.
This is the pleasure of the House that Bill 8 be now read a second time. Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise today to speak on Bill 8, second reading. It's an act to amend the Elections Act. And so the intent of this legislation is to close a loophole where the Election Act calls for a situation of a by-election when there's a vacancy. As it stands today, the legislation, I guess, has been exploited, if you want to call it that, where the spirit of the legislation is not respected. And so the spirit of the legislation being that a by-election be held within the 6-month time frame of a vacancy, but as it's currently worded, the by-election can be called within 6 months, but then the date would be at some future period of time. And so we've brought this forward, and I'll get into my remarks. I guess over the last several years, we've had a few by-elections, and the time on those has run quite lengthy. Some have not happened at all because of a general election that eventually took place. But there were some vacancies in this legislature, in the previous legislature as well, that ran 12 months, 11 months, 10 months in 3 situations. And so that's not democracy when you don't have representation in the House for a certain region. Under our model, we represent geographical regions, and that region, those people would not be represented for a period of time. And so it all comes down to democracy, Mr. Speaker, and democracy, which is the pillar of our society. It's the foundational principle of free countries, free provinces. Democracy is something that we have had and we are grateful to have. And so democracy, it comes from the Greek word of demos, which means people, and kratia, which means power. So democracy is about people having power to take decisions on their own behalf. And so without representation, people are not able to exercise this right. Representative legislatures, that's one of the other original and most basic foundations of any democracy, the success of which is based on the full and equal participation of the people. It's good, it's a public good to have a democracy. It's owned by the citizens, and that's why we're bringing forward this motion now. It's this bill. It's the second time we're bringing this forward. As the Premier, as I've said, he has been frustratingly long in bringing by-elections forward. And so, looking at the legislation, so what we're proposing here is that the Section 15 of the Elections Act be amended, where it says we're suggesting that we include in the legislation that it say, where a vacancy in the Legislative Assembly is certified to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly or the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly as provided by Section 27 of the Legislative Assembly Act, the Lieutenant Governor and Council shall fix the date of the writ, which shall not be more than 6 months from the date the seat becomes vacant, and the date of the ordinary polling day, which shall be a Monday, not more than 38 nor less than 28 days from the date of the writ. So the writ needs to be issued within the 6-month period, and then the polling day not more than 38 days after that date. And that closes the loophole where we've seen extended periods of time that geographical areas, ridings in this province would have gone without a representation. So that's exactly what the intent of the bill is. And so that is what we're proposing, and I guess it's, when you look at the way that it is worded right now, the provision of the Act says that when there's a vacancy that is certified by the Speaker, the Lieutenant Governor shall fix 6 months from the date upon which the vacancy was so certified, direct the issue of a writ of election for an electoral district for which the vacancy occurred. There's no mention of the polling day. So it's talking about fixing a date 6 months from the date upon which the vacancy is certified. That's it. So that has been exploited. We've seen situations where, like I said, there's been vacancies here, important issues being debated, and there's no person at the table representing a certain geographic area. And it's important that all people of New Brunswick have an elected member representing them and their riding in the Legislative Assembly. It's essential to democracy that people can vote to decide who will represent them in the Legislative Assembly, and to unnecessarily delay them the opportunity to do so is an affront to democracy. We suggest 6 months is a reasonable time frame for parties to seek out candidates and for elections in New Brunswick to prepare for by-elections. The problem that we've seen, as I've said, is the intent of the legislature not being respected. And I'll even point out that federally they have legislation under the Parliament of Canada Act similar to what I've read from our legislation, that when the seat in the House becomes vacant and it's certified by the Speaker, that a writ be issued, and it's within 6 months again, and then they have 50 days from the writ to hold the election day. So similar to what we're proposing, we have a 38-day window from the writ. They also have federally a 9-month grace period, if you will, between the vacancy and the next general election that would nullify, I guess, the requirement under the Act. And there's been some discussion if that's something that government might be proposing, an amendment to include some type of period of that nature, and if that's the case, we'll discuss that at that time. But we submit, without tightening our legislation, that this can continue to be exploited. We've seen situations here in New Brunswick, in St. Croix, for example, when the late MLA Greg Thompson had passed away September 10th, 2019. That by-election should have been called within 6 months. It didn't get called. I guess the issue at the time was the COVID-19 pandemic, but I mean, when you end up calling a general election in the middle of a pandemic, it kind of nullifies that excuse. And actually, in the lead-up to that, in an interview with CBC in December 2019, the Premier had expressed concern that a Liberal win would lead to an early election and a risk of the Liberals returning to power in 2020. So it's clear that the Premier did not want to take the risk, and so he used the loophole to put off calling the by-election. And as I stated, it went on until a general election was held September 14th, 2020, over a year since the people of St. Croix went without a representative. And this at a time when we were in the pandemic, I submit, but had they had a representative, they would have been there to help their people. That was the most busiest time, I think, for a constituency office dealing in the early days of the pandemic. The number of calls and issues that came through our phones, email, everything, to have that vacant at the time, no representation, I think is an affront to democracy. The same can be said for the seats in the Miramichi area. Those were vacant for 10 months, and this was happening at a time when we were having debates on local government reform, health reforms, those types of issues, but they did not have those two seats, those representatives at the table to discuss those very important issues. The riding of Shediac Bay Dieppe, that became vacant on October 9th, 2019. Again, not too long after St. Croix became vacant. That riding went 11 months without representation, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of examples here that we can be used in the past where the 6-month was respected, but we have a sample size here from our current Premier that the 6-month was never respected once. And in fact, we've seen 10, 11, and 12-month delays, having by-elections, having vacancies in the Legislative Assembly, and having citizens of this province not represented here in the Legislature. Again, an affront to our democracy, our system, which is based on representative legislatures, to have those seats vacant is unacceptable beyond the 6-month intended period, and that's why I think it's important that we close this loophole today, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go through a report. There was a report done, I believe it was 2019, that the Chief Electoral Officer had put forward, and one of the recommendations was, in fact, to close this loophole. And I'll just read parts of that report on what she had said about by-elections. She said that there is a widely held belief that the ordinary polling day of by-elections must be scheduled to occur within a 6-month period following a member's resignation. However, this is not the case. Although subsection 15.1 of the Elections Act has been amended over the years, the relevant phrase has remained constant since 1967 and requires the Lieutenant Governor and Council to direct the issue of a writ of election for a by-election within 6 months after the date on which the vacancy was certified to the Speaker. She says, for example, if a vacancy is certified on January 1st, an order in Council could be issued as late as June 30th, ordering that a writ of election be issued by the Chief Electoral Officer at some date several months in the future. And this could result in the residents of an electoral district being without representation in the Legislative Assembly for a significant period of time. And she said it's recommended that when a vacancy in the Legislative Assembly is certified to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, that the Lieutenant Governor and Council be required to direct the issue of a writ of election to fill the vacancy so that the date fixed for the ordinary polling day is within 6 months after the date on which the vacancy was certified. And it's also recommended that a by-election should not be required to be held during the 12-month period to a scheduled general election, although the Lieutenant Governor and Council should have the option to call a by-election during this period if desired. And that's what I understand, that there might be an amendment coming from the other side. And she goes on to say, requiring that an election to fill the vacant seat in the Legislative Assembly be held within 6 months will ensure that the public in that electoral district will not be left without representation for an inordinate period of time, and that the legislative requirements accord with the widely held understanding of the provision. Also, a 6-month period provides the flexibility to ensure a by-election is not required to be held during a period such as the Christmas holidays, when the public would not be focused on the event, and elections in New Brunswick would face significant logistical challenges in finding government officials, suppliers, and service providers able to complete their work within the legislated deadline for an election period. And then she goes on to have a specific recommendation. She says, the specific recommendation of the report to reform the provision relating to by-elections reads as follows. It was recommendation 34. Require a by-election to fill a vacancy in the Legislative Assembly be held within 6 months after the vacancy is certified to the Speaker. Amend Section 15 of the Elections Act to require that when a vacancy in the Legislative Assembly is certified to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly or the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly, that the Lieutenant Governor and Council must direct the issue of a writ of election fixing the date of ordinary polling day as a date that is within 6 months after the date the vacancy is certified. However, if a vacancy is certified on a date less than 1 year prior to the date of a scheduled general election, the Lieutenant Governor and Council should not be required to, but may direct that a by-election be held. So that's what we're bringing forward here, Mr. Speaker, is an amendment to the legislation to ensure that the writ of an election and the polling days is going to be within the 6-month period, as the intention of the law has been, but has been exploited over the years. L'intention de la loi est évidente, Monsieur le Président. C'est prévu que le Premier ministre déclenche une élection partielle pour combler la vacance d'un siège à l'Assemblée législative dans les 6 mois. Les raisons de convoquer une élection partielle dans les 6 mois suivant la vacance d'un poste sont évidentes. C'est important que tous les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick aient un député élu qui les représente, eux et leur circonscription, à l'Assemblée législative. Et cependant, qu'on a des débats importants sur différents enjeux, que tous les citoyens aient quelqu'un à la table pour plaider leur cause. Ça, c'est essentiel pour que la démocratie et que les gens puissent voter pour décider qui va les représenter, et leur retarder inutilement la possibilité de le faire, c'est un affront à la démocratie. 6 mois, c'est un délai raisonnable pour que les partis recherchent des candidats et pour que l'élection Nouveau-Brunswick se prépare aux élections partielles. Et puis, malgré l'intention évidente de la loi, Ça a été exploité pendant les années et c'est pour ça qu'aujourd'hui, on veut fermer la porte pour que ça ne se reproduise pas. On sait que dans le passé, le Premier ministre a fixé des dates ou pas fixé des dates du tout parce qu'on est arrivé à une élection, mais on a eu des sièges ici dans l'Assemblée législative qui ont été vides pendant des longues périodes de temps, 12 mois à Saint-Croix, 11 mois à Chediac-Bédiac, 10 mois pour les 2 circonscriptions à la Miramichi, et cependant qu'on a eu des débats importants sur la réforme de la gouvernance locale, les réformes en santé, et pendant la pandémie, on n'avait pas de représentation dans ces circonscriptions également. Je pense que c'est important qu'on ferme la porte ici, que dans le futur, les élections partielles soient maintenues pour avoir les élections dans un délai de 6 mois. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll close on that. This will address the loophole that has been exploited in the past. Have elections held within the 6-month period that the intention of the legislation was clearly set out in the past, but has not been respected. This will fix that and will ensure that in the future we have representation quickly, that we're able to fill vacancies quickly, and that all members of the legislature be here, but all citizens of the province be represented and have a voice at the table. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, don't scare me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on this motion today, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this bill forward. And he used the word loophole a number of times throughout his comments, and that's exactly what it is. And it's good today that we're going to have an opportunity to talk a little bit about democracy, because at the end of the day, as the Leader of the Opposition said, that's what this is fundamentally about. And so I also want to talk about the cooperation that we've had today. And I think that on this particular bill, this is an example of how the Legislative Assembly needs to work. And it has worked from time to time. I would argue that these moments sometimes feel few and far between, and I think it's the responsibility of all of us to work that way. Now, look, yesterday I know that there was probably a little frustration with myself over there. We were moving the bills around a little bit to get a little bit of attention. But when we did that, that's what this House is for, using the rules of this House to get legislation like the one that we have in front of us through today. And as a result of that, and the negotiations that took place today, we were able to drive an agenda forward for both sides. And I know that this is a piece of legislation that has been important to the Leader of the Opposition and the current Leader of the Liberal Party as well. And because of that cooperation, not only did we get some of our own bills into committee where some of the real work can get done and the real questions can get answered, we actually had an opportunity to talk about this piece of legislation as well. I want to say that on this side of the House, we fully intend to support this bill. This loophole exists. It needs to be closed. And quite frankly, a number of years ago, we had a law in place that allowed us to wait an entire year. That legislation was changed at one point during my time here. Most of us thought that that loophole was closed, but it would appear that after that, it was very ambiguous according to Elections New Brunswick, and it was never certain whether, as long as you called it within 6 months, and I think when the drafters, and that's why it is so important that we take our responsibility as legislators on this floor very seriously, because obviously that piece of legislation got through and the actual wording was so ambiguous that we didn't actually get the result and the intended effect that we wanted, and that was that an election would be called within 6 months of the seat being vacated. That was the ultimate goal, and that's not what happened.
Now, back in the day, there were various political parties that took advantage of the year that you had. There's been other political parties that have taken advantage of the way it's worded now. The fact of the matter is, it does have to be closed. And it has to be closed because, as I've said from the onset, and the Leader of the Opposition has said as well here today, that democratic rights and the ability of the people to have a voice and a say in the decisions that are made in this province is fundamental. It is absolutely fundamental to who we are as a society. And you know, a number of years ago, and the former Speaker of the Legislature from that side of the House, on my 20th anniversary, and as an elected member, gave me the opportunity to say a few words that day. And I talked about how I always felt blessed that my generation didn't have to go through some of the horrors that our ancestors did in terms of protecting democracy. And a few days after Remembrance Day, I think it's important that we remember that. That at the end of the day, men and women died for us to be able to have a system of government where people had a say through this House. And ultimately, you need an elected representative in your area to come here to Fredericton to defend your interests. And when that goes on indefinitely, that's a problem. And that loophole is what creates that problem. And so, you know, I'm going to point this out today. You know, we were very determined as a caucus that we wanted to support you on this as we looked over the legislation and prepared for this day. But, you know, we got some of the pushback that, because I should point out there, and I've talked to the opposition about this, they have a copy of the amendments that Elections New Brunswick has provided for us, not to change what they're doing, but to strengthen the legislation even further. And the comment was, well, why don't we just bring our own bill in later on in the year or next spring? And we said, no, let's pass this now. We have to make changes later. We can make changes later. Well, and then it became, well, why don't we see what those changes need to be right here today? And you know, we get the end. We've all faced this. I see members over there that used to be over here, and you get that story. Oh, it's going to take probably a couple weeks, maybe a couple months to get that. Well, I'm going to tell you something. The bureaucracy is accountable to this House, and this House is accountable to the people in New Brunswick. And that's the way it works. And we made it very clear that we wanted those amendments from Elections New Brunswick now, so that we could table them on the floor of this House to strengthen this piece of legislation. So, look, I'm not going to talk indefinitely on this today. I just want to say that I'm proud of the work, and I want to thank the opposition House Leader for his work. I want to thank the members of the Green Party as well, because they have been working with us. We will get this bill to Committee of the Whole House tomorrow for further debate and for consideration of those amendments that will work towards strengthening this piece of legislation that the members opposite have brought forward. And I think this is one of those moments that we can all hold our heads up high and be proud of what's accomplished. And yeah, I know members opposite know I love to debate in here, and that's what this is all about. And yeah, there was some give and take and some negotiation and some pushback yesterday, but look at where we got as a result of it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what this House is supposed to do. We did our job, and the people in New Brunswick can be proud that we can work together on issues that we agree on. There's times we're going to disagree. We got elected on very different platforms, and that's fine. But when it's something that's absolutely fundamental to the protection and promotion of democracy in this province, like closing this loophole, then those are areas where we can always work together, and you have the commitment of this side of the House that we will always stand with you on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The Deputy de Restigouche West.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
C'est rare que je parle après un membre du gouvernement, puis on est sur la même longueur d'onde. Mais je vais le féliciter pour son travail. Et à un moment donné, j'avais même peur qu'il vienne recruter notre House Leader pour l'amener sur son côté, à force qu'il le félicitait. Mais on va y aller à défendre le projet de loi. Et lorsque tous les deux allocuteurs avant moi ont parlé de démocratie, je pense que c'est exactement ce qui est la base, le fondement de ce projet de loi-là. C'est de s'assurer que tous les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick aient une représentation à l'intérieur de cette Assemblée législative. On a nommé les dates, les 10 mois, les 11 mois, les mêmes 1 an de circonscription qui n'étaient pas représentés ici à l'Assemblée législative. Et d'un bord comme de l'autre, ça nous nuit. Ça nuit au fonctionnement et l'impact que ça a sur les circonscriptions voisines, des circonscriptions qui sont orphelines tout de suite, est encore plus taxant sur ces députés-là. Je le sais, je l'ai vécu chez nous. Donc, dès qu'il y a une vacance à une circonscription, c'est les circonscriptions voisines qui en écopent. Et je vous dirais que c'est encore plus vrai dans les circonscriptions rurales. Les gens se connaissent, les gens sont là, on est très près de la communauté, mais nos circonscriptions sont déjà tellement vastes que lorsqu'on agrandit un territoire pour compenser, ça devient très lourd. Et je vous dirais que les quelques mois que j'ai vécu cette expérience-là, c'était très difficile de me diviser en deux pour représenter 2 circonscriptions. Et je vous dirais que c'était encore plus difficile lorsqu'on était au gouvernement parce que les demandes sont encore plus exigeantes envers un député à cette époque. Donc, je suis content de voir qu'aujourd'hui, les 3 partis s'entendent pour passer ce projet de loi-là. Je voudrais aussi clarifier que ce projet de loi-là vient corriger quelque chose qui date de 1900, je vais trouver la date exacte, mais il me semble que depuis 1967. Et à ce moment-là, il était clair qu'on voulait s'assurer qu'il y avait des élections et qu'il y avait un processus, mais depuis 1967, on n'a pas changé le libellé qu'on veut corriger aujourd'hui. Et je rappellerai aussi à l'Assemblée législative que la première loi régissant les élections provinciales, elle a été adoptée en 1795. Mais il y avait eu des élections avant ça. De 1785 à 1795, elles relevaient d'aucune loi. Elles étaient plutôt, Monsieur le Président, gérées par le shérif, qui faisait également fonction de directeur du scrutin. Et c'est depuis 1967, même où ce que le libellé qu'on veut corriger aujourd'hui, qu'on a nommé un directeur général des élections qui, lui, gérait justement le processus électoral. Je suis content de voir que le rapport de Élections Nouveau-Brunswick, de la directrice, recommande justement ce qu'on propose aujourd'hui, parce que elle l'a recommandé, c'est dommage, Monsieur le Président, qu'elle l'a recommandé en 2019. Et je n'ai pas besoin de vous faire l'histoire qu'en 2019, jusqu'à aujourd'hui, c'est le gouvernement conservateur qui est au pouvoir et on a ramené aujourd'hui, en 2022, une correction et c'est l'opposition qui le fait. Et on va prendre le crédit pour le faire, mais je suis content de voir qu'il y a une collaboration à cet effet-là. Mais c'est de valeur que ça n'a pas été fait avant, justement pour combler les écarts et le manque qu'on a vécu dans les 4 circonscriptions depuis les quelques dernières années. Donc, à cet effet-là, je pense qu'il est clair que chaque citoyen du Nouveau-Brunswick a besoin d'une représentation. Et je veux juste faire sûr que les gens comprennent qu'est-ce que ça veut dire d'amener un député d'une circonscription ici à l'Assemblée législative. Quand je suis embarqué en politique, j'ai réalisé, et je le savais, mais c'est flagrant, on a 2 rôles à jouer. On a le rôle de législateur lorsqu'on est ici à l'Assemblée législative, à Fredericton. On joue un rôle de modifier les lois provinciales, d'amender des lois, de voir à des réglementations, de s'assurer qu'il y a qu'on peut travailler en toute civilité dans la province. Lorsqu'on est en région, lorsqu'on est le député de la circonscription et qu'on est assis dans nos bureaux, et même quand on répond aux crises locales, et souvent, c'est beaucoup plus souvent des crises qu'on deal avec, et c'est principalement, dans mon cas, toute la question de développement social, la question des routes et, bien sûr, toute la question maintenant de la santé. C'est deux rôles complètement différents, mais sauf qu'ils sont complémentaires. Ce que j'apprends chez nous, ce que j'entends chez nous, ce qu'on vit dans les circonscriptions, on doit être capable de l'amener ici à l'Assemblée législative pour s'assurer que les lois en place soient les meilleures, représentatives et qui assurent la santé, la sécurité et le bien-être de tous les citoyens du Nouveau-Brunswick, équitablement. Et c'est ce qui est mon rôle, et c'est ce qui est le rôle de tous les députés. Mais il nous en manque aujourd'hui, et on espère les combler le plus rapidement possible. Je compare ça, Monsieur le Président, à une entreprise privée. Une grande entreprise privée qui perd son VP en ressources humaines. Est-ce que l'entreprise va attendre 6 mois avant de poster ou d'afficher le poste pour le combler peut-être dans un autre 6 mois après? Malheureusement, non. L'entreprise privée va combler son poste vacant le plus rapidement possible avec la meilleure personne disponible. Donc, pour moi, il est essentiel, c'est rare que je fais ça, de comparer le gouvernement à l'entreprise privée, mais lorsqu'on parle des ressources humaines, c'est exactement le même champ d'intérêt. On doit absolument avoir les meilleures personnes de chacune des circonscriptions dans l'Assemblée législative pour s'assurer d'une représentation locale et d'une représentation provinciale ici à l'Assemblée législative. Chaque citoyen a le droit de vote et les circonscriptions qui seront vacantes, il y en a déjà une officiellement, depuis le mois d'octobre, je n'ai pas la date exacte, je pense que c'est le 19, si je ne me trompe pas. Donc, faites le calcul, en dedans de 6 mois, donc ça nous amène au printemps prochain, on pourrait avoir des élections. Dans au moins une circonscription, 2 très bientôt, 3, non, encore très bientôt aussi. Et j'espère qu'au printemps 2023, qu'on aura 3 autres collègues à l'Assemblée législative pour compléter l'équipe qu'on est ici. Et pour ce faire, on a besoin de ce projet de loi-là, sinon ça pourra aller plus tard. Et, Monsieur le Président, on a vécu des élections pendant une pandémie. Ça n'a pas été facile. On n'a aucune idée de ce que l'avenir nous réserve dans les prochains mois. Mais déjà, si on peut se prévoir une date rapidement pour des élections, on pourra à ce moment-là prendre les moyens nécessaires, ou Élections Nouveau-Brunswick pourra prendre les moyens nécessaires pour s'assurer que tous ces électeurs-là concernés dans les circonscriptions vacantes auront accès à voter. Et quand je parle de tout le monde, Monsieur le Président, ça inclut les gens dans les foyers de soins. Ça inclut les gens qui sont confinés à la maison ou qui seraient confinés à la maison. Les gens qui doivent s'isoler pour des raisons médicales. Il faut leur donner l'opportunité de voter. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec les gens qui travaillent à l'extérieur de la province, qui ne peuvent pas revenir à cause, exemple, qu'on a vécu avec la COVID, qui n'ont pas pu revenir s'il y avait eu une élection, comment on fait pour les faire voter? On a cette opportunité-là d'ici les prochaines élections à corriger le tir. Mais il faut fixer des dates et il faut donner des dates butoirs à Élections Nouveau-Brunswick d'agir. Et je pense qu'avec ce projet de loi ici, ça sera la meilleure façon de le faire. Il faut absolument qu'on qu'on redonne confiance aux électeurs envers leur gouvernement pour stimuler justement ou faire sortir le vote, pour que les gens aillent voter. Je regarde les dernières statistiques. Le taux de participation aux élections va à la baisse. On se prépare pour des élections municipales dans les prochaines semaines. On a vu qu'il y a encore des postes vacants. On a beaucoup d'élus qui ont été élus par acclamation. Et ce qu'on entend sur le terrain, c'est de la grogne tout de suite par rapport au processus, et je ne vous rentrerai pas dans toute la question de la gouvernance locale ou du processus de la gouvernance locale, mais vous m'avez entendu parler là-dessus assez souvent. Mais je pense qu'il faut absolument redonner confiance aux électeurs au processus et à leurs institutions législatives, c'est-à-dire municipales et provinciales. Et j'espère qu'on va être capable de leur dire aux élus, aux électeurs, c'est-à-dire qu'à chaque fois que quelques votes postes sera vacant, en dedans de 6 mois, on l'aura comblé. Et 6 mois donnent amplement de temps à n'importe quel parti politique de s'organiser, à n'importe quel candidat potentiel de s'organiser, d'aller chercher son financement nécessaire pour ces élections et de monter une bonne campagne électorale dans sa propre circonscription. J'espère que chacun réalise que certaines régions rurales, on est loin de Fredericton. Et lorsqu'on n'a pas de représentants pour nous représenter ici, c'est un pont, un énorme pont, et je ne parle pas du pont de Shippagan, c'est un énorme pont entre Fredericton et certaines régions, certaines circonscriptions. Et à ce moment-là, les gens les plus éloignés de Fredericton n'ont pas accès aux mêmes services, aux mêmes privilèges que certains ont. Donc, le fait d'avoir au moins un représentant ici à l'Assemblée législative, c'est leur seule porte de sortie ou leur seule porte d'entrée à l'appareil et aux services gouvernementaux. Le système gouvernemental a tellement changé, Monsieur le Président, depuis les dernières années. On fonctionne, allez voir le site Web, consultez le site Web, appelez le numéro 1-800, remplissez les formulaires en ligne. Je m'excuse, mais dans certaines régions, certaines générations ne peuvent pas répondre aux changements. Donc, leur représentant dans leur circonscription est la personne clé qui va leur ouvrir une porte et leur donner le support nécessaire pour avoir des services gouvernementaux essentiels à tous les jours dans le temps le plus rapide possible parce que souvent, c'est en état de crise que ces gens-là nous arrivent. Donc, je suis fier de voir qu'il y aura une collaboration de ce côté-là pour le projet de loi. Et je vous dirais que ça va nous rassurer de ce côté-ci que je suis convaincu que dans 6 mois, on aura 3 autres collègues de ce côté-ci de la Chambre. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Hey. Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for having me today. I normally, as you know, don't read a speech word for word, but I'll do my best today to do this, as I think that some of the prepared notes here are very well put together, so we'll give it a go. I do appreciate the comments that have been made so far by my colleagues on both sides of the House. When we start talking about by-elections and elections in general, I get all tingly because I love elections. I've been electioneering for almost all my adult life, big part of it. It's kind of a family business where I come from. So in saying that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to go through some of the points that I want to make regarding, setting exact timelines or definitive timelines by which a by-election needs to be held. And for the most part, I agree. Members of different ridings and constituencies, the general public, shouldn't be sitting without an MLA for a long, long period of time. I think that's been used politically in the past all too many times. Mr. Gallant, actually, Brian Gallant did that himself. I think he left a couple ridings vacant for quite some time. And one was Donald Arsenault's, actually, I think 10 months. It sat empty while his former cabinet minister that was double dipping decided to move on. And now, all of a sudden, it must have struck a chord with him, because now he's actually working for the opposition party, which, you know what, if you come to these buildings and you want to make change for improvement and make things better for the people, and you just continue to stay involved, and I think that's what Mr. Arsenault was up to with helping out with this one. So he probably was torn and tormented and hurt deeply by the fact that his constituents were left without a member in the legislature for that many years. Or months, sorry. We also saw there was a little bit of time that passed after former Premier David Alward resigned his seat as well before that next by-election happened. So it happens, but that's why I'm really happy to see that our seats in Miramichi and in Miramichi, let me see, I got it here, Miramichi Bay de Vin and Miramichi Bay, Southwest Miramichi Bay de Vin were filled quickly, promptly, by, well, it was a few months after, I guess. It was about 10 months probably, but there was a reason for that, and we had to get through some issues that we had here. And fortunately for this side of the legislature, we filled them with good progressive conservatives that work hard for the people of their ridings. Hey. Congratulations. So yeah, so congratulations to the Minister of RDC who is here, and also the member that sits behind me. Also the member that sits behind me for winning their seats. So it's been 4 years since the 2018 election that we were sworn in as the first minority government in 100 years. We had to wait a little while to take power. It wasn't an easy process, but it was the right process, and it was the right decision that at the end of the day, we ended up being on this side of the floor. But Mr. Gallant must have thought he was playing a game of blackjack in those days, but 21 wasn't the winning number for the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, 22 was the winning number that year. September of 2020, the people of New Brunswick provided us with a majority mandate, and now we are 29 strong. I'm honored to be able to serve in this chamber for the riding of New Maryland-Sunbury, and thank the Premier for entrusting me in my new role as Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, obviously was introduced, and I have no doubt, due to the recent resignations of, or soon-to-be resignations, of 3 members from the opposition side, including their former interim leader, Mr. Melanson from Dieppe. And have no doubt that they are seeking a quick way to get their new leader into this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should have the new leader in this chamber and just see how actually she does perform when the rubber hits the road. I think that she should be put to the test because she's no longer here watching. I don't know where she is. I don't know what she's doing, nor do I care. But she should be here representing and leading her party. Not to say that the interim leader isn't doing a good job. He's doing a fine job, I think, and I think it's a great experience for him to be able to do that and lead question period. I think people think that's an easy job to lead question period. It's a lot easier to answer the questions than it is to ask them. I can tell you that by experience. We have our scripted answers most of the time, unless people like my honourable colleague, Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development so often gets up and gets into the spirit of the game and answers his questions, but he knows his file. We all don't do that, and that's okay. But to be able to get up and ask those questions in a 1 minute or less, get your point across, get the one-liner, get the zinger is not always easy. And I almost called you by your first name, member, but I won't. But good luck to you as you continue that role and gain more experience. It's important. So I also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleagues across the way who will be leaving their seats in the near future to be mayors in their respective communities. The member for Bathurst East, Nipisiguit, St. Isidore, that's a mouthful. Bathurst East, Nipisiguit, St. Isidore, for his many years of service to his constituents and to the people of New Brunswick. I do consider the member to be a great friend and a mentor to me. You know, as he was held cabinet positions for many roles. I almost said his name too. So that's how personable we get here, right? But he was always, as a member for me in opposition, new at the job, always available for me to have a conversation, to have meetings with stakeholders, because he is in this for the right reasons, and I think that's why he keeps coming back, because he has a lot of fun doing it. But he's in it for the right reasons, and just because we don't have the same logo in front of our names on the ballot doesn't mean he doesn't treat us all respectfully, and I appreciate that, and I try my best to follow his lead with that. And sometimes it's difficult, I have to agree, but it's needed, and I thank you for that, sir. I do consider you a good friend, and I wish you well. And I know you'll do great things for that area, and now you'll be able to advocate for municipal designated highway funding, just like the rest. So, good luck to you. And to the member, right, and to the member from Restigouche-Chaleur for his service in this chamber as both the Speaker during our minority government and to his constituents. I'd also want to wish you well as you in your bid for mayor in the new entity of Bell Bay. I think that obviously you've had a role here in this legislature on the floor and in the back rooms for a minister like I did as an executive assistant, so you very much understand the role of the provincial government and how that interacts with the role of a municipal government and the federal government. So I think that the people there, if they elect you or if you are elected, will have a mayor that's ready to hit the road running and do great things in your community. And I too look forward to having meetings and discussions with you should you take on the new role. So good luck to you, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, our democracy is 155 years old. Yes, the way in which we conduct our elections has progressed a lot since 1867. Our elections are much more transparent and accountable than they were 40, 50, or even 60 years ago. We have technology now, Mr. Speaker, that makes those votes and those counts happen on a dime. We have fixed election dates now. We have rules around campaigning and fundraising, thankfully. And the way we conduct our own campaigns have changed, especially during the pandemic. And I think we can all agree that campaigning during a pandemic was challenging. It was an anxious time. We weren't quite sure how we should knock on doors. Some of us didn't. We chose not to on this side. The members opposite, most did, and that's okay. I think you did it safely as the best of your ability. You felt it was important to get out and knock on those doors. I actually contemplated at one time about going at some point full-time, but we decided as a party we would not. So I thought about using a hockey stick to ring a doorbell, a broomstick to stay out the way, or even to knock. So I think there was innovative ways that could have been done, and I'm sure some of you folks did that. Where was I? I lost my spot because I talked too much. So I did find it. So the fundraising, the rules around campaigning and fundraising, very fundamental to our democracy, to make sure that the transparency stays there and the accountability. Not all people understand the Act. Not all people take the time to understand the rules around campaigning and fundraising before they decide to launch into a campaign. We always made it to a real strong priority to understand those things in our camps, because it can save you a lot of trouble, or have somebody in your team, on your team, that does understand it. So that's important. And around and the fundraising piece, of course, you know, our former colleague from this side that now sits over there had this great idea that we would limit financing and donations to $3,000 and have it personal only and not corporate, and no, was it no trade union donations as well. And, you know, sometimes we make legislation in this room, we need to be careful and not to paint ourselves into a corner, but we all have the same rules to go by, and that's what we do. So we make the best of it. And I have since then, and many of you here have, and that's why you're successful, and we all are successful sometimes, many times over. We figured out the magic sauce on how to run elections, as Mr. Vickers would say. He loves magic sauce, guys. In case you didn't know, he loves the magic sauce. Hey, Minister, is that right, Minister? From Pet, right? So I already talked about how our party did not go door to door for the most part in the last general election. And we all found other alternative, innovative ways to engage with the electorate. I myself had several Zoom calls with different regions of my riding and invited the public to come on to the Zoom, and they registered. It was neat. It wasn't a large uptake, but it was a real neat opportunity to have conversation about platforms and share information and answer questions. Social media, as I mentioned, another tool that we all use, most of us very effectively, some of us don't use it at all, or very little, and that's okay. We all have our different preferences. So as I mentioned, the two by-elections were held in June of 2022, and prior to that, a provincial by-election was held in 2015 in the riding of Carleton, and we were supposed to have two by-elections in the ridings of St. Croix and Shediac-Bay-Dieppe. And, you know, one of those we know was because of our dear friend Greg Thompson passed on us, a former cabinet minister here, federal cabinet minister, and just a people's man of the people. Credible human being. Pretty straight shooter. If you were stepping out of line a little bit, he would make sure you knew about it. But I always appreciated Greg's tips on campaigning and what mattered to people and how you conduct yourself in the riding, especially in a rural riding, and what, you know, constituents expect when they see you out at the breakfasts in the areas. And he always said, never forget the people, because they are the ones that bring you to Fredericton, and they are the ones that will bring you back. There's nobody in Fredericton that decides those things. Well, there is. There's one guy. But anyway. So I always cherish the time I had with Greg, as we all did here, and it was a real pleasure for me to spend as little time as I did with him in cabinet, but to spend that time and listen to him tell his tales and a history lesson here and there, and how legislation and this job really needs to be, and that was appreciated by me. Mr. Speaker, I'm almost out of time. Hey, unless you want to give me an extra 20 or 15 or 20 minutes to carry on, I'm here all day. So I'm almost out of time. I only got through like half of my speech. Point of order wants up. And he's happy I'm done, though. So I have 15 seconds left. I'm going to end it here. I just want to say that there's some value in this bill, and I look forward to seeing what changes or amendments can happen, and we'll go forward with that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the end of my time here standing on my feet.
Thank you, Minister. The member for Fredericton South, and leader of his party.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ça me fait plaisir de lever dans la Chambre afin de participer dans le débat sur le projet de loi 8, la loi modifiant la loi électorale. Monsieur le chef de l'opposition officielle, je veux remercier pour cette initiative, pour votre initiative. C'est important. Je crois que le projet de loi 8, c'est un projet de loi raisonnable. When things are reasonable, you need to support them. And it only makes sense, Mr. Speaker, that take the politics out of the setting of dates for by-elections. Les élections provinciales sont très importantes pour les circonscriptions qui a eu perdu un député. Donc, it's been unfair so often when constituencies and their members have their citizens have been without an MLA for extended periods of time, just because the party of the day, the government of the day, is trying to decide on the best timing politically for them of when the by-election should occur. So this bill takes the politics out of the setting of by-elections, as should be the case, and it kind of brings it in line in a way with the fixed election dates, another good reform, Mr. Speaker. The fixed election dates, which had come in some time ago. This, in a sense, sets the constraints or the guardrails around when a by-election must be called. And so that's why this bill deserves support. I support it. And I want to see it adopted quickly in this Legislative Assembly. As I said, it is reasonable, just like other proposals that have been made, for example, to create an annual fixed calendar for this Legislative Assembly, another great reform that we want to see in this Legislative Assembly. Good for democracy, good for the citizens of this province to know what we're doing when, and then they can, plan their life accordingly to pay attention to the things they want to pay attention to that might be going on in the Legislative Assembly. So hopefully we will get there sooner than later, Mr. Speaker, as well. Another reasonable improvement. Another reasonable reform to take the politics out of the sitting of the legislature, the scheduling of committees, the scheduling of our time here, Mr. Speaker. So, as I said, when things are reasonable, they need to be supported. I know that there's probably an amendment coming here, and that's reasonable as well. Another reasonable thing, Mr. Speaker, is of course being able to have witnesses appear before the committee stage of studying bills. And we saw that happen for the Child Welfare Act bill. We had excellent witnesses. Each party put forward a proposal for a witness who they felt could add to the learning of the MLAs around the committee table and make a contribution. All excellent witnesses, Mr. Speaker, and as I've said in the past, it resulted in important amendments. That in that case, well, most of the members from the three parties brought amendments, but the minister himself captured the spirit of most of those amendments, and those amendments that he brought were supported by all members of the committee. So a very reasonable process, very reasonable, made for a better bill. And so it's reasonable, Mr. Speaker, that when warranted, witnesses should appear before our committee stage, during our committee stage when we're studying the bill. Very reasonable. So I think, and I know we could make a long list of what's reasonable in terms of further reforms, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Premier circulated a list of reasonable reforms for how this legislature should operate back in 2018 to the leaders. All reasonable. Few of them have been adopted, but all reasonable. So maybe we can revisit those. Maybe this bill, with the support it's going to get across the House, will help create the momentum for more reasonable reforms, Mr. Speaker. I hope so. But it's reasonable, Mr. Speaker, for me to finish here at this moment as well. And again, I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his initiative to bring this forward, the speakers from the official opposition so far who have spoken eloquently on this, and for the government's support of the spirit of this bill and the words that they have, the members have spoken from the other side as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we're perhaps on a roll here. We'll see where it leads, but thank you very much.
The Deputy de Madawaska-Leelac-Edmundston.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Une petite gorgée d'eau avant de débuter, mais je suis très heureuse d'entendre, tout d'abord, je suis très heureuse d'entendre que le gouvernement, les membres du gouvernement appuient cette proposition, ce projet de loi qui a été présenté par notre leader en Chambre et qui est appuyé nécessairement par l'ensemble de notre caucus. Et je dirais que c'est un loophole en anglais, c'est un oubli ou c'est une erreur qui a été faite il y a plusieurs années et qui, malheureusement, a permis, dans quelques circonstances, d'avoir des régions du Nouveau-Brunswick qui se sont retrouvées sans représentation, sans une voix, ici à l'Assemblée législative pendant plusieurs mois. Et, Monsieur le Président, c'est là où je suis d'accord avec mon collègue de Restigouche-Ouest, où il mentionne que la représentation dans les régions rurales est excessivement importante parce que, à cause de l'étendue du territoire, les citoyens sont premièrement loin des services, souvent, des services gouvernementaux. Et même si on dit que la plupart des services sont disponibles en ligne, il reste que plusieurs n'ont pas encore en 2022 l'Internet haute vitesse pour y avoir accès, mais aussi pour avoir accès à leurs députés, à leurs représentants légitimes ici à l'Assemblée législative. Donc, ceci, à mon avis, est totalement inacceptable dans un système démocratique comme on a ici au Canada et dont on jouit ensemble comme population d'avoir un système démocratique où la voix de chaque citoyen compte, non seulement au niveau de l'ensemble du pays, mais dans la province. Et également, on a ce même système qui est représenté au niveau municipal dans la plupart des provinces, sinon la totalité des provinces. Mais on appelle ça une démocratie. Et puis, si on dit la démocratie est importante, en effet, ça prend un endroit où les actions de l'État, de notre province, dans ce cas-ci, et tout ce qui est imposé aux citoyens, comme les impôts, comme les budgets, les programmes et les services, doivent faire l'objet d'un acte législatif, c'est-à-dire une loi. Et cette loi-là doit être votée par une majorité de représentants. Donc, c'est là l'importance d'avoir une voix qui représente l'ensemble des citoyens du Nouveau-Brunswick. Et ce qu'on propose, c'est de modifier la loi pour s'assurer que tous les citoyens du Nouveau-Brunswick soient représentés dans une période de 6 mois après qu'il y ait une élection partielle dans les 6 mois suivant une vacance, quelqu'un qui démissionne, qui se retire, qui décède. C'est déjà arrivé, entre autres, dans la circonscription de Sainte-Croix, où les électeurs se sont retrouvés, en fait, les citoyens se sont retrouvés sans voix pendant plus de 9 mois, plus d'1 an, pardon, et puis qui n'ont seulement retrouvé qu'une voix le 14 septembre 2020 et ont élu Madame la représentante de Sainte-Croix à ce moment-là. Donc, c'est inacceptable. Même récemment, dans la région de Miramichi, plus de 10 mois se sont écoulés après que 2 députés ont signifié leur intention de démissionner pour poursuivre d'autres objectifs de carrière. Donc, je pense, Monsieur le Président, que ce déficit démocratique que l'on retrouve lorsqu'il n'y a pas de représentants élus à l'Assemblée législative doit être comblé. Et c'est pour cette raison qu'on a apporté ce projet de loi ou ces modifications à la loi d'élection au Nouveau-Brunswick pour que les vacances d'un député qui, comme j'ai mentionné, qui quitte ou qui décède, soient comblées en dedans d'une période de 6 mois. Naturellement, lorsqu'on parle, et j'ai commencé tout à l'heure en parlant de démocratie, qu'est-ce que ça signifie? Bien, c'est l'inverse d'une dictature, c'est l'inverse du communisme, c'est l'inverse du fascisme ou du culte d'un seul chef, par exemple. Donc, la démocratie, c'est lorsque la voix de tous les députés, de tous les citoyens, de toutes les circonscriptions peut être entendue. C'est également, la démocratie, c'est également le respect des valeurs et des priorités de nos communautés. Et ça, Monsieur le Président, je pense que c'est très important. Je vais d'ailleurs le répéter, c'est le respect des valeurs et des priorités de chacune de nos communautés. Ici, à l'intérieur du Nouveau-Brunswick, il y a 49 circonscriptions et 49 circonscriptions avec 11 à 12 000 électeurs chacune. Tous les citoyens méritent d'avoir une représentation. Et la démocratie, c'est lorsqu'on est également en accord. Pour respecter la démocratie, il faut être en accord avec le principe qu'il y a égalité pour tous. Peu importe d'où tu viens, de quel endroit tu habites, peu importe la race, le sexe. En fait, il y a une égalité pour tous qui est unanime et ça se reflète ici à l'Assemblée législative par la voix d'un député. Et dernièrement, je pourrais dire que c'est inquiétant un petit peu de voir ce que ce gouvernement fait, par contre, au niveau d'éliminer les régies de la santé ou de ce qu'on entend dans leurs intentions par rapport au Conseil d'éducation, d'éliminer des gens ou de suspendre les voix des citoyens en éliminant des structures de représentativité de nos citoyens. Je trouve que c'est antidémocratique. Donc, c'est vraiment... ça va à l'encontre de la démocratie et de la représentativité de tous les citoyens. Donc, je suis contente de voir que ce gouvernement, nous avons l'appui du gouvernement dans ce cas-ci et qu'on va garantir la liberté et l'autonomie pour tous et toutes et qu'on va respecter un délai raisonnable pour trouver des remplaçants et des remplaçantes lorsqu'il y a une vacance dans une ou l'autre de nos circonscriptions ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Vous savez, lorsqu'on présente des projets de loi, on le sait et on sait comment ça fonctionne, mais il faut y avoir un appui majoritaire de députés pour que les lois deviennent en vigueur et qu'elles soient mises à exécution et qu'on s'assure qu'elles soient bien faites ou bien disposées par le système judiciaire. Donc, la représentativité à la base, elle est très importante et elle se reflète partout dans notre système démocratique qu'on a la chance d'avoir ici au Canada, qu'on a la chance d'avoir au Nouveau-Brunswick et qu'on a la chance également d'avoir dans nos municipalités. Lorsqu'on regarde un petit peu qu'est-ce qui se passe à travers le monde, dans des États où la démocratie est moins respectée. Et en fait, il y a des États où il n'y a pas de démocratie. Je pense qu'on doit remercier je ne sais pas qui on doit remercier, mais en fait d'avoir un système au Canada, parce qu'on n'a pas eu, il n'y a pas personne qui est allé en guerre pour se prévaloir de cette démocratie-là. On l'a adoptée et on suit ses règles. Et sans cette démocratie-là au Canada, écoutez, on vivrait dans un chaos, possiblement. Et c'est ce qu'on veut éviter, c'est d'avoir un pays sécuritaire, un pays harmonieux. Et quand je parle d'un pays, je parle de ma province et je parle de ma ville également, de l'endroit où je demeure. Donc, la loi et les lois sont là pour protéger les citoyens, mais également pour promouvoir l'harmonie et pour promouvoir la sécurité de nos citoyens et que les gens puissent vivre en liberté et être autonomes dans leurs actions, tout en respectant les lois qui sont enforcées par le système judiciaire. Donc, c'est quand même, c'est pas facile à comprendre, peut-être pour certaines personnes, mais peut-être même si on irait expliquer ça à nos enfants, aux plus jeunes, dès un jeune âge, ils auraient peut-être même davantage de respect envers la démocratie et envers les institutions législatives du gouvernement. Donc, moi, je me considère très heureuse et très chanceuse de vivre dans un pays démocratique où on respecte les lois et on respecte surtout les valeurs et les priorités de chacune de nos communautés et ça se reflète par la représentation. Mon collègue a mentionné une représentation dans les régions rurales. En effet, j'en ai parlé un petit peu tout à l'heure en raison des services, de l'accès aux services, mais les régions rurales ont une... je ne sais pas, je peux difficilement comparer, je n'ai jamais resté dans une très grande ville, mais les gens accordent beaucoup d'attention à leurs députés. Moi, je peux dire que je suis respectée énormément et ma voix compte. Et ce que je dis pour représenter mes citoyens, c'est sûr qu'il faut que je gagne le respect de mes citoyens, mais je pense que les positions qu'on prend comme député sont habituellement... moi, je ne me gêne pas de partager mes positions avec les citoyens que je représente et ils savent qu'ils peuvent venir me parler, ils peuvent m'exprimer leurs besoins, mais aussi leur point de vue. Et à ce moment-là, ils ont quelqu'un pour les écouter et je pense que cette fonction-là, comme député, est excessivement importante. Les gens veulent avoir une voix qui va les représenter, mais également une personne qui va les écouter, qui va écouter leurs préoccupations, qui va écouter les préoccupations autant des aînés que des jeunes, que des personnes qui travaillent, que des entrepreneurs dans ma région. Moi, je suis à l'écoute et quand on se lance en politique, c'est sûr qu'on dit, bien, on va être là à l'écoute. On a des agendas très chargés, mais je me fais un devoir de lire mes messages, mes commentaires, mes courriels lorsque je m'exprime, j'aime bien également avoir une rétroaction et je trouve important que les citoyens de ma circonscription me disent qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent de mes positions, s'ils sont d'accord ou ne sont pas d'accord. Et puis, je pourrais dire que c'est une façon d'exprimer leur voix. C'est la démocratie, en fait. Et puis, pour ça, Madame la Présidente, ça prend cette voix-là présente dans les communautés, dans les régions, dans les villes, que l'on représente à travers les 49 circonscriptions du Nouveau-Brunswick. On a besoin d'avoir cette voix-là. Les citoyens ont besoin d'avoir cette voix-là, même si les municipalités sont souvent le gouvernement le plus proche du citoyen. Je pense que notre présence comme député provincial est le deuxième niveau de gouvernement le plus proche des citoyens et souvent les services qu'ils reçoivent du gouvernement sont importants dans leur quotidien, dans le jour à jour, que ce soit des services de santé, que ce soit l'éducation. C'est des services qu'ils reçoivent du gouvernement. Donc, ils peuvent avoir, à travers leurs députés, accès à ces services-là, mais aussi d'être écoutés par leurs députés. Et c'est pourquoi c'est excessivement important, Madame la Présidente, d'avoir un député élu représentant les besoins et écouter ses citoyens dans un délai raisonnable. Et c'est pourquoi on a présenté ce projet de loi, cette modification à la loi. Et je suis contente de savoir que le gouvernement va l'appuyer et on va voir ce qui va se passer dans les prochains jours, les prochaines heures. Mais merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est ce que j'avais à dire sur ce projet de loi. Merci.
I recognize the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Excuse, monsieur. Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est mon plaisir et c'est très fier de parler avec mes amis et mes collègues dans cette chambre aujourd'hui. Je parle en français for my friend who stood up across the way there, just to let him know that my little tip of the hat. I'm looking forward to hearing him speak on this subject as well. Madam President, today, hopefully, the 15 minutes I have will give us an opportunity to be an example of democracy in action. This morning, I spoke in question period. This afternoon, I spoke on an opposition bill and actually spoke about how I was going to have a difficult time supporting it. Now, because when something's good, it's good, I stand here and I find myself in agreement with the members opposite. There's some work that needs to be done, but I do like what I see very much in this bill, or this motion that was put forward. And I'm speaking favorably about it. Now, some of the members opposite feel like I can't speak favorably about an opposition motion, but I certainly can. And I'm doing that here today, and I look forward to expanding on that a little bit as our time permits here today. But elections matter. Elections matter. One of the things we all have in common, all 49 of us in this House, is that we entered into, let our names stand for election 1, and are standing here representing over 10,000 citizens in 49 different constituencies throughout the province of New Brunswick. None of us would be here if we didn't stand for election, and that matters. So it's important when we have a motion that discusses changes that can positively affect the electoral process that we take it seriously. Very important that we take it seriously. Let's talk about elections. Elections actually were the formation of our very country. How many folks in here, if we were talking about members, remember, well, you won't remember firsthand, but remember the history of our very first election in Canada? We know the year of Confederation, it was 1867. But how many know that that election happened from August 7th until September 20th? Imagine that period of time where an election was taking place, the very first one in the country of Canada. There were 3 parties. There was the Liberal Party, there was the Anti-Confederation Party, and then there was the Conservative Party, which, fun little fact for you, was known as the Liberal Conservative Party up until 1873. That might have been the origin of the first Red Tories, or the Blue Liberals. I'm not sure which it was, but at the end of the day, our very country was founded on 4 provinces, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Ontario, coming together to form a nation, and the way that was formalized was the electoral process. First Premier of the province of New Brunswick was a Wetmore. The tradition's carried on. With our member from Petitcodiac, Gagetown. No, we have premiers of the province of New Brunswick, Flemings. We have a minister that sits here in the House with us now of the same name, 3rd generation. You know, history and politics are intertwined here in the province of New Brunswick, and we can't escape it. And it's important for us to remember it. And I talked today about the noise of the legislature when I spoke about motion number 7. I talked about how we get involved in the day-to-day work that we're involved with, and we forget sometimes what actually brought us here. A collection of constituents in each and every one of our ridings that put their faith in us and an X beside our name on a ballot and sent us here to Fredericton to represent them. And it's important to have a conversation about this motion, not necessarily about the subject matter at hand. We'll get into that. but the importance of what it means to have constituents put their X beside your name on a ballot, put their faith in you, send you to the capital city, and represent their interests. Hopefully, today was an example of that. I think this is the 5th time I've been on my feet here today. At times, quite vigorously defending government actions. At other times, questioning opposition motions. And then today, standing here affirming what looks like a good piece of legislation that was brought forward by the opposition members. I think that's important to see. You know, we can't agree with each other each and every time. I can't imagine, I can't get all my kids to agree on any one thing. Imagine putting 49 people in a room and expecting them to all agree. New Brunswickers don't agree on everything. But we do have this civil chamber where we can all come together and bring those representatives, be the representatives for our constituents, and bring those differing points of view together, melt them into one mosaic that's going to be overall good for the province of New Brunswick. I, for one, am very proud to have been a part of that electoral process twice for myself. Many of us, I can look at our member from the Bathurst area, our member from the Riverview area, our member from the Portland St. John Simons area. A lot of history right here in this room. And I think that us as newer MLAs, after 4 years it feels like a lifetime at times, but dog years, but we must remember that there were those that have gone before us that are actually sitting here in the legislature that can offer us mentorship. As the DTI minister spoke, when he talked about the member from the Bathurst area being a mentor of his, it really struck a chord with me because as well, I feel like this is a gentleman that we can have conversations with and I can learn from. And he's been in this legislature since 1995. That's a significant period of time. If I feel tired at times, I can only imagine the miles and the constituents and the issues that our member over there. Of course he's got something to say, and he's always been willing to do so. Our member since 1999, over the Minister for Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour, has over 23 years in this legislature, offering advice to people that have come before him. My good friend, the MLA for the Riverview riding, actually is a key driver for me even being here because I got very interested in his career. He was my mayor, he turned into provincial politics, and my belief in him as the mayor transferred into supporting him as an elected MLA here in the legislature. Thanks for that. We're here now because of the collection of a whole bunch of history and a whole bunch of stories. And there are folks that we can all know, that we all know of, that have been here and are gone. You know, we stand in the legislature with great reverence to recognize members who have served time here and who have passed on. You know, their memory is never forgotten because there will be a plaque that says that they were elected to represent the people of their constituency between this date and this date. And that will be engraved in the annals of history in the Legislative Library, where every MLA that ever served the province of New Brunswick is recorded. That's not a responsibility for us to take lightly. And the election is the root of all of that, because that is the conduit and the pathway with which we get to stand at this desk and sit in this leather chair and negotiate and put together every law that affects New Brunswickers. Everyone that ever was, everyone that ever will be. That's significant. And I just philosophically wanted to take a few moments and have us remember the significance of what it is that we do when we sit here. And that we can drop the adversity, reach across the aisle, and work very closely with members despite the fact that we might be from a different political party. Ideologically, politically, there may be things that divide us, but on the whole, and as the longer I'm in this job, the more I realize that there's probably more that unites us than divides us. And what unites us is a love of this beautiful province and the people that are in it. Our approach towards manifesting and rolling out our programs and policies and procedures might be different, But we can take heart in the fact that we're all in this for the right reason, and really, we're all in this together. I think about the first election that I was ever involved with, and that was 1987. I don't know how many people are in this room that remember the election of 1987, and depending on which political party you supported, it was a better day or a bad day. Regardless, lessons were learned. And you know, I've spoken with former Premier Frank McKenna, and I've asked him before about what it must have been like to stand in this legislature and have no opposition. And he said, well, there wasn't really a day here that I had no opposition, regardless of what the seat count is. So when he was still in a position where he was representing the entire whole of the province, and much could be learned from that. Much could be learned from that, and I think it's important for us to remember that there have been significant elections. Just over the short course of my political career, we all get elected, but there's a political career behind each and every one of us that probably goes far deeper and wider than the time we've served as an elected official. I know that myself and the Minister for DTI, I know the Speaker of the House, I know that there's a couple of folks over the course of years, MLAs that I helped work with as a volunteer to get elected. I know that the Speaker of the House, the Minister of DTI, and myself, we started out as volunteers. We brought chairs out and set them up for the important people. You know, that's not lost on me when I attend an event and I'm there as a cabinet minister and people that support my party come out and they just desperately want to talk to me. I don't think I'm very special, but I remember when I was that volunteer and I had a chance to come and talk to a cabinet minister that was elected. It really meant something to me. And we need to remember that people that elect us expect us to act in a certain way, and they want to be around us. We have a bar of conduct that is higher than just about anybody else. We can never forget that. Now, there was a young man in 2014 where I ran his campaign. I was his campaign manager. It was an awesome campaign. Everything went wrong. It was quite problematic, and overall, our party lost that election. But he was elected, and he put me through hell and back over the course of a campaign. And I'm very proud to be able to look up every day at him and say, Mr. Speaker, because that's where we started out. And so there's a whole lot of history that goes into getting here, standing in a chair, representing your constituents, and then making a difference in people's lives. And this motion here is about timely elections. And you know what? We've talked about us and the responsibilities that we bear and we have as elected officials here. But I started by saying that our responsibility is to the constituent that elected us. And there is no more righteous pursuit than ensuring that those constituents are represented by an elected official in a timely period. And so that's why I very much loved listening to the Leader of the Opposition stand and go through this motion, because I was able to put down the partisan boundaries and say, this makes sense. Madam Speaker, I saw something tabled here in this motion that I can get behind. Certainly, there's some components that we need to work through, and I believe that we're looking forward to doing that tomorrow, and I hope to be able to participate in that process, because this is an idea that's time has come. It's an idea that makes sense. And I think that, you know, it's very nice to be getting near the end of a day, and after a little bit of arm wrestling here or there, maybe the odd shot fired back and forth, that we can finish a day by saying that we found consensus on something, and that as a group of people that have the one common theme that the province of New Brunswick has put their faith in us, by doing something that shows we can work together, perhaps, just perhaps, that faith has been rewarded with good actions by us here on the floor of the legislature here today. Those are days where I get very proud to be a member of the Legislative Assembly, proud to be elected for the the riding of Albert. I'm going to leave with one little story, and then I'm done. In 1982, done for now. I mean, I certainly hope that the opposition gives us a chance to ask me some tough questions tomorrow, all through question period. I'm letting you know now I'd be very up for that. I know that you're a little concerned about asking me questions because of my shy nature and my unwillingness to give forthright answers. But anyway, I look forward to that. So that being the case, in 1982, I was living in the Miramichi area, and we did a grand opening for a 4-H hall. 4-H is a program for agriculture and youth in rural settings, and I was a very proud member of that organization. And Mac McLeod was the MLA for the Albert riding and the Minister of Agriculture at the time. And I have a proud picture of myself in 1982 with Mac cutting a ribbon as a Minister of Agriculture. 40 years later, I'm the MLA for the Albert riding. Those people have put faith in me, and you know what? I've got faith in all of us. So I look forward to our conversation tomorrow at Committee of the Whole. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Je reconnais le membre, le député pour Edmundston, Madawaska.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureux de parler aujourd'hui. And you know, Madam Speaker, I was close to have emotion listening to the Minister of Natural Resource. Honestly, you know, I was very close to believe him on the collaboration that his government have with us. But listen, we'll see the future. Madame la Présidente, comme je l'ai mentionné, on verra le futur. Puis je regarde le ministre de l'Éducation postsecondaire, puis il y a le sourire, mais il faut s'assurer d'avoir une collaboration des deux côtés de la Chambre. Parce qu'il y a une chose, Madame la Présidente, qui est importante de toujours se rappeler, c'est qu'on n'est pas ici pour nous. Les 49 députés de l'Assemblée législative, on est ici pour représenter la population. Donc, on peut comprendre qu'on n'a peut-être pas les mêmes visions des deux côtés, on n'a peut-être pas les mêmes objectifs non plus. On sait que des fois, à voir les politiques des conservateurs, on n'a certainement pas la même vision de l'avenir du Nouveau-Brunswick. Mais il faut regarder le projet de loi qui a été présenté par mon collègue, le chef de l'opposition, le projet de loi numéro 8. Vous savez, on l'a vu dernièrement, puis quand je dis dernièrement, on l'a vu avec certaines circonscriptions, entre autres dans la région de Miramichi à un moment donné, avec d'autres régions dans le sud-ouest de la province, où est-ce que le gouvernement a volontairement, délibérément, étiré la sauce. Donc, quand je dis étirer la sauce, c'est de ne pas permettre à avoir une élection partielle pour permettre à ce que la population de ces régions puisse être représentée. Puis, ma collègue, tout près de moi, de Madawaska-les-Lacs-Edmundston, elle l'a mentionné aussi un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui, l'importance de la représentation, l'importance que la population puisse avoir un contact avec leur élu. Puis pas seulement pour le plaisir de discuter, mais on le voit sur une base régulière, Monsieur le Président, le besoin de la population de nous poser des questions sur des choses, sur des situations, des crises, dans bien des cas, des moyens pour que la population puisse recevoir des services ou savoir où se diriger. Mais ça, là, lorsqu'on a des circonscriptions avec personne pour les représenter, c'est pas vrai que le gouvernement peut dire, bien, le gouvernement est toujours là, il y a des ministres qui sont toujours là. C'est pas des gens qui représentent des citoyens dans leur circonscription où est-ce que les citoyens peuvent, sur une base régulière, les contacter. Mais ça fait partie de la démocratie. Ça fait partie de l'importance de notre rôle en tant que parlementaire de s'assurer que chaque région de la province puisse être représentée. En bout de ligne, c'est aux citoyens de chacune de ces régions-là de décider qui sera élu. L'important ici, c'est certain qu'on veut toujours avoir davantage d'élus de notre côté, de chacun de notre côté politique, de chacun de nos partis politiques. Mais ce qui est important, Monsieur le Président, c'est de s'assurer que les citoyens puissent avoir une voix à l'Assemblée législative. C'est une voix directe qui les représente sur qu'est-ce que eux sont leurs valeurs et puis leur région, puis être capable de représenter leur région. Donc, de penser que le gouvernement dans le passé, je peux comprendre aujourd'hui le ministre des Ressources naturelles, il était tout enflammé, positif, collaboration. Il faut s'assurer de, quand c'est un bon projet, de travailler ensemble. Il y en a bien d'autres bons projets, Monsieur le Président, où est-ce que le gouvernement conservateur a tout simplement décidé de ne pas travailler avec l'opposition officielle afin de faire avancer les dossiers de la province puis les dossiers de la population. À cette heure, on ne peut pas étirer la sauce. Puis vous savez, quand on parle de 6 mois, c'est quand même incroyable que le premier ministre prenne l'option d'arriver puis de pouvoir étirer aussi longtemps qu'il voulait. Après ça, dire, bien, je vous mets une date, voici, on va identifier une date, puis de cette date-là, on va encore étirer la sauce. Je peux voir les conservateurs arriver avec l'optique de dire « Ah, mais ça coûte quelque chose, une élection. » Ça, c'est comme arriver et dire qu'un aréna dans une communauté doit être profitable. Tout n'est pas une question de profit. On sait que le premier ministre, puis on sait que ce gouvernement-là, leur objectif de profit, de surplus, de donner de l'argent à leurs banquiers le plus rapidement possible au détriment de la population, c'est une philosophie qu'on peut voir régulièrement de la part des conservateurs. Mais lorsqu'on parle de représentation, lorsqu'on parle de démocratie, lorsqu'on parle de représentation de la population dans cette Chambre, et puis à tout palier, que ce soit au niveau municipal et même au niveau fédéral. Mais ici, on parle du côté provincial. C'est important que lorsqu'une circonscription devient vacante, que le premier ministre fasse la bonne chose. C'est déplorable, Monsieur le Président, qu'on soit obligé de présenter un amendement à une loi pour être capable de pousser un premier ministre à faire la bonne chose. C'est pas compliqué. On ne serait pas ici en train de débattre le projet de loi numéro 8 si le gouvernement dans le passé, le gouvernement actuel puis le premier ministre actuel aurait démontré une bonne volonté, une bonne intention, que je dois dire, faire attention à certains mots, une bonne intention à s'assurer que dès qu'il y avait une circonscription vacante, dans un délai raisonnable, le temps d'ajuster les choses, que l'élection du Nouveau-Brunswick soit prête, permettre quand même, donner une chance aux partis de pouvoir identifier des candidats, et puis qu'après ça, on déclenche l'élection pour que le plus rapidement possible, il y ait le moins d'absence possible d'une circonscription dans cette Chambre. Ça devrait être ça l'objectif. Ça devrait être ça l'objectif ultime qu'un gouvernement devrait voir. On est ici pour représenter les citoyens de nos régions. On est ici pour représenter les élus d'une province, les citoyens d'une province. Donc, lorsqu'on a 49, comme qu'on a aujourd'hui, 49 circonscriptions, et puis qu'on regarde qu'il y a des sièges qui sont vacants ou des sièges qui pourraient devenir vacants, bien, cette portion-là, où est-ce qu'il n'y a pas d'élus d'assis dans ce siège-là, ça veut dire que les citoyens de cette circonscription-là n'ont personne pour les représenter. C'est pour ça que je vous dis, Monsieur le Président, on a parlé je l'ai mentionné à bien des reprises. Ici, au Nouveau-Brunswick, on siège très peu. On a une chance de modifier des lois très rarement. On a des lois au Nouveau-Brunswick qui mériteraient d'être réévaluées. Il y aurait besoin d'avoir un nouveau souffle pour pouvoir les actualiser. Mais le fait qu'on siège une coupelle de semaines ici, une coupelle de semaines là, après ça, ben oui, on est dans nos circonscriptions, puis on s'occupe de nos citoyens, c'est vrai. On ne chôme pas, on fait un travail. Mais une partie du travail d'un élu, c'est un législateur. Législateur veut dire qu'on vient ici, on crée des lois, on modifie des lois, on améliore des lois, on s'assure de pouvoir faire progresser la province. Je me souviens, Monsieur le Président, on parle de quelques années passées, mais bon, lorsque j'étais conseiller municipal, on parle beaucoup de fusion, amalgamation depuis quelque temps au Nouveau-Brunswick, au niveau municipal. Mais je me souviendrai toujours, puis ça m'avait marqué. Lorsque j'avais été élu comme conseiller municipal de la nouvelle ville d'Edmundston, lorsqu'elle a été fusionnée en 1998, on a commencé à regarder les arrêtés municipaux de la ville, puis on regardait ça, puis on se disait, ça a-tu du bon sens qu'il y avait un arrêté municipal pour le poids du pain, la pesanteur d'un pain. C'était un arrêté municipal. On avait un arrêté municipal, puis je ne peux pas vous dire, Monsieur le Président, c'était-tu l'ancien Edmundston, l'ancien Saint-Basile, Saint-Georges, je ne peux pas identifier lequel exactement, mais c'était à l'intérieur des municipalités qui avaient été regroupées ensemble. En plus de ça, on avait un autre exemple d'un arrêté municipal qui était vraiment archaïque et désuet, c'était celui des heures d'ouverture des barbiers. C'est quand même ironique, là. Quand c'est rendu, on se dit ça aujourd'hui, puis on se dit, ça a-tu du bon sens qu'une municipalité décide la pesanteur d'un pain? Mais peut-être que dans l'histoire, il y avait une logique en arrière de ça, puis il y avait une décision municipale qui décidait que le pain aurait un poids X. Mais ça, c'est la démonstration que cet arrêté municipal-là dormait sur une tablette, et puis qu'il n'y avait pas eu de nettoyage, d'amélioration. Ben bon, quand on est arrivé et on a vu ça, il y a plusieurs de ces arrêtés municipaux-là qu'on a, nettoyés, on les a enlevés, parce que c'était plus relevant, comme on pourrait dire. Mais c'est la même chose ici à l'Assemblée législative. On pourrait passer beaucoup plus de temps ici à améliorer des lois puis à faire des projets de loi pour pouvoir améliorer les choses. Puis je reviens à ce que je disais tantôt, c'est quand même déplorable d'être obligé de présenter un projet de loi afin de s'assurer que le gouvernement qui est en place actuellement déclenche des élections partielles dans un délai raisonnable. Il n'y a aucune logique. Il n'y a aucune logique à être obligé. Quand on y pense, hein, on ne devrait même pas avoir à penser à ça. Et là, quand on est rendu d'être obligé de faire une loi ou une modification d'une loi pour faire ça, ça veut dire qu'il y a eu du laxisme. Je ne dirais pas qu'il y a eu de la mauvaise foi, aucunement. Je n'irai pas dire ça, Monsieur le Président. C'est-tu un oubli, les décisions du passé? Mais ça ne devrait pas être un oubli parce que c'est notre travail. On le sait quand on a un collègue qui manque, un collègue qui manque, que le siège est vide, on le sait. Il n'y a personne ici dans cette salle, dans cette assemblée, qui va se dire, ben non, ce siège-là est vacant, ben il est juste vacant. Non, ce siège-là est vacant, ça veut dire qu'il y a une portion de la population qui n'est pas représentée. Mais, bon, il faut faire ce qu'il faut faire. On entend le gouvernement parler positivement de notre projet de loi. On sera en mesure, Monsieur le Président, de voir la suite après le vote aujourd'hui. Le vote d'aujourd'hui, c'est une étape additionnelle. Ça sera à voir maintenant, est-ce que le gouvernement va mettre des embûches additionnelles? Puis ça, là, ça va nous donner un portrait aussi. Quand je dis une embûche additionnelle, ça revient à ce que je disais tantôt. On n'aurait pas besoin de faire une modification à une loi sur quelque chose qui est tellement, comme qui a été utilisé à un moment donné, j'entendais le terme « common sense ». C'est juste du gros bon sens, là. On dirait que common sense fait juste l'affaire de l'autre côté quand ça fait leur affaire. Mais ça devrait faire leur affaire peut-être plus souvent, puis on n'aurait pas besoin de modifier les lois qui sont pas nécessaires. Mais bon, celle-ci, c'est ça. Donc, c'est mon inquiétude quand même, Monsieur le Président, qu'aujourd'hui, pour bien paraître, le gouvernement va appuyer notre projet de loi en deuxième lecture. Mais quelle sera la prochaine étape? Est-ce que le gouvernement va nous arriver avec des amendements, un carcan autour de ça au cours des prochains jours qui va faire en sorte que ça va quand même limiter la rapidité ou permettre encore le laxisme pour ne pas déclencher une élection partielle dans un délai qui est raisonnable? En tout cas, je vais le dire, le temps avance rapidement, Monsieur le Président, et j'espère que les 49 députés ici, moins les circonscriptions vacantes, que chacun et chacune réfléchissent à ce que j'ai dit et réfléchissent aux amendements ou à notre projet de loi puis qui se pose vraiment la question non pas seulement pour aujourd'hui, mais qui se pose la question pour le futur aussi. Pourquoi aura-t-on eu besoin d'une modification de loi à quelque chose que volontairement, naturellement, on aurait pu faire? Et rappelons-nous ce que j'ai mentionné puis que bien d'autres ont dit. La représentation de la population, ce n'est pas une portion de la population qui doit être représentée, mais c'est l'ensemble de la population qui doit avoir la chance d'être représentée dans cette Assemblée. Puis que la voix d'un élu, d'un côté ou l'autre, peu importe, mais que la voix d'un élu puisse être ici et puis que cet élu-là peut parler au nom et fortement au nom de ses citoyens et puis que lorsqu'il y a des projets de loi, que cet élu-là est en mesure de pouvoir dire son opinion, qu'est-ce qu'il pense qui est bon, qu'est-ce qu'il pense qui pourrait être amélioré et puis qu'en bout de ligne, que cet élu-là ait l'opportunité de pouvoir voter sur le projet de loi ou une motion. C'est ça, s'assurer que la population puisse être représentée, non pas seulement dans la circonscription, mais aussi à l'Assemblée législative. Donc, sur ça, Monsieur le Président, mon temps, il reste quelques secondes. Je vous remercie énormément pour votre écoute et puis j'espère énormément que le gouvernement va faire la bonne chose, voter en faveur et continuer jusqu'à la fin à supporter le projet de loi. Merci.
Thank you, member. Le député de Bathurst-Nipisiguit, Saint-Isidore.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je ne m'attendais pas de parler là-dessus aujourd'hui, mais dans ma longue vie politique, si vous voulez, je suis content de voir qu'en fait, par les gestes de mon collègue de Moncton Centre, le chef de l'opposition officielle, Monsieur le Président, qui a apporté ce projet de loi en Chambre, pour moi, le timing est parfait. Pour moi, là, puis je pense que pour mon collègue de Restigouche-Chaleur, le timing est parfait. Vous savez, le premier ministre a dit à un moment donné qu'il ne se traînerait pas les pieds avant d'appeler des élections partielles dans les différentes circonscriptions qui vont être vacantes. Puis, Monsieur le Président, comme tout le monde le sait, ou je vais le laisser savoir aujourd'hui, la dernière journée à l'Assemblée législative va probablement être vendredi prochain, le 28, mais je terminerai le 30. Ça veut dire que le 30, à la fin du mois, j'aurai fini comme député après cette longue carrière. Puis, vous savez, Monsieur le Président, j'apprécie beaucoup les commentaires que mon collègue de Portland, Simmons, a fait, parce que ça fait longtemps aussi qu'il est dans la circonscription. Puis je pense que lui, il est juste content que je m'en vais, parce qu'il va devenir le doyen. C'est lui, après moi, qui sera le plus vieux dans cette Chambre. Et puis, j'apprécie beaucoup les commentaires que mon collègue de Newmerland Sunbury a fait à mon égard. Monsieur le Président, ça fait longtemps que je suis ici, puis je peux vous confirmer que dans toute ma carrière politique, j'ai toujours été la personne qui voulait représenter les gens de ma circonscription du mieux que je pouvais. Puis lorsque les gens de l'autre côté, les gens du Parti conservateur, me demandaient, j'ai eu différents ministères, Monsieur le Président, puis je ne pense pas à aucune occasion dans ma carrière de plus de 20 ans dans cette Chambre que j'ai refusé une rencontre à un de mes collègues de l'opposition dans le temps lorsqu'on était au pouvoir. Vous savez, Monsieur le Président, il y a de mes collègues, de mon propre côté, qui me disaient que des fois, pourquoi tu rencontres les députés de l'opposition ou les députés de l'autre côté qu'on appelait, lorsqu'on était ce bord-là, nous autres aussi. Vous savez, Monsieur le Président, ça m'a toujours fait plaisir parce que je me disais, la démocratie, les gens qui ont élu ces gens-là doivent avoir le même pouvoir que nous de ce côté-ci de la Chambre. Donc, s'ils me demandaient pour une réunion ou n'importe quoi ou des choses que je pouvais faire pour eux autres, la réponse était toujours oui. Ça, Monsieur le Président, ça m'a fait énormément plaisir d'agir dans ce sens-là. Et vous savez, lorsque les gens de Néguac ont été plusieurs mois sans représentation, Monsieur le Président, je vous dirais qu'il y a des gens de Néguac, dans la région de Néguac, qui m'appelaient en tant que député, parce que vu que ça fait longtemps que j'étais connu, ça fait que ça me faisait plaisir de leur rendre service du mieux que je pouvais. Mais c'est pour ça que je veux en venir, Monsieur le Président, que 6 mois, c'est déjà lent. Si la loi, si ça peut continuer à aller de l'avant, comme mon collègue d'Edmondson l'a dit, juste faire sûr que ça va de l'avant, écoute, ça serait grandement apprécié, parce que moi, mon plus grand problème, pour moi, de laisser la politique provinciale, un des plus gros problèmes pour moi, c'est justement le fait que ma circonscription va être sans représentation pour un bout de temps, Monsieur le Président. Fait là, avec qu'est-ce que j'ai entendu de l'autre côté, comme j'ai dit, mon collègue de Portland, Simmons, a été comme positif lorsqu'il parle de collaboration. J'étais très fier d'entendre ça, Monsieur le Président. Puis je vous dis que ça fait mon affaire, puis je pense que je vais être capable de le laisser avec le cœur tranquille. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit, je vais juste préférer me répéter, la plus grande chose qui m'inquiétait, c'est de laisser la politique provinciale pour m'en aller au municipal, mais dans un autre sens, si je sais que ma circonscription ne sera pas sans représentation pour trop longtemps, je peux vous dire, Monsieur le Président, que je m'en vais avec le cœur plus léger, si vous voulez. Fait que, démocratiquement, je pense que c'est la chose à faire. Je suis content que les députés de l'autre côté supportent le projet de loi, comme j'ai dit, que mon collègue de Moncton Centre a apporté. Et puis, mon temps s'écoule, Monsieur le Président. Mais en tout cas, encore une fois, merci beaucoup à tous les gens de l'autre côté de supporter ce projet de loi-là. Merci beaucoup encore une fois. Merci.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to everyone who has spoken on this bill today at second reading to amend the Elections Act to fix the loophole to have by-elections held within the 6-month period of the vacancy. I appreciate comments from the member from St. John, Portland Simons. Yeah, my colleague behind me had just said the riding name, Portland Simons. So I appreciate his comments. With respect to working together here on pushing legislation forward that is very meaningful, filling a democratic void when the vacancy is there. Others highlighted, I didn't highlight in my opening remarks, the 3 members that are leaving us. One has already left from Dieppe. We have the other from Bathurst East, Saint-Isidore, leaving us, and Restigo Chaleur as well. And dare I say, the member from Quispam-Sis, who's facing some turbulence, that there might be a by-election required there in the near future as well. But we won't get into those details. We've been working positively together here today, Mr. Speaker. And so I just wanted to highlight a few issues that came up. I guess the member from New Maryland, Sunbury, talked about some prior by-elections. I think he said that when Premier Allward's seat had opened up, it was vacant for quite some time. I went and looked, and it was actually 4.5 months before the Liberal Premier at the time declared a by-election there. And I looked back at Bernard Lord as well. When he had left, his seat was open only 2 months when the Liberal Premier at the time had set that by-election. And so we're facing a situation here where our leader is looking to get into the House. I'm sitting in this seat at this point in time, but it's not something that I signed up to do long term. Obviously, I didn't run for the leadership, and so I'm looking forward to our leader Susan Holt to taking her seat in this legislative assembly, and she has declared earlier this week, that she will run in the Bathurst East and Nipissiguit Saint-Isidore seat. And so we're very excited for that, and I hope that a by-election will be called as soon as the seat officially becomes vacant. The time will start running, and hopefully this will get pushed through, and that this legislation will be respected in that case. And so I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate all the comments from all sides of the House this evening, and I look forward to the next steps in bringing this forward to royal assent. Thank you very much.
Second reading. Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 8 be now read a second time? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Sergeant, ring the bells. Dispense? Dispense. No. All those in favor of secure the doors, Sergeant? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please say yes. Please rise.
Mr. Holder, Mr. Steeves, Ms. Shepherd, Mr. Fitch, Mr. Holland, Ms. Savoy, Beta Emergency Negawak, Ms. Green, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Hogan, Mr. Austin, Mr. Carr, Mr. Turner, Ms. Wilson, Moncton West, Ms. Wilson.
Order, please. Order, please. Trying to
Mr.
count.
Mason, Mr. Ames, Mr. Dawson, Ms. Bacchus, Ms. Conroy, Ms. Yasno, Hamilton, Dalhousie, Mr. Govan, Mr. McKee, Mr. Benton, Mr. Tao, Mr. LeBlanc, Mr. Lepage, Mr. Malin, Mr. Damore, Madame Landry, Ms. Yasno, Kendall, Mr. Landry, Mr. Kuhn,
Are we going to open next? Do you want to open it or do you want to adjourn? He's going to adjourn. Huh? Adjourn?
You're doing it? Look, you're going to do it, Trevor? Trevor, you're doing it?
Hey, now you agree. Mr. Speaker, total yeas 435, total same. Total nays called for 0.
Total yeas, come on, Sank, 35. Total nays, 0. I declare the motion carried.
Good action of the election back.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Committee of the Whole House. Recognize the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
After consultation with the opposition House Leader, Mr. Speaker, I move the House be now adjourned.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour moves the House be now adjourned. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. Those opposed, please say nay. No. I declare the motion carried. The House is now adjourned. Thank you, members.